him. But then, yeah, last night, every post and comment on the Reddit profile was deleted after no activity since 2013. All posts and comments are still accessible through archiving services. They describe having Tourette's, life in Israel, sketch comedy, and link to H3 videos. The final post in the account in May 2013 was the post in the subreddit drama community to complain about being banned from our YouTube haiku for self-promoting. No posts were made to the You Pedo Troll account after this. The H3 Productions account was made in April 2014. If you did this, he would talk about it for 2 years and make a video on every single post. Oh, for sure. For sure. Okay? For sure. But again, that's the whole point, is that because I don't have shit like this, that they have to like desperately grab on to whatever the they can, or just like create controversy where no controversy exists. But apparently, he then turned around and admitted it. H3 podcast host Ethan Klein confirms in Instagram story that underscore. I can't. Underscore troll account is his. I have nothing to hide or apologize for, he wrote after deleting everything on the account last night. Oh, my friends, I have a terrible confession to make. Yes, it is true my 15-year-old Reddit account was identified by using a doxing website that lists a history of all emails and passwords that have been leaked and illegal data breaches. A post last night was made on the Snark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. With Reddit's help, this person was able to disseminate this illegally and maliciously obtained information to a community whose sole purpose is to harass me, my family, and my employees. In doing so, some terrible revelations were made. I think he's talking about destiny, I assume, right? He's not going to blame this on me, I hope. Or is he going to blame this on me too? Am I responsible for CPS, the skulls, and the reason why half of his community left, and then his community got overtaken by Molestini's community? All of this is me. I did this. Did I do this too? Chat, have I done this? Does he think I did this? You made him do the Reddit account? Probably. Okay. Post last night was made with Sark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. In doing so, some terrible revelations were made. What is this? H3 Podcast has edited out this segment where we learned that a rabbi convinced Ethan Klein to believe in race science. That sounds also insane. Okay. In any case, yes, my username underscore troll made a few bizarre and edgy attempts at being funny. It was common on Reddit 15 years ago to create a thematically named troll account to post silly things from. The method was to have Redditors read something crazy, then check the username and realize it was a goof. You can see evidence of this on most of the posts made in character. These troll stories include anecdotes that clearly never happened, including a story that references my children who were born 10 years later. Further evidence of this is simply that I was self-promoting my YouTube channel while doing these parody posts. I knew I was personally identifiable the entire time. I was trying to be funny so people would look at my account and discover my YouTube channel. I was not ashamed of it then, and I'm not ashamed of it now. Embarrassed, yes. Not ashamed, but embarrassed. On par with cringing at my old YouTube videos. Yes, there are a few posts of me being a Zionist Jewish supremacist, which includes me mostly arguing with someone calling Israel Nazi Germany. Well, some things never change. In totality, I guess nothing ever really changes. In totality, about 95% of the posts were about StarCraft 2 or self-promoting my YouTube channel. I have nothing to hide and nothing to apologize for. And remember, folks, joking about pedophilia is not the same as having it on your computer. Okay, so he admitted it, and he said he's not apologizing for it, and you know, he's got nothing to shame. He's got nothing to hide, nothing to shame. What am I saying? What's common is being edgy at 12, regardless of the age of the internet. Such a bad faith argument blaming one's environment. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know why the compels a person to do stuff like this, but I guess he's back to doing new videos. Hasan's most embarrassing confession. Yeah. Oh no, they found my old Reddit account where I constantly make pedophilic jokes. Better post a video about Hasan. That should work. Honestly, it might literally work because a lot of these guys don't give a. They themselves are pedophiles. They don't give a about pedophilia. They only care about taking me out somehow. And one day, if you make enough YouTube, wait, what? He humped the Western Wall? Why is he pretending he cares? Wait, what is this about the Western Wall? What? He made a YouTube video about me saying, I don't know anything about the Western Wall. He made it to the front page of the Reddit. Ethan Klein's old Reddit account was clearly leaked, or recently leaked, to which posts were found Ethan comparing Palestinian people to underdeveloped monkeys, making extremely disturbing comments about sexualizing children, and much more. They're already clipping this out of context as we speak. Clipping what out of context? Wait, hold on. So he made a YouTube video about me being like, I don't really know enough about he didn't understand the wailing part of the wall. No, so it's something that I said personally that I don't like understand the wailing wall thing. Like I don't understand its significance, and that's it. Okay, yeah, I didn't understand the wailing wall. What is it anti-Semitism to not know? Am I supposed to know? What's the argument that I'm supposed to know the wailing wall? If I want to talk about Israel, I have to understand the significance of the Western Wall. Is that what it is? Or is it anti-Semitism? Anyway, it's obviously clearly a distraction, which is crazy. They said you claim to be the expert of Israel, so you should know. I mean, I know more than he does about Israel, Israeli history, Palestinian history. You can know all of that without knowing the historic or religious significance of the Western Wall. I just know it as the wall that like Western leaders go and kiss. The wall before I learned more about it. I guess if I had only downloaded the Western Wall pack, I would have known why Israel's genocide is actually perfectly fine and Hamas kind of deserves it. Hamas is the reason why Palestinians deserve Israel's genocide. They're calling it the most kissable wall. Ethan was playing dumb about Israel. Now we know for certain he's feigning ignorance while you were around is even grosser. He's saying the entirety of the issue stems from arguments over the wall. It's a crazy take. Wait, what? Is he going back to this is a religious conflict meta? Is that what it is? That's why. You are right. He is attacking you for that. Anyway, we all know what the real reason why he made that video. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny that he tried to make a video like this in between going back and forth with Destiny. But I guess now there's a ceasefire. They were able to come to a reasonable conclusion, a ceasefire between Ethan Klein. It was 10 minutes on a 10-second interaction with Megaphonics about the Western Wall. He repeated the clip 4 times trying to reach the 10-minute mark. It's just obviously trying to distract the SEO. Okay. But yeah. Oh, another thing about the pedo troll account that he had was that he was also in Destiny's subreddit back then as well. Megaphonics once again getting me in trouble. Classic. It's a video of, this was the most heinous quote from the Reddit. Man, it's disgusting. What the child sure is elastic. Reminds me of when I stand in front of the mirror and twist my hips so my dick dances around in circles. Usually slaps like he did too. When it hits my 2-year-old in the face, lol. He usually stands under me asking me what I'm doing. I just tell him daddy is dancing. So what I don't understand is like let's say he was trying to be like as edgy as possible, right? Which is crazy. Thank God comedy is legal now, you know? So comedy is illegal. Comedy is legal now. I am become troll. Anyway, thank God. But like, if this is the type of if this was the type of time you were on, okay, then why the is this guy literally actively trying to relitigate stuff that I have described, okay, in my most edgy videos, which is, you know, doesn't reach whatever the is, right? That I deleted, that I made as an attempt at satirical humor and was a failure, that I recognized was a failure 13 years ago at this point, and deleted 13 years ago. And this guy is still turning around and being like, you know what though, Hasan, he's bad. What's the method here? Because like, ironically enough, he should have probably used the thing that he was sponsored by, RedactDev, which is supposed to delete all this stuff, you know, owned by another one of my insane stalkers, Dan Saltman. Makes this whole situation even funnier, I feel like. And it was also Destiny's second in command and best friend. Isn't that weird that Destiny's second in command and best friend is one of the only remaining sponsors of the Ethan Klein podcast? All the entire time he was like, I don't know who Destiny is. I don't even talk to him at all. I've never met him. I don't know anything about him. Only to reveal that he was actually a massive fan of him after he called him a pedophile. The strange back and forth that has taken place. He's also spouting race science. Yeah. Really weird how important that a guy would view scrubbing every single aspect of his or anyone who needs his online history. One of his comments, he relied to Destiny on Reddit in one of his comments. Weird how Ethan was promoting Destiny on the content nuke after Destiny talked to a child months before. Oh no, for sure. It's the softest criticism ever at Destiny compared to the absolute vitriol he has for you or any woman that crosses him. Oh no, we know that too. Yeah, he didn't know Epstein, but he was also a StarCraft 2 fan who messaged him. Destiny is showing some amazing plays with a new patched infestor right now. Why are you all crying about Imba already? Remember when Roach got +1 distance and everyone was crying Imba? Shut and wait at least 1 week before you start QQing. Turns out he was at least being honest about that, about his about his love and admiration for Destiny. Ethan Klein Insta story Hasan. What the this? X days since Ethan talks about Hasan. On the back foot of Ethan Klein's old Reddit account has been found. Lamount is wild. No mentions of Hasan. As Ethan Klein goes after Destiny, he still has to mention Hasan. Oh, yeah, I guess there was 2 days where I didn't. Wait, oh, never mind. Ethan Klein will not stop harassing Taylor Relentless. It's embarrassing. What's the maximum distance? It's just every day he just posts 0. To anyone else, this would be career ending. I don't know. I think there is a lot of power that comes from being shameless. That's what I think. And these guys literally, like, they present someone as an enemy, even if they haven't done anything wrong. And there are, especially if that person that you've presented yourself as an enemy to is like big enough, there's always going to be people that they've pissed off throughout their career. And I myself have certainly pissed off a lot of people, many of which have come out as sex pests, weirdly enough, and files. But for some reason, I don't know what the vibes I'm bringing to the party, but it just like really seems to frustrate people who at least are pedo-curious, pedo-adjacent, or files themselves. Anyway, but basically, I think people just had like outrage fatigue and cancellation fatigue in general. But it's not even that. It's just like there's always going to be people who hate others, and you can just kind of keep pushing through it, and you will have like a smaller community, and maybe you will never be able to reach the same the same lengths that you once were able to reach. But it's not dissimilar. Yeah, it's the lack of kick streamer public backlash you've been talking about in general. Exactly. I feel like we are so incredibly we just don't think that things that previously were totally just career ending are career ending any longer. That's it. What is this? Stop. And yeah, I don't know how we like solve this problem in general. I just wish people would be like a little bit more normal, but they won't. And seemingly a lot of people don't give a shit. It just like makes you feel bad for a brief moment, and then you just continue. The views on all his vids have fallen off hard, so there's that, I guess. I mean, you just like lose your core community in the process for sure. You lose your core community, you lose your actual fans, but you cast them aside if you don't care. And it's clear that he doesn't care. He just wants to like undermine his enemies that he's going to spend his whole life trying to undermine. Yeah, iDubbbz tweet. It's my character. I'm the troll. I come out, I make pedophilic comments all over Reddit. Oh, that's funny. It's all about the bag in the end. Nothing seems to matter outside of it anymore. No, dude, I think if it was the bag, if it was about the bag at the end of the day, he wouldn't be doing this. He would have had the wherewithal to like listen to his crew, listen to whoever is in his like immediate orbit that's like, dude, stop doing this. You're fucking up our careers. You're fucking up your career. You're destroying everything that you built. Time until Hasan. Total minutes it takes to reach a mention of Hasan Piker's name during the H3 podcast. From October 16th, 2024 through June 20th, 2025. So there is at least one mention of Hasan, with the exception of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 episodes. That's not surprising. The only response to this situation.
Your definition of edgy humor is how you joke about how you like to touch kids. Please get away from me. Please get. Please, I will hurt you.
Wait, is this the same person? These Ethan Klein the screenshots are fucking terrifying.
Actually fucking terrifying. Again, all of this is alleged as of right now, but it is something. His username is that, and this? What the
I don't know. I don't know what the to say, dude. I just don't get why he like doesn't take some time off to just reconsider. You know what I mean? Like I to just like dial it back a little bit and maybe go to therapy or something.
Because
you know, instead of doing whatever the this shit
I
is.
frankly didn't have an answer. I said, why are Jews overrepresented in all these fields? There's all these conspiracy theories, but like there is overrepresentation. Why is that? And he says the best explanation I've heard for that was from a evolutionary biologist who said for thousands of years, 10,000 years, Jews lived in the Middle East. And at the time, all they did was study Torah. And it was in that culture, the rabbi, the scholars, the people who studied Torah were the desirables. Those were like the leaders, the guys who cleaned up and got all the wives and all the cuties and reproduced and had like 25 kids.
Okay.
So so the guys who are the ones in studying all day, who are prone, who, you know, appeal to more kind of cerebral, intelligent people, right? Who are doing these analytical books, reading all day for 10,000 years, procreating. There was over time an evolutionary.
I'm sorry. Did he say 10,000 years? This mother made a video making fun of me for not knowing about the significance of the wall that all the Western leaders go and touch. Oh, no. He says tens of thousands later on.
A result of that is some.
Also, what's the argument here that like Jews are like they bred themselves by accident to being like higher IQ or something? This is literally just race science. There is no difference. This is unironically what Nazis also say. They both say, you know, Jews are weak and sinister, but also they say like they're devious, and that's the reason why they you know, control the media and shit like that. Why is he doing race science? What is going on?
Some bump in IQ or aptitude or something like that, right? There was like a selective breeding happening unintentionally over tens of thousands of years in the Middle East. Obviously, that's no longer happening now.
Say that that whole theory of genetically people getting smarter over time is like, that's not true.
That's what okay.
Yeah, it's
How you don't think that it's possible for?
Yeah, we know that's definitely not happening now because Ethan is not the fucking brightest crayon. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's like, God damn.
Well, you can breed for anything, right? Like you see dogs, like how different dogs are. If you selectively breed intelligent people, the kids will become more intelligent.
What are you doing, Kaya?
That's for sure true.
Kaya,
That's
please.
just selective breeding. I mean, intelligence is inherited. We all know that, right? If you have smart parents, they're going to have smart kids.
sometimes.
What? Intelligence is inherited? What is he saying? I mean, this is just like race and IQ shit. This is bell curve. He's talking about how like human beings can be bred in a similar manner to dogs. This is just straightforward eugenics. I don't even think he's aware that this is like what he is presenting is straightforward eugenics.
For the most part, intelligence is inherited, right?
It's probably more about the environment would be my guess.
I mean, it's
Nature
both.
versus nurture? Shut.
People in the background are like, no, it's, you know, that's not the case. Actually, come on. No, he is troll. Used to say it.
I think it's both.
What?
You never heard nature versus
No,
nurture?
dude, there's people that are just born dumb as hell.
Oh, for sure.
And you meet their parents who are dumb as hell.
But
Yeah, I mean, I don't know to listen.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about race. I'm just talking about how.
Do you think dogs can be bred to have certain characteristics? Yeah, the difference is human beings obviously require tremendous amounts of nurture and it's entirely different. Like there are heritable traits that come along, okay? But more often than not, someone's IQ, I guess, or intelligence is far more beholden to its environment, the food that it's eating, like its dietary habits and shit like that, than some kind of genetic predetermined destiny. Environmental factors are infinitely more important.
Genetics works. That's it. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not in favor of it. I'm saying it was accident. I don't know that that's what happened. The rabbi
saying
told
I
me,
don't
and I was
think
like,
it
that
is.
kind of makes sense. But like, obviously, I'm just explaining how evolutionary biology works. Look at the variety of dogs. Some dog breeds are smarter than other dog breeds. Like, I'm not saying other races are smarter than other races. I'm just saying
he did
that.
say that. He did.
That's smart. Yeah. What the fuck? What do you want from me?
I don't know.
Oh,
Why are you yelling?
I don't want anything from you. I'm just letting you know I disagree with that. I don't think that that's true.
You don't believe that intelligence is inherited? No.
How is this literally not eugenics? It is. It's just straight up. That's what it is. It is eugenics. Anyway, good luck to everybody involved. It seems as though they are not going to continue this. It seems like there's a brief ceasefire between Ethan Klein and Molestiny. Control and Pedestiny have decided to do a ceasefire so they can focus on the real target that matters. So congratulations. Really is do nothing win, huh? I wish that these guys would never talk about me. Okay? I wish that they would do whatever the they're doing on their own time. I wish they wouldn't do this shit, you know? That's what I wish. My life would have been infinitely better for the past 6 years if there wasn't like multiple active cyber stalking operations that are constantly trying to desperately smear me every step of the way.
So shut up, Hasan, and go learn something before you talk about other people's business.
He's not into learning.
It's just like two people nervously talking about how much they hate me. He called Asmongold fine and only Trump coded. Yeah, Ethan Klein, the guy who loves fighting back against quote unquote anti-Semitism, who claims that Twitch has a real anti-Semitism problem and has now consistently, again, demanded that his fans brigade and mass spam advertisers with false smears about myself being a dangerous anti-Semite in an effort to bring about an adpocalypse to an entire platform that content creators rely on, has also defended Asmongold because Asmongold is an incredibly important vector of hate in the Hasan universe.
I don't think he's like pro-Trump
Oh, no?
explicitly, overtly. I know people try to say that. I think he definitely leans more conservative, but I don't think he's as conservative as people try to paint him out to be.
Well, let's
Okay.
see.
Ethan Klein went from calling out Keemstar's anti-Semitism to wearing Keemstar's merch, it seems, making the entire team wear it too. What a way to go out, man. What a way to go out. This man did a content nuke on Keemstar, actively presented Keemstar as his major enemy, only to turn around and become a formative ally to Keemstar after Keemstar spent years calling his wife a horse. No shame. He did 3 nukes on Keemstar. Now that everyone is concerned about anti-Semitism, I'd like to remind everyone that Keemstar told his audience to tweet at me to all Jews. This is the person that started the outrage machine about my apparent anti-Semitism towards Ben Shapiro. This man said Twitch was incredibly anti-Semitic and now is entertaining a Kick deal.
I've talked to Kick. We're thinking about multi-streaming. Not moving, nothing dramatic. Just broadcasting to Kick in addition to YouTube. It would change anything for you guys. It's simply a multi-streaming thing. Because I think this competition at this point, it's hard. You can't ignore it anymore because it's coming so big. And now with Mr. Beast there, it's a thing, right? And the competition is important. YouTube and Twitch suck.
At live. YouTube at live.
YouTube sucks at live.
Their
I
bot
just-
stuff is great.
Sucks
Because
everything
I-
else.
There, yeah.
I feel like after all the drama with Twitch, I always appreciate YouTube so much.
They've been very, very nice. They want us to come. They're gonna put us on the homepage, like our whole podcast when we're live, which doesn't sound like a lot, but to be honest, there's a big demo there that probably stopped watching or has seen clips and this and that.
He was part of the reason why Kick even exists to begin with, because alongside myself, he actively crusaded against crypto casino gambling. And then it got banned off Twitch. So Stake, the crypto casino, had to make its own website. That website is known as Kick. Years later, now Ethan Klein is entertaining getting a contract from Kick after spending the last 22 months of Israel's unlimited Holocaust against the Palestinian population, decrying that Twitch is an incredibly anti-Semitic website for allowing someone like myself to continue ranting against the state of Israel for its genocide. He can't even stick to one consistent position. It makes no sense. No morals, no principles, just pure hatred. There are plenty of people that still get duped by these guys because they just don't pay close attention to anything, and I don't even fault them for it. Yeah, meanwhile on Kick, the platform Ethan Klein is now attempting to go to after demanding the biggest poly streamer in the country world firing a bazooka directly at the Overton window. Meanwhile, our brave champion against anti-Semitism, Ethan Klein. Karen Klein hasn't been able to gaslight the mods into buying his contrived narrative, so now he's trying to destroy the incomes of everyone who streams on Twitch. Right sponsors. It's the only route Twitch has left open. Twitch found no violation of the Hasan clip about Gila. I wonder why. Because there was no violation, because it wasn't a death threat. If it was, I would have been banned. Have you ever been banned? Yes, a ton. I've been banned for far less. The less defensible Israel becomes, the more aggressive these guys become in their attacks against those who have criticized Israel and also made them look stupid and feel stupid. Where's the self-preservation from other streamers? They're just going to sit down and be scared while their livelihood is threatened by a freak crashing out? Yes, because in some ways, I think they correctly interpret this as an event that is inevitably going to go away. If these guys are successful and then I'm deplatformed, it goes away for all these other content creators and they go, oh, finally. You know, yeah, we like Hasan, but he was really threatening our bag because of his existence. And that's the goal. For a lot of these guys, they can't actually make me into a toxic figure amongst my friends. So they try to bring me down to their level. These are people that none of these guys want to collaborate with. None of these guys want to be around. But as long as they can associate themselves forcibly with someone like myself and make it everybody else's problem, by routinely attacking my friends for even collaborating with me, for example, then they can successfully turn me into a toxic pariah figure. That's the whole point of the LSF brigading, for example. They can't do it, so they try everything they possibly can. In the process, if they were to be successful and get me deplatformed, then people are like, all right, finally, they'll move on to someone else. If they fail and get bored, eventually they'll move on to someone else. Ultimately, for a lot of the content creators that are in the periphery, quietly watching the events that are unfolding, their hope is that it just inevitably goes away. I think what they fail to recognize that the lack of counter messaging from progressive voices on this platform out of understandable fear that they might be harassed endlessly by some of these rabid monsters has created an environment where the most loud voices you hear are the likes of Asmongold. And there's only one person who is actively in the top, regularly duking it out with these people, and that person is ritualistically humiliated with ridiculous smears over and over again and turned into a toxic pariah. What do you think happens at that point? If the only voices of political discourse is far-right voices, and the only major voice of progressive politics is a guy that those far-right voices are explicitly attacking with regular frequency, from the audience's perspective, they don't actually understand where that silence comes from these other content creators. They don't see the way the sausage gets made. They don't know that this is out of real fear of harassment that they do not want to invoke. So they think, oh, everybody's right-wing. This is cool. Because unlike a lot of these guys, I'm not fueled by pure spite and resentment and a narcissistic desire to want to undermine people who have made them feel stupid at some point. The reason why I'm stubborn is because I do believe something. I believe exactly what I communicate to you. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't do this. There are much easier ways to make a far larger buck online, even in the realm of political commentary. If this was a pure grift, then I just joined the wave of content creators that are doing unlimited right-wing propaganda right now because they're at the mercy of political. They're at the mercy of political memes, and they just basically latch on to whatever motion any sort of politics has, whether it be Andrew Tate taking off like a rocket ship and designing your worldview around whatever he's saying, or whether it's Donald Trump. And you didn't even need that. You had mainstream media offer where you could be progressive despite obviously being leashed. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Okay, that reminds me. Actually, you know what? That reminds me of a funny thing that I saw. Remember when I was showing you like the top 10 tweets or whatever or the top posts from live stream fails? I have to show you one of the funniest comments I've ever read. Hasan has no tweets and has never talked about Palestine before October 7. Like, let me see if I can find it. It's awesome because you can say whatever the want about me over there and everyone will be like, that's right. Yeah, over 7 years ago, Hasan posted this as one of the first videos on his YouTube channel before he even started streaming full time. Since then, nothing has changed. It never began on October 7th. I read a comment that hundreds of upvotes claiming your mom and dad are billionaires. Yeah, I know. Bro, people just lying. Exactly. But because there are enough people who want that kind of lie to be real, they'll just go along with it. Do you have an intellectual disability for leaking nudes as a 35-year-old dude in front of youngins to act cool? I have no idea what the you're talking about. I'm not even 35 right now. I'm 34. They're talking about E's next video. Their new piece de resistance against you is that you showed unsolicited received on social media to other people. Ethan is claiming you intentionally show your phone to your friends and it's just full of. That's cool. Yeah, that's not true. I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, that was, I think that was Destiny's audience trying to actively come up with a retort when everyone was going, oh, dude, you're gross. You distributed revenge. And I think in their endless, like, Hasan route, they thought the best possible way to get out of this is just to say, oh, Hasan does that too. But because they couldn't find something like that, because I have not done something like that, they had to basically turn around and be like, well, here in this Cosmo article that very clearly defines that in the process of showing, which, by the way, before I was even a Twitch streamer, when I was at the Young Turks, in the process of in the process of like showing the journalists on Cosmopolitan magazine, fans that were sending me merchandise, like what their merch photos, there was unsolicited that I was the recipient of. It happens. It's just not even remotely within the same realm of filming people both consensually and unconsensually in the process of having sex and then sending all of that footage to other people without the consent of the parties involved. How will all this end? Will they eventually become so irrelevant that we collectively move on? They have like 5 or 6 clips of your friends accidentally seeing stuff on your phone, which they're assuming to be, including Cutie on a Fear End episode. Without context, that could be anything. That could be a weird text message that, unless they're going, wow, I just saw of a random person on your phone, how the are they interpreting that as, how the are they interpreting that as like me showing people my you know, the I've gotten or something? Wasn't Ethan's whole shtick showing him prolapse people without their consent? Yes, he did do that quite a bit. It was a big bit on his show. And I believe he even did that at one of his live shows where they were not checking IDs. So he might have actually shown a prolapse to minors, as a matter of fact. But of course, that's different. I'm telling you, dude, he's going to release a video on your sex life and he's going to frame it to make you look bad. If anybody watches a video from a 40-year-old man who has spent the last year actively stalking me, whose obsession, whose psychosexual obsession, his pathological obsession was so clear and present that it was basically calcified in a GQ article by a random journalist who brought it up himself, is going to watch a YouTube video like that and go, yeah, he's not the weirdo. the guy who is actively trying to frame as a bad guy is the real weirdo here. That's on them. Starting a podcast with Ethan was your biggest L. 100%. That is true. Major mistake. If you were to have asked me like a year and a half ago, I would not have said that. I would have said, you know, it's the friends we make along the way that matter. But oh my God, it's not just like a cancerous. It's not just like a cancerous entity on my life, but also on the lives of others who are not even like completely associated with me. You know, like there is very little association that I have with like Denims. You know, we've collaborated like one time. Brogan obviously is a different story. She was my mom. She's a content creator, like on her own, but still, like Casey Tron, for example, again, so ridiculous. What is this? Foul moi. Ethan Klein reads an article saying he has a psychosexual obsession with a soundpiker. Ethan vehemently denies these claims. Then just 1 hour later, he accidentally leaks a multiple page Google Doc all about Hasan's sex life while live on his podcast. What the Can't make this shit up, man. It's almost cartoonishly stupid. This is one of the funniest cell phones Ethan Klein has ever had. He's like, I'll show everybody. I'm not obsessed. I think part of the animosity you receive from Ethan is to show other people in his life what he'll do to them if they turn their back on him. Oh, for sure. Click on the video. I'm not going to watch the video. I don't care. I do think that he has made his own life miserable for no real reason. Like, he didn't have to behave like this. And he, at any point, can still stop doing this, but I don't think he will. One of Ethan's links was about you and Austin arguing who was the more selfish top. This man proved his own obsession. Wait, what? Selfish or selfless?
Guys, don't listen to them. Women have driven hundreds of miles to have sex with him. And did you hear him talk on the test yesterday? He's had webcam, and he doesn't even turn his camera on. Are you kidding me?
That doesn't mean selfish top behavior. It's because I need to protect my. I want to protect my identity, and I would of course never. But because I'm not, because I'm selfless, they know I would never in a million years like screenshot their or anything like that. So they trust me. So it's just mostly stuff like this, just like that's like very clearly a joke. That is, there's only one method, man. There's only one method. Is literally take anything that a person is saying in jest as a joke to their friends with the utmost sincerity and act like this is a political advocacy that I'm engaging in. You know what I mean? This is like, that's psychotic. He also brings up the brothel when you have explained it to him. No, it's really funny. It's really funny because the brothel thing is not even just me explaining it to him. The brothel thing is literally him reading the article where the brothel successfully sued the government for lying about without actually doing a proper raid and a proper investigation. He debunked that himself. That's what's so crazy. So he's just like putting things in there.
Cheat on their wives because they're not.
It's not about. Yeah. It's usually not about like looks or whatnot.
Like actively argued against. Ethan Klein is smearing Hasan again. He says the brothel was rated for human trafficking. On 2021 on Leftovers, he debunked the claim himself.
I must have missed something. No, you didn't miss anything. I was talking about Hasan Piker going to have sex with a prostitute at a brothel.
You know what I want for my birthday?
A prostitute?
Breast traded ice cream.
And I believe the brothel is now suing the city of Berlin for damages too. On top of that,
I actually have an excerpt here. It says the Berlin authorities raided Artemis in a human trafficking investigation. Some people on let's see here. Basically, what they do is, I guess the authorities do routine investigations. They drop in.
I mean, this with no hate, but didn't you say you were going to cover him in this drama again a while ago? No, you're right. Absolutely. It's just the dynamic has shifted a little bit, don't you think? Considering that apparently he is like actively slandering me and also is once again trying to trigger an adpocalypse on Twitch by lying about my positions. Hopefully it won't work. It didn't the last time. But the reason why I'm covering this is because we started off talking about who has been funding Ethan Klein's podcast and what the reasons as to why he's engaging in this kind of smear operation. They're stalking my family. This is just another part of the multifaceted, multi-pronged approach.
Just to see if there's any like human trafficking there. They didn't find any human trafficking there.
Yeah, but he's
Actually,
implying that there
they
was.
right, because what they actually did arrest people for, as you said, was tax fraud and withholding Social Security contributions. So there was no arrests about human trafficking, in fact, and it's routine. And anyway, it was the people arrested were related to tax fraud.
Yeah, I mean, the
It's
brothel
bullshit.
is still in operation.
Yeah,
it's not like, you
That's
know what I
total
mean?
bullshit. I mean, why would he do that?
Well, why would anybody smear someone like that? Especially when they're, on a YouTube video directly reading out. You can find a clip like this for every issue. October 7 really broke his brain. I know. It really did. It really did. And you can tell it's genuine because I saw this. Ethan Klein changes the title on his H3 podcast for the third time as the episode struggles to pass 200K views. Hasan Piker put my family in danger. I need your help. The title references Hasan citing violence against Israeli soldiers in the West Bank is legal under international law. The H3 podcast has lost over 280,000 subscribers and 75% of its monthly viewership over the past 2 years. The show is now testing uploading pre-recorded episodes as the revenue has fallen. So like he's doing this because it's not even like a financial imperative. Like there's a real reason why he's doing. Okay, he is like upset. He is genuinely obsessed. So much so that he will and light on fire what remains of his businesses, whether it be Teddy Fresh, whether it be the H3 Productions podcast, whether it be the good reputation that he had built over years and years of being one of like the OG YouTubers. It's clear he's willing to destroy everything that he's built over the past 2 decades for himself in an effort to like take me out with it, which is so crazy. And I don't know where this goes. I just don't know where this goes. I don't know where this goes for him. What I also don't get is like how there are still remaining like supposedly progressive fans who just like, I guess, turn a blind eye and tune out this or have like totally believed everything that he's saying. And legitimately think I'm like the primary villain. But yeah, it's a narcissistic smear campaign. Like Ethan, I also have a psychosexual obsession with Hasan Piker. She's trying to gaslight us now. What is this? Hila Klein really trying to rewrite history. She literally said in her own words that she volunteered for a raid. Now she's a poor innocent secretary. Give me a break. Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, I guess there's I guess the one positive side of this is that they're like at least embarrassed now. They're embarrassed of what she formerly did and openly talked about.
Always spoken against settlements before this motherfucker even knew what that was.
She's talking about me?
Okay? I've always been against it. So shut the f Hasan and go learn something before you talk about other people's business.
He's not into learning.
The other
Bro, I don't understand. Like what kind of entertainment value could this have for you know what I mean? Unless they're like watching it to just like laugh at it. I don't know. Like what? It's just like two people nervously talking about how much they hate me and then how Israel is the most misunderstood nation on the planet. I feel like that's all they do. How is there any sort of entertainment value you could derive out of this? Unless you're like a real freak and you're like, I just desperately crave the exact same on content, but this time being nervously reiterated with a little bit of chat GPT botted talking points along with it. You know, this is
thing that I wanted
this is just a beacon of mental health here.
to say is that now when people say, oh, she just did mandatory service, he's like, oh no, it was way more than mandatory. She volunteered to go into raids.
Participated in this raid.
No, it was just mandatory service.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, but She did participate in a raid.
Secretary, and you went on a ride along.
And I was a secretary. Don't rewrite history. I'm not going to sit by and let people rewrite what I did and what is my life. It was mandatory service, and I was a secretary. 20 years ago. Now I'm an American citizen. You got a problem?
I don't. I don't
Told me
know.
once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah,
It's a terrorist city. He's talking about Ramallah, by the way.
my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade.
Like, why would I know any of this? I didn't know any of this when I actually did the podcast. I didn't even think that they were pro-Israel.
They would go every night on a raid
Right.
in Ramallah to arrest terrorists. And so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why? You just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
It's funny because it's like, even if she had participated in this and then like joined breaking the silence, like I wouldn't have an issue with that at all. You know what I mean? My automatic expectation isn't that someone who has done something like this, because it is mandatory service, to reflect on it and then think it's awesome. Yeah, you think like after participating in it, you'd be appalled. Also, I don't know how they're trying to rewrite this part of the story, because Ethan himself admitted in our quote unquote debate that this took place. He went as far as even calling her a terrorist in order to maintain some kind of moral consistency, just so he could call a random 19-year-old in Yemen a terrorist over and over again. They claim he was being sarcastic. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, she did a raid, an illegal raid in the West Bank, because she was bored. It's becoming more and more obvious that in your debate with Ethan, he capitulated instantly on stuff like that to avoid talking about it with you. Yeah, I think so too. He was like, what now? Immediately to like move away from a major point of contention to make it seem like that's not the real reason why there is this like back and forth that's taking place. Yeah, also, the fact that no one knows the answer to this question is really where this discussion begins and ends. With what we now know, the raid could have been legal or illegal. Anyone trying to argue one way or another without more information is a charlatan. There is no such thing as a legal raid in the illegally occupied West Bank. What do you mean? This guy is supposed to be one of the smarter minds of the pro-Israel side, by the way. They're so cooked. I was giving him good advice, and now everything I warned him about is unfolding in broad daylight in real time. People don't care if you're right. They just remember how you made them feel. That's it. Brief moment here. Apparently, you hate to see besties go back and forth with one another. Old friends of the show fighting one another. It turns out Destiny and Ethan Klein are actively duking it out in the marketplace of ideas. I'm just watching from afar. Streamer Destiny tweets video of HT podcast host Ethan Klein reacting to hearing his mother and father being 16 and 21 when they first sealed the deal. Ethan, when he finds out his dad was also a pedophile, sad face. And it's just like a very weird way to argue when you're being called a pedophile, because like Ethan called Destiny a file because he was, in the process of procuring CSAM from a 17-year-old at the time. So he's just taking on the moniker, it seems. I guess this is a method. The method is to try and basically joke about it, make a mockery of like the haha, we're all in on the joke. Actually, like it's not that serious, when it's like it is a serious thing. It's a crime. So I don't know. And then H3 podcast host Ethan Klein praises Destiny in new Instagram story. You are a very smart and funny guy. I've been following your career for a long time. I took that same chance on myself, inspired by you to become a creator. He hopes Destiny finds the help and peace he needs. I could not believe it. 22 months. For 22 months, Ethan Klein tried to claim that I and my community was doing, CPS calls to his house, sending him skulls. I never for once even said this is a good thing to do to Ethan. I was completely unaware of what was happening in any way, shape, or form, regardless. Like, get out of here. I think it's I think it's a completely erroneous CPS call. And number two, I think it's also completely ridiculous to call CPS in general. I would never in a million years entertain this. I don't understand how the CPS would actually conduct an investigation. Like, I don't think that there is any world where separating Ethan Klein from his children would be better for his children. That is psychotic. I don't believe that. And now you got one of his allies that he has now turned on openly making jokes about it. Me, after smashing the post button on my last IG story, I don't post on Twitter directly because it's too toxic. So I limit myself to 25 stories a day about Twitter posts, and then stumbling into some free snacks for my kids. And the dude is like stepping on dog shit. So he's basically saying like he's feeding his kids dog. And Ethan replied to this in the most civil way that I have ever that I've ever seen him reply to anyone, which is, Steven, using his government name. You are a very smart and funny guy. I've been following your career for a long time since you were cleaning carpets in between StarCraft 2 games. I saw you transition to streaming full time, which, as someone who was also working a 9 to 5, I found really inspiring. It was soon after I took that same chance on myself, inspired in part by you to become a full-time creator. Later on, I came around to your political streaming content, a genre you pioneered. You've had such a long and accomplished career that anyone would be extremely proud of. I am genuinely sad about the great potential that you had and for what was thrown away because vices took over your life. As a parent, you know the implications and ramification of chatting with a 15-year-old. You know how a teenager looks up to adults they admire and how easily they can be manipulated. The time for irreverent jokes is over. You need help. This is a long pattern of sexual deviancy with teenagers. I hope you take the time to understand what's inside you is missing and why that would urge a grown man to flirt with a 15-year-old. I don't know where the 15-year-old came from, by the way. Is there like a new thing that dropped?
He shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, you want to see the sickest in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15. What? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no. Then Destiny linked a picture of this girl in the chat and said, girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man. So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday. Well, like I said, a woman just filed a police report against Destiny, so we'll just have to wait and see if his prediction is true.
I am not taking any pleasure in any of this. It's all very sad. I do hope you find the help and peace you need because children deserve better. Now, what's insane about this is that if you're in this community, you knew this already, right? That Ethan was a fan of Destiny and was getting his notes from Destiny's community. Destiny's community had like infiltrated Ethan's community and became like a useful tool that he used because they love cyber stalking people and have sophisticated smear campaigns that they can apply to whoever Destiny's enemies are. What's so crazy to me is that throughout this last 22 months, I kept saying, hey man, it kind of feels like you're using a lot of these talking points that you're getting from a nefarious community. And Ethan kept saying he didn't know who the Destiny was. He had no connection to Destiny at all.
I'm like, I don't know if you know this, but I don't even know Destiny.
Okay. And what's wild to me is that he only acknowledged how much he loves Destiny after it came out that he was trying to procure child material. Like, the timing on this is insane to me. Like, you wanted to literally lie about your affiliations and your knowledge of this person for an entire year, gaslighting me and anyone else in your community, only to just reveal that you actually were a major fan of his after you called him a pedophile. what is going on? This makes no damn sense. Like, this is crazy.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? What? The guy that I talk about obsessively 100 times a day, that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous claim to make at all.
It's actually insane. And it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
while
life.
What's so crazy about this is that after this conversation took place, he took one of the last remaining advertisers that the H3 podcast has is Destiny's second in command, like Destiny's podcast co-host. Like he's been getting all of his notes from Destiny's best friend. His entire community has been infiltrated. His entire community has been infiltrated, and now they're attacking Ethan for once actually calling out Destiny. It's crazy. How do you not see it? You your own life up. You your own career up. You everything up. What is going on? I don't need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
I think it was like, I don't even know when. It was after October 7th when Hasan's chat was like spamming insane shit. And I went over to on stream and I think Ethan DM'd me and he asked me, he was like, wait, where did you get the chat message from? And I told him, I think this might be 2 years ago. These are so, but I think Ethan is like so desperate to get away from the Destiny controls me narrative that he decides to do his little unhinged stream.
Great. Thinking about this comment just makes me so sad. I had never listened to what Ethan had to say, so thought he might come with some at least half reasonable critique, but it was just a truly crash out and really sad to see. God knows what's going on with that guy. Sorry you've had to deal with friends treating you like this. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is, boys. They used to hate each other, by the way, but turned their crosshairs back to you. Oh, they did? Nice. What's that Reddit post D has on his screen? Oh, this was when they were trying to do a counter. This was when Destiny was outed as distributing revenge. It both consensually and unconsensually filmed with numerous partners to others, including a 17-year-old at the time. His community did the classic, like, well, Hasan has done this too, which is just not true. And in that process, they tried to say that like I had also shared revenge. Is not real. And the only thing they could point to was a Cosmopolitan article and a bunch of clips that are completely devoid of context to be like, well, here is one of your friends. Here's one of your friends saying that there's on your phone as like either a joke or the famous Cosmo article where I'm talking to a journalist and I'm like, my fans are sending me merch, like photos of themselves wearing my merch. And then in the process of me like going through those photos, there's one that was an unsolicited nude. And I said, oop, that was a nude. And then we moved on. It's not something that I had requested or it's not something that I'm like distributing. It's just, it's completely ridiculous. But the reason why they do this is because whenever a content creator is in trouble in any of these circles, like I am basically a magnet for deflecting attention away. And those unsolicited news aren't just from women either. There's like dudes sending pics too. And they basically will, anyway, as I was saying, I'm like a magnet for like some of the worst scumbags online, as you guys have seen. So they'll immediately go, well, Hasan has done this. It's actually worse what he's done. And it's like not the same thing at all. But you'll sit there and call anyone everyone you dislike, you're the dickhead, is not my fault that so many of the people that have made a career off of being like, Hasan is a bad person. I promise you, please listen to my words. here is the most cynical, most negative framing of his words that I can possibly present to you to poison the well so you never actually go and entertain what he has to say. It's not my fault that those guys that have serialized this kind of content then inevitably come out as like active files, you know? How is this my fault? But yeah. The other thing that I was going to say is that, like, not only is it crazy that Ethan chose right now to come out and be like, actually, I was a major fan of Destiny this whole time after he called him a file. But what's also wild about this long and wordy response to a guy he's calling a file who's attacking him with way more smoke than I ever did, okay? He has kinder words for a dude that, by his own admission here, is like trying to 15-year-olds apparently, okay? He has nicer words for that guy than he does for people who have told Ethan, hey man, what you're saying kind of sounds like you're pro-Israel. Maybe you should reconsider saying things like this. Because that is the point of inception where our communities diverged and all of a sudden Ethan decided, like, I hate Hasan. He is responsible for everything that's ever happened. If you're pro-Palestine and you're a female content creator, he will call you every name under the sun. Okay? If you're pro-Palestine and you know, a visible content creator that's like actively being attacked by the Trump administration, stalwart ally of the Palestinians / major liberal Ethan Klein will literally demand that the administration take action against you. Okay? He will sue you. He will take action against you. He will call you a terrorist over and over again. He will try to get attention from advocacy groups to try to get you deplatformed. You spend months trying to fucking humiliate these people. Now you got a guy who's actually, you know, not holding back. You got a guy who's actually not holding back, and this is what you have to say? Like, the way he has talked about Denims, the way he's talked about Frogan, the way he's talked about me, the way he's talked about Ian, iDubbbz, Anissa, versus the way he's talking about Destiny, who is super pro-Israel, and by Ethan's own admission, is a person who wants to 15-year-olds, and he's like, I love you. You're the GOAT. You're a huge inspiration. You inspired my career. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I ever even actually attacked you. It just blows my mind. Blows my fucking mind. I mean, all that's left in his audience are these years. Yeah, I know. And it's clear. It's clear that that is like the last lifeline that he has designed for himself, which is ironic because, like, it was very obvious. The warning signs were there. He just didn't want to see it because he was getting hug boxed, and they just like literally completely overtook his community. And now you look at his like subreddit, which is where Destiny thrives and his community thrives. They either like directly take over subreddits, or they actively work within the confines of existing subreddits to basically use it as like a promotional tool. And now his own community is actively criticizing Ethan. The H3 audience is currently in open war with itself. DGG infiltrators are upset that Ethan Klein stabbed their king in the back, so they've immediately resorted to threatening his children with extreme sexual violence. H3 fans who think snarkers are the height of evil in the world do not have the mental fortitude to handle the unbridled psychopathy of Molestines Fedein, who have been in denial about standing shoulder to shoulder with for the last year. This looks really bad for you, Ethan. The Destiny defense team in the comments is sick. Let's play a game, Ethan. Tell us Rose's birth year, and if you're right, we youth Destiny, and if you're wrong, we open Theodore thoughts. Like, that's a psychotic thing to say. They're talking about his son. They're literally actively presenting a threat of sexual violence to one of Ethan's minor children by name. That is unimaginable freak shit. Like, these people should not be online. These people should not, like, these people should stop doing this. The H3 main sub, absolutely lousy with these. Well, shucks, I've heard of this Destiny guy, but he seems innocent. And all the videos I've watched from him are 100% correct. So I really hope Ethan isn't just spreading vicious lies and rumors. And also, what about Hasan Law? Like, his whole community is blasted with people who are like, I don't really know who this Destiny guy is, but he seems awesome and maybe a bit misunderstood. And they're just like duking it out with one another now. The Destiny incident is exactly why live shows are important. I watched the VOD on Destiny today, not knowing anything about the situation prior. After reading the comments, it became clear the story is so full of disinfo coming directly from Snark. It's disappointing to see Ethan engage with another creator's Snark community without any research. It's just funny because like they're doing to him the same shit he's been doing to me. And you check their histories and they're like literally active members or anonymous accounts that just recently got reactivated. Yeah, they all hate the crew. They want to get the crew fired. It's just the evil cabal of snarkers. Meanwhile, the snarkers were in there all along, it seems. You warned Ethan that this would happen when he started Leftovers too? Yes. A lot of accounts that disable account history. Yeah. The line, everyone in Downfall yelling at each other and blaming one another as the Red Army's encircling the bunker. Yeah. He's so scared of D is so obvious. Lamau, he knows D would ruin his life if he was mean to him like he is to you. I'm actually crying how nice he is to this pedo. What a pathetic and scared 3 is. Please help. Please get help, my dear. You're amazing. This is not you. At least I hope his remaining OG fans can see that he lied from the beginning about knowing anything about D. Absolute trash. No, I realize that most of this content creator world revolves around pure parasocial behavior, pure parasocial feelings, and it has nothing to do with like any sort of like coherent, consistent worldview. There are obviously people that are in the margins that when they find out about it, they go, oh, this is weird, this is gross, this is not for me. But most people are not tapped in to every single thing that's going on, right? So when they do find out about it, they often find out about it through like commentary YouTube. And commentary YouTube channels are, until recently, directly under Destiny's banner of influence. They were actively sweeping for him. They were actively defending him. They were actively going after his enemies with talking points that were established in his community. I'm obviously one of the primary targets. So most people never actually see this kind of thing. Most people don't even see it. Most people are just onlookers that, you know Ethan is like the Vape Nation guy who yells a lot or something, right? And you can overcome that by just like consistently putting out content in some type of way. And then a lot of people will go, oh, he just seems like kind of pro-Israel and he's become kind of weird. I don't know what's going on with him. And then they just like move on. But the ones that remain that are always coming back and always tuning in and getting their notes from him, they're entirely invested in whatever narrative that Ethan presents. And it's the same for even someone like myself, and it's the same for even someone like Destiny as well. One of my biggest issues, I think, in this otherwise somewhat mean and somewhat toxic space is that if I don't actually agree with someone and I don't agree with their worldview and I don't like, and I see them actively like farming toxicity and hatred, I usually don't, I don't like warm up to them and suck up to them and try to offer them things so that they'll offer me positive coverage. Like I don't actively try to do a charm offensive amongst people who I think are nefarious, bad faith actors. Obviously, Destiny doesn't give a shit, and neither does Ethan. That's why he went from hitting on Keemstar to becoming Keemstar's #1 fan in only a couple years. And when you behave like that, a lot of these other content creators are totally down to be your loyal soldier. A lot of commentary YouTube is down to do that as long as you get a crumb of clout, as long as you can give them something, right? And that has been my biggest, I think that's been my biggest failure in terms of like trying to change the trajectory of an endless faucet of like fuck Hasan content, because I just don't like play ball with these guys. I hope that they'll arrive at the correct conclusion or reorient their moral compass without demanding something in return. And some are, especially with this last round of like revenge distribution and then the subsequent like pedophilia allegations have actually created a massive civil war within the commentary orbit of Destiny's sphere of influence, where they're now actively going after him. They realize that like this is unsalvageable, so now they're shanking him. And ironically enough, Ethan is one of those guys as well. I mean, there's multiple active legal cases and a long drawn out court battle that he's going to go through regardless. But it is obvious that this is like a parasitic force that basically destroys everything it touches. Yeah, like, and they still post this. Ethan Klein leaks a story about Hasan when he first walked into the H3 studio years ago. Hasan allegedly went on a 5-minute rant about Destiny to Ethan and the crew. Don't talk about Destiny. Don't think about Destiny. Destiny's the monster. It's so funny that my number one cyber stalker, I warned my new podcast co-host about that he was going to do everything in his power to like up that podcast and actively try to brigade his community. And I was giving him good advice, which he was complaining about here because he was so invested in riding Destiny. And now everything I warned him about is unfolding in broad daylight in real time. Wait, so Hasan is bad because he poisoned the well like as a notorious sex criminal. What do you think the end game is for E? Do you think he's just going to quit YouTube? No. People don't care if you're right. They just remember how you made them feel. That's it. Okay? They don't remember what your words of warning were. They just remember how you made them feel at that time. And if you make them feel small, they will just carry that vengeance permanently. And at some point in time, when I was actively trying to explain to Ethan like how he was coming across in a heated moment due to his own social conditioning, due to his own inability to like remove what he knew about Israel from the equation when we were talking about like what Israel was doing to the Palestinians, he just thought, I'm right, Hasan is wrong, and he is actively ruining my community. He came in, he brainwashed me, he brainwashed my fans, and he stole my fans, and he's like trying to ruin my life. Some of the funniest things that these guys will also say is like, Hasan lies about being a social democrat. I don't do that. Membership canceled. The crew in the latest VOD is the exact reason the show has gone downhill. They were so vocal regarding the creep Destiny, but anti-Semitism and there's tumbleweeds. I'm a Jewish man, and this was the last straw. From some of the replies, it's clear to see that anti-Semitism is welcome here. Some of you are disingenuous, and this report is disgusting. Reddit reached out as one of you said, you are concerned that I'm myself. Edit, calling me a Destiny fan and a snarker couldn't be further from the truth, and the people calling me have their profiles hidden. That says a lot. Our silence means something. iDubbbz was clowned on this for this statement and rightfully dragged by not just Ethan, but multitudes of other creators for it is a statement that is rightfully being used against him and Anisa, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so they're now actively in direct conflict with one another, and they're in a heated battle with one another. I'm sure eventually they'll turn the crosshairs back to a guy that they hate more, in spite of the fact that clearly there is more smoke for one another. Like Destiny has said more awful shit about Ethan than I ever have. Yeah, and also because everything's a troll, I guess Destiny has changed his PFP and stuff. It's like this is all a joke to him. He doesn't give a shit. So edgy. Ooh, so edgy. I hope you're having a good day despite everything. I am. I'm having a great day. It's cool that now that there is like a motion in the independent media space that we finally get to see at least a crumb of pushback against politicians that make them look horrible. But speaking of spending money to make money, we got Adam Friedland, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we got the Adam Friedland Show on a banger episode. Speaking of spending money, Israel, the nation state that we spend a lot of money on. And some of that money comes back to the pockets of our earnest politicians. Some of the greatest, some of the best and brightest. One might even consider an op of mine, Richie Torres, went on other op of mine, the center-left podcaster, the millennial Jon Stewart, Adam Friedland's show. I have not seen even snippets of this because I've been holding myself. I've been purposely avoiding any leaks about this because this is probably the most exciting episode that they've done so far. Let's take a look.
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultant told you not to do it. I like this guy a lot too. I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Listen, sure. I don't get to talk to someone in the government that's.
See you, Jez, but for the longest time I thought he was out to get you and you hated him. Who, Adam Friedland? No, he's my friend. Richie Torres, on the other hand, it's not a joke. He is my op. I wouldn't know who Richie Torres is. I wouldn't care who Richie Torres is. It's just that he is such an attack dog for the state of Israel that he has literally demanded right before the general election that I get banned by using the congressional letterhead to deplatform me, to demand that Amazon deplatform me for all of the mean things I was saying about the state of Israel. Richie Torres, of course, is a supposedly quote unquote progressive Democrat.
It's taking part of these big decisions like this. And
well, only one of 535. So.
Which one would like me? Virginia Fox?
I don't know.
Do you have her number?
I don't have her number, no.
All right.
Yeah, poorest district. He is the congressional representative of the poorest district in the United States of America and only tweets about Israel. Think about that.
Welcome to the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. As always, thank you to our members and our patrons, the people that support.
If this is the one episode where he doesn't bring me up, I'm going to lose my mind, okay? Because he brings me up every episode, oftentimes next to images of the Holocaust. If this is the one time you aren't mentioned once, are you kidding? Oh my God. That's crazy. You think they're going to mention you? Why wouldn't he? He mentions me to all these random people. This is the one instance where he can mention me to a person that is actually knows who the I am.
Our show. If you'd like to support our show, there's a link in the description of this video below to become a member, which gives you early access to all of our episodes. And there's also a link if you prefer to use Patreon in the description as well. And as always, guys, there are 2 additional tiers for those of you who'd like to get your name in the credits. This week, my guest was Richie Torres from New York's 15th District in the House of Representatives. I'd heard of Representative Torres, but before I researched for this episode, I'd never heard of his backstory. And frankly, it's kind of inspirational. I mean, he grew up in public housing.
Okay, I'm calling him. I'm calling him. Let's see if he picks up. You're dead to me. You're so dead to me. You brought my skinny legs up to Sarah Jessica Parker, but you couldn't bring up and invoke my name to my #1 op in Congress, Richie Torres?
You have beef with him?
You didn't know I have what?
I don't know.
Bro, who
what
the
happened?
Who was producing this episode?
Who produced it? Caleb Pitts.
Okay, that's probably okay. He
And then Noah helped, and then Jacob Plitman also helped.
Damn, this is such a dude. He would have flipped. It would have been so amazing.
What happened with you and that guy?
He's
What happened?
Israel's #1 attack dog. He sent.
I know that, but what happened with you?
He sent a congressional letterhead to Amazon and Twitch to try to get me banned and deplatformed because he got clips from like Destiny's community about how anti-Semitic I was. Like 5 days before the election. Oh, you're on stream, by the way. I forgot to mention, but you probably knew that already.
Oh, no. Well, oh, yeah, it's West Coast. It's 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 there. Yeah, it was pretty.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good
did
call,
people like it?
chatters.
Did you watch it?
I'm 1 minute and 54 seconds in, and I asked my chat
Let me know what you think after, dude.
I asked my chat.
I act like really like I get like really like it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But no, I mean like I think it's good. I mean people are giving like saying like really nice things about it.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, he's a character, so it's gonna be.
What you think? Let me know what you think.
Okay.
Enjoy
all right.
it, dude.
All right, we'll
bye.
do. Bye. See, you know he wants me to immediately react to it. That's why he hung up. Normally he would take the next 25 minutes to describe something happening in his life.
You know, single mother, minimum wage. You know, he realized he was gay in elementary school. He attempted to take his own life in college, and he came back from a mental health crisis and became a member of the New York City Council and a member of the United States House of Representatives. He's the first gay black man in Congress. I mean, it's kind of like a movie. This is like I don't know what this is. It's kind of like it was unexpected. Representative Torres has been referred to as Israel's loudest advocate in the House of Representatives. And when prior to this interview, I wanted to have a conversation that didn't resemble like a point counterpoint, just screaming match like we see online all the time. I wanted to try and get something different. And to be honest with you, when I became emotional, and it fell off the rails, and I wasn't able as an interviewer to get it back on the rails. I mean, there were like multiple topics that we didn't cover at the end. It was frankly, it was exhausting for both of us.
I think he's bi.
And yeah, if they felt like it was a gotcha, and I'm an activist, and this is how this conversation goes nowadays.
I never trust a word Adam is saying. Lamau, anti-Semitism, alive and well in this community. Ethan Klein was right.
And so while I didn't get what I was initially, looking.
Adam's bi? No, man. No, Adam's gay. No, I'm kidding. He's not gay. Richie Torres is bisexual, I think.
Before.
I believe.
I kind of still feel like it's important. I stand by what I said. And even if I'm my voice is high. Don't I think it's important to say what I said in the interview. And so I don't know what it is. I mean, at a certain point, I don't even know if it's an interview, but I
all right, bro, get with it. Goddamn.
It's going to be a different tone. And ladies and gentlemen, Congressman from New York in the U.S. House of Representatives,
so worried?
Richie Torres. Everyone, make some noise. I can't. Hello.
What's going on?
Hello. Well, I got two issues. First of all, your district is Yankee Stadium. That is one of your. That's one of your.
I represent Yankee Stadium. Yeah.
And I asked you how the Yanks were, and you were like, "I'm not." You didn't.
So I love the Yankees, but I'm not a huge baseball fan.
You just turned it
and
off.
I'm not going to pretend to be a baseball fan.
What about the zoo?
I love the Bronx Zoo.
Okay.
Botanical Gardens.
Do you consider the animals your constituents?
I consider the Bronx Zoo indistinguishable from the United States Congress. Yeah.
Oh, does that crush in if you say it to another guy in Congress?
It crushes nowhere because if I had any comedic talent, I probably wouldn't be in Congress.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You want to be a
Wait. He actually gets. Does Richie get emotional or does Adam get emotional?
But when I was a kid, I was a fan not of baseball but professional wrestling.
Really?
Yeah, I was a
huge
we're
the same age.
fan of
Attitude
The Rock.
Era.
The Attitude Era.
Oh
So
my
I started
God.
watching in 1998.
We had it so
Stone Cold
good
Steve
at the
Austin,
time.
The Rock. I thought that was the golden age. Mankind.
So was I.
Yeah.
Yeah. That we were
And I
watching
did
Raw.
a huge rock impersonation when I was a kid. Like I used to.
I knew of you as a congressman, but I didn't know your backstory. And I mean, goddamn, wow. I mean, it's an incredibly inspirational story that you have.
And unlike George Santos, I have a true story.
That's your op. That's
I have
the enemy.
no OnlyFans account, but I do have an actual.
Did he have an OnlyFans?
Oh yeah.
In Congress.
I'm not sure if he had it, but certainly it was generating income.
He
for him
would have been
after.
the first. I mean,
who knows? I mean, I'm not
He would have
closely.
been the first
I'm not
member of
closely
Congress.
following the OnlyFans accounts of every
it
member of
sounds like
Congress.
you can't stand this guy.
No, just
No.
I want to.
Do you miss him? He was pretty funny.
He was
was
a source
hilarious.
of comedic enjoyment. Yeah.
His tweet right before jail was amazing.
Yeah.
He's like, the curtain closes, like she walks off stage. He was a real ham, George.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he was a complete fraud, right?
Total fraud. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he bought like Birkin bags with campaign funds.
And also he fabricated every aspect of his biography. It was not like he told one lie here or there. It was like the whole story was a complete fabrication.
I feel like in this day and age, that's kind of like that's in play. I feel like you could do it.
No, it's I've never.
I feel like
seen-
it's such a chaotic time. Like, yeah, like I went to Harvard Law School, and I used to be the coolest guy in my school, and I'm also Brazilian and Jewish. And what did he say?
No, he said that he had his parents were Holocaust survivors. And
I
he
like
was
that.
Ukrainian
That's
because of
good.
the war in Ukraine.
He was also Ukrainian.
And he had he was
And
he
his
had
name was
friends who
Santos.
died in the mass shooting in Orlando.
He's amazing.
He like incorporated
Mother
every
at
current event
9/11.
into his life story.
Pathological liars are great, but he took it all the way to to the show.
Although he inspired me to introduce a bill that
Yes.
has, I think it's the greatest acronym in the history of
What is it
congressional
called?
legislation, the Santos Act.
And what was it?
Stop another non-truthful office seeker. Santos.
Am I sensing that there's
the
like
Santos Act.
that the two of you guys as like young New York gay, like Latino congressman, he's naturally like your foil. He's your Darth Vader.
Let's assume like after he was expelled from Congress,
Yeah.
I became the most prominent Jewish gay Latino congressman from New York. How's that?
You're Jewish?
No, I'm Jewish.
You're Jewish.
I'm lying. I'm joking.
Oh, come on. I wouldn't wish this upon my greatest enemy. You don't want any part of this, my friend.
You never heard this comment? He's Jewish, not Jewish?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of
Yeah.
people say that, but you don't. I'm just.
No, but he
telling-
invented the term.
about you? I don't.
No, he
think,
invented the term about himself.
it's just a word with it. Yeah,
he would-
about him.
When he was confronted, why did you lie about being Jewish? He
For
said,
being
I
Jewish?
never said I was Jewish. I said I was Jewish.
I would say that I'm.
But you're actually Jewish.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I can't quit.
No,
I wrote a letter to Bibi and they rejected. They don't let you out. It's like the mafia. You know that. You know how you join is when you're a baby.
Yeah.
Your parents have a party, and then this like old wizard walks in, and then he pulls your diaper off.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And then your whole family looks at your beautiful baby penis, and then he cuts the part that I guess gives one pleasure later on in life and during sex, and then there's like a deli tray there and stuff. That's how you join the club.
Yeah.
But we've been doing it for a while though. I don't know. I don't mind it. You really didn't like my crude humor.
I mean, you've endured for thousands of years, so something's going right.
Yeah, I guess so. It's
Yeah.
definitely the wizard and
At first, I always thought like maybe Felix was exaggerating when he says like some of these guys are just like Philo-Semites. Like some of the pro-Israel Christian congresspersons are like doing it for money. But there is definitely a bunch of them that are just like straight up obsessed with being Jewish and Judaism in general. Like even though ironically enough, Israel has very little to do with the thousands of years of Jewish history and the accumulation of all of that culture. But these dudes like unironically, like Richie Torres unironically is a fetishist. Like he is a Philo-Semite. I love doing Felix like Hebraphiles. It's crazy. They're competing for head Philo-Semite with you. I'm not a Philo-Semite. I just, I have a lot of people that I look up to that happen to be Jewish comedians. And then also a lot of, revolutionary figures and the like, and many friends who are Jewish. I wouldn't say I'm a Philo-Semite. I cringe when he was talking about the tray.
the baby's penis part.
Yeah, well.
I know. I'm being crude with a member of the of the legislative
These are important
branch.
decisions that parents have
You
to
know
make.
what's rude is that we're in an era where like talking to someone in the legislative branch is it's a privilege because it's so crazy.
Well, the privilege is mine. You're the one with the massive following and audience. You were in the New Yorker. You know I know that because you told me.
I know.
Not because I read the profile, but you told me you were in the New Yorker. So
Why did you read
congratulations
it?
on the profile. You know you would be considered young in the United States Congress.
Yeah, I mean I've only been able to be president.
My dating profile says I'm congressionally young.
Congressionally young.
And congressionally attractive, just in case you're disappointed.
That gets some action.
Is it a plus? It's
It
not
has to
clear.
be.
It's not clear.
It has to be.
I mean, I work 7 days a week, so that has a crowding out effect. But
Yeah, and you're with the worst people on earth.
well,
What are you doing to yourself? It must be tough.
yeah, one of my colleagues said to me that Congress is the best university in the world.
Really?
And because you just have access to some of the brightest minds, you can learn a tremendous amount.
They're the smartest guys.
Some of the, yeah.
Yeah.
We certainly have access to
It's like
some
the
of
Sorbonne or something.
Yeah.
In Congress. How boring is it like to be in the government sometimes? What's the most boring part of it?
I mean, I love it.
Dude, Richie Torres is such a soulless husk. Like the first 10 minutes are supposed to be before it falls apart. It's supposed to be the most like personable you're supposed to be. And I don't know, I'm biased. That I'm gonna admit that. Okay. I fucking despise him. So maybe that's the reason why I'm not reading what he's trying to put out. But it just feels like he is a robotic individual. Like it just comes across like he's going through the motions of like what a human being that picked up a copy of like How to Win Friends and Influence People and like downloaded it, like what they're supposed to do. Yeah, Anthony Weiner was more personable and he's a pile. Like, how is this possible?
You love it?
Because of the variety.
You
I feel
like
I feel
parliamentary procedure
Well,
and stuff like
I
that?
feel like no position has more variety than a House member because one day you get to be local, state, national, and international at the same time. So one day I'm receiving a complaint about a pothole on Fordham Road, or pressuring the mayor to crack down on an open-air drug market in the South Bronx. And the
what
next
do you
day,
do in Congress about that?
and then the next day I'm receiving like a briefing from the CIA about rising tensions between the United States and China. So
what do you do about the pothole in D.C. though? I'm just sorry.
I use my platform to pressure the mayor to solve problems or the governor.
Adams. Yeah. Can I guess who you were in school growing up?
Sure.
You were like were you student government?
No, not student government.
You were like a debate club or?
I was the captain of the law team.
Law team. Oh, so you wanted to be a lawyer?
Yeah, I had dreams of becoming either a lawyer or a teacher.
So you did mock trial, right?
I did moot court and mock trial, but I was like a master moot court.
And what did you like? You liked like the Atticus Finch style, like closing argument.
So that was mock trial.
Yeah.
But moot court is modeled after the Supreme Court or an appellate court. So you deliver an argument before a panel of judges who interrupt you with questions.
Worse speeches. The one that's less
no, because it teaches you to think on your feet. It's less theatrical.
But that was your prep for the game.
Yeah.
You went to the show.
It was the first time when I discovered I had a talent for public speaking, or I thought I had a talent for talking.
Early on, you grew up in a single mother home. You have a twin brother?
Twin brother.
Identical?
Yeah, he's biologically older. I'm temperamentally older.
Identical or no?
Fraternal. We're fake twins.
That's all right.
5 minutes apart.
I was on a date once with a girl who told me, the first date, she said, I have an identical twin. I can't do it. I can't tell her secrets. She has her brain is connected to another one of her.
Yeah.
You can't trust these people.
It's funny when I was a kid.
That's a prejudice of mine.
People would ask me, "Where's your brother?" I'm like, "We're fraternal twins, not Siamese twins."
Yeah.
Like I don't know his whereabouts at every moment. So.
But you're good at DC, right?
I'm learning DC.
You're still learning.
Yeah, of course. I've only been there for 3 terms. It's the most complicated legislature on earth. No one's going to master it in 3 terms. I think the problem with DC is not that it's corrupt. The problem with DC is that it's stupid. There's just so much absurdity in DC.
I thought you said it's the smartest place in the world.
Or you have access to some of the brightest minds. So, like, if you want to learn more about artificial intelligence or quantum computing or energy, you can reach out to some of the best minds.
Yeah. You can call any CEO right now.
Not every, but
call Zuck right now.
People generally will take your call. I'm not calling him now. So
you not.
I don't know.
Your
him,
boys
so.
was Zuck. You said I'm not calling him now. You have his number.
Well, I don't know.
So
never met him.
What CEO is your best friend? What's the best one?
Mention who's my best friend.
How many CEO friends do you have?
I don't have many CEO friends.
Well, you said you could call
He
anyone.
pulled that shit out of me too. He's like, call Mr. Breeze.
Put on the phone at any time.
If I had a question about like AI policy, I probably could get a meeting with a CEO. Yeah, that's true of any member of Congress.
Yeah. Did you grow up in the district you represent?
My father's from Mott Haven. I'm from Throgs Neck Houses. So I grew up in a public housing development in Throgs Neck Houses, right across the street from what was formerly Trump Golf Course.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, as the golf course was undergoing construction, it unleashed a skunk infestation. So I tell people
on the project?
So I tell people I've been smelling the stench of Donald Trump long before he became president. But it was infested with skunks.
What's you grew up in New York City, so
born and raised in the Bronx.
Our president is an outer borough New Yorker, effectively.
Yeah, from Queens. Yeah.
Right. He wants to present that he's like Mr. like Goldman Sachs, but really he's a New York City real estate guy.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. He was never respected in the real estate industry. He was known to like rip off his contractors, and he was seen as a joke within the industry.
Yeah, he figured out that if you keep someone in a lawsuit,
he was more
you don't have to pay them.
he was more known for his self-promotion and marketing.
Yeah.
Than he was for his actual effectiveness in real estate.
Yeah. Have you ever? What have your interactions been with the president?
No interactions.
You've never
met him. Have no desire to meet him.
Let's practice it right now.
I feel like he's the worst person on earth.
You don't want to meet him once? You're in the government though. You got to meet the president.
He's the devil.
He's the devil?
Yeah.
You got to have a good burn for the president. Let's practice. I'm Trump. What's up? I'm Trump. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
That's you just bombed. You
So
can't
what should I
sit there
do?
like that with some weird smile.
I'm
like
gonna
that.
shake Donald Trump's hand.
Yeah, you have to say like you're doing like the Holocaust right now in this country, like you have to say like you're ruining this country right now. Like seriously, why don't you say something like that? You're an asshole. You sent the Marines into.
Okay, we'll practice. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's get it. Come on, dude.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
How are you?
He's so soulless, bro. It's crazy.
I'm looking for. Hopefully, you can release those files.
The Epstein? That's your no. Come on, dude. First of all, you guys already lost on Epstein.
You think we lost on Epstein?
You guys lost on Epstein.
He's obviously in the files.
Well, half of the files is your guys too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
so
but he's in
you
the-
got, but half the files is your guys too. So that's why you guys didn't
I mean,
do this.
My view is release the files and let the dice fall where they may.
You guys lost on Epstein.
Why did we lose?
His crappy excuse, like everyone, his whole base doesn't really care.
Yeah, they moved on.
What we found is that they actually don't care. MAGA didn't really care. Yeah. You guys really are having a rough one right now. I think.
What's your advice for us?
I don't know. I mean, you're one of the guys, so I'll tell you.
Yeah, he did say the files weren't real initially, and then quickly turned around and said, "No, never mind, they are real." There was a weird moment there where he was like running defense for Israel.
But I'm seeing.
Yeah,
right.
please tell me.
I really wanted to give you your whole story about where.
You want me to tell my story?
No, because I want to talk about this. But,
Okay. You clearly don't want to hear my stories.
I've been trying to toss it to your story, which is that's a Hallmark movie. We'd open this up like this guy's. You're the first black gay guy to be in the government. Gay man to be in the government. Gay guy is. You can't say that to a
first.
You're the
Latino and black gay member of Congress.
First Latino,
in the
black
United
and
States,
gay.
yeah.
It doesn't roll off the tongue, that one.
Yeah. Too many identities.
Yeah. First black president. Obama crushed it with that one. Yeah. First Latino and black and
Once
gay.
you have a first black president, everything else becomes less impressive.
How many LGBT members of Congress are there?
There are quite a few, like more than 10.
More than 10?
Yeah.
And there's 100 Senate. How many House?
435.
435.
So 535 in total.
Are there no Republicans, right?
Who are openly LGBTQ?
Oh, you're saying
none of them.
You're spilling the tea right now?
Well, my running joke is the LGBTQ caucus is the only caucus that can expand without winning an election. We just have to take members out of the closet.
Would you do that? You were in the closet in your life, right? Like, what are the ethics there? It's really interesting because, like,
would I
if you
out
see a
members? No, I'm
gay-
not gonna-
If you see a closet gay Republican, like advocating for something that is,
would I out him?
Well, it's advocating for like taking away gay marriage or something. Like, what's the rule there? Because you were in the closet yourself as a young man, and it's a painful thing, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, you have to go through it's a process.
You found out in middle school?
I realized that I was a gay in middle school.
When was it? Titanic? Leo DiCaprio?
No.
No, I didn't realize at all when I
It's
said
not
he was
Leonardo
cute.
DiCaprio.
Wait, what? How was it? What was it?
I forget exactly how I realized, but
You forgot? No, you don't forget. You got to have a better story. You're a politician. Titanic, Leonardo DiCaprio.
I'm not often asked about my coming out story in the Bronx, so.
Why not? It's an interesting story, right? And like you're Puerto Rican. You were afraid of experiencing homophobia in your community, or
Yeah, I grew up in the projects, so it's a machismo environment.
And what about in your family? Was there when did you come out to them?
16.
16.
Yeah.
And was that when you came out?
No, then I came out gradually over time, and then when I ran for office when I was 24, I decided to be out to everyone, to run as an openly LGBTQ candidate.
But
that was back in 2013.
When you were at school and stuff, you didn't tell people that you were gay? Or?
Yeah, I was telling more and more people over time.
I thought you were at an assembly or something.
Yes, I was at a debate competition where I said I was a gay American.
So that's counts as coming out?
Isn't that like a Jim McGreevey moment, though? Remember he said I was, as a gay American?
Yeah.
I gave the speech. That's such a dated
You're
reference.
a kid coming out of the closet. Don't diminish that experience.
Yeah, it was back in...
No, that's your story. Why would you say that was just a debate competition? It has to be scary.
No, I agree. It was terrifying. Yeah.
What led you to do it at debate?
Yeah. I don't know. I just felt, it's interesting.
Did you see something that you were like...
Yeah, so I was browsing through MySpace.
Yeah.
And I ran into the profile of a teacher who identified as gay. And it was the first time I knew of a person in my...
The Republicans were right. The gay teachers are making our children gay, but also pro-Israel. So I guess that's all right. You can be a gay Israel defender, and that's fine.
Social universe who was openly LGBTQ. And so I approached him. And
Your social universe? You chilled with your teachers?
Or people in the world I knew, I guess.
You hung out with adults.
I did not socialize my teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so it was the first adult or person that was openly gay.
Yeah,
that you knew.
yeah, because I grew up in a world where no one was openly gay.
Yeah.
And I just spontaneously came out. It was the first time I ever had to acknowledge my sexuality to someone.
Do you feel like sharing your story, like, and making it all the way to Congress, that has to be an inspiration to people that grew up in a place like that? No? That must feel good, no?
It does.
So why are you diminishing it on the
I'm
show
not
right now?
diminishing it, but I feel...
You should be proud of that. I was in the New Yorker yesterday. You were...
I was in the New Yorker as well.
Oh.
Back in 2016.
Oh, okay. Well, I was in it yesterday. So both of us are probably the same.
Yeah, but you're at a much higher level than I am, so...
No, you were... 2016, you were a Bernie delegate.
Yeah. I was, 2016.
Yeah. So wait, so go back to that, because it's interesting to me. So like, you had this mental health crisis in college,
Yes.
right? And did it stem? It stemmed from being gay? Is that what it was?
Not only from I had a sexual identity, but I had a severe struggle with depression.
Yeah.
Which began in high school.
Yeah.
But then became worse in college. And I dropped out of college. And at some point even thought of...
Yes, he was a Bernie bro. Richie Torres came up as like a gay, Latino, black congressperson who was progressive. It's not even that's not a joke. Like, that's how he started off as. And then once he arrived at a seat of power, he just basically farmed out as much. Take your dog out for a walk, you cruel man. She is so passed out, which should clue you in on how much she works out in the mornings. She literally has not moved even a little bit. She's been sleeping the whole time.
Committing suicide.
Yeah.
Underwent hospitalization, felt as if the world around me had collapsed. But then I began taking an antidepressant, going through psychotherapy, and it just gave me a fighting chance
Oh my
to
God, another John Fetterman archetype.
rebuild my life. So after...
Yeah, he has Fetterman brain. This is Fetterman brain pre-stroke. Maybe the common denominator is the suicidal tendencies. I don't know. When unlimited, unbridled ambition, because there's hella suicidal people in my community. Okay, none of you guys love Israel like this, so I guess you have to combine it with a constant power grabs.
A few years of hospitalization, I rebuilt my life and became the youngest elected official in America's largest city. I ran for the council, and then ultimately ran for the United States Congress, and here I am.
And it was a few years that you were going through that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what did you do once you got out? How did you restart your life?
Well, instead of going back to school, I went into politics. So I was a housing organizer.
Politics
Yeah,
for that?
I was a housing organizer for a New York City council member, and then I ran for public office myself.
I would have moved to France or something.
No, I couldn't afford to. I couldn't afford to move to France.
Yeah.
I grew up poor.
You can figure it out.
Yeah.
You get a ticket, you get to France. I don't know, you busk. Do you know a guitar?
No.
You get a guitar, put the I don't know. Obviously, to run for office, you have to have a call to public service.
Yeah.
You guys all say that. But you have to have an ambition as well, right? There has to be part of it, right? I want to do.
I think an ambition to make a difference.
Yeah, but you want to be. I want to be the president of the United States. Come on.
I have no desire to be president.
Is your ambition purely just to make a difference? I mean, it's a very abstract term.
Yeah, make a difference in how many babies Israel gets to kill with American weapons, as in more babies, of course. That's the difference that he wants to make. He has zero personality. He's actually so impressive. Yeah, when I see stuff like this, I actually think maybe it's not so hard to be a congressperson. Because, I feel like you have to be a real shark, but you would assume that someone has to be a little personable, right? And then you see guys like this and you're like, you're just a sociopath. You can't even string sentences together to convince the other person listening to you of your humanity in a situation that is designed to make you look human regardless.
What's your dream?
My goal is to be the best elected official I can be. And then let the rest take care of itself.
Yeah, that doesn't work for me.
Works for me.
You could say I want to make sure that.
I would love to be.
Say a better thing, I want to make sure that kids in my neighborhood could have a better life or something. I'm saying the best that you could be is so abstract. You could vote for anything.
Yeah.
No?
I mean, I can tell you why I ran into public office. So.
Which is what?
It was really about public housing. So,
Yeah.
you know, born and raised in the Bronx, spent most of my life in poverty, and raised by a single mother. We raised 3 of us on minimum wage, which in the 1990s was $4.25 an hour.
It's ridiculous.
But the most formative experience of my life was growing up in public housing. And in New York City, there's an institution known as the New York City Housing Authority, NYCHA, which manages the largest stock of public housing in the country. It houses about 500,000 people. And it's been so chronically underfunded by the federal government that it has a capital need of $80 billion and counting.
And is that issue something that affects your constituents? Because you represent the poorest district
And
in
I
America.
represent one of the largest concentrations of public housing in the country.
Yeah.
And so you have like asthmatics who are struggling to breathe in their homes.
You live in
the face
unsafe circumstances as well, right? Yeah.
I have to stop this interview before it gets to the good part. We will be watching this interview tomorrow. So don't watch the rest of it. Do not watch the rest of it. If you see viral tweets from this interview, look away. Okay, you say, mute this account. I don't want to see it because I want to enjoy it because it turns into a shit show from what I understand. Anyway, let's do the TAFs. Let's do the TAFs video. I know a lot of you have been waiting for this.
Without heat and hot water, molded conditions, leaking conditions, like these conditions, you know, the living conditions of public housing have become a humanitarian crisis.
And
I think you know, if NYCHA were a city unto itself, it would be the largest city of low-income Black and Brown Americans in the United States, and it's the forgotten city of New York.
In representing the poorest district in America, one of the smallest districts too, right?
The most contiguous and compact district, yeah. And it was even more so before redistricting.
And you have a third of your district lives under the poverty line. Is that correct?
It's the lowest income district. About a third of the district is enrolled in SNAP. 70% is enrolled in Medicaid.
About a third are born in other countries. Is that correct?
Significant immigrant population, yeah.
What is the mandate that you have in DC representing those people?
Is to make government work for the Bronx, to protect critical programs like Medicaid, SNAP, Medicare, Social Security.
Is that what you carry with you when you're in Congress?
We got a hype train, Hammond Fist. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Is that what you consider when you're like in a committee hearing or something?
Everything should be centered around the Bronx.
Yeah.
And for me, the Bronx is not only where I live, it's who I am.
Yeah.
I tell my constituents, even when I leave the Bronx for Washington, D.C., the Bronx never leaves me. The most important lesson my mother taught me is never forget where you came from, and I'm from the Bronx. And I've lived in the Bronx my whole life, and I probably will die in the Bronx.
Guys, DraftKings Casino has your play.
Oh my God!
They were in a decent
Guys, not fair.
God damn!
Yeah. Something interesting that's happened in the Bronx is in the last general election, from what I understand, there was the largest swing towards the Republican Party.
One of the largest. In 2012.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see how many views this has in one day. Okay, 244,000, not bad. It's going viral all over Twitter too.
Barack Obama won 96% of the vote in New York 15 in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Flash forward to the 2024 election, there's a more than 22-point swing toward Donald Trump.
Why is the Democratic Party losing the most vulnerable people in America then? What do you attribute that?
Well, the Democratic Party is hemorrhaging support among working class people of color throughout the country.
Why is that?
You know, Occam's razor holds the simplest explanation is almost always the best. The simple explanation is inflation and immigration.
Yeah.
We had the highest inflation in more than 4 decades. So if you're paying double or triple the cost for groceries and gasoline, you're going to lash out at those in power, at the establishment.
You say that the incumbency is just bound to lose that election, Biden.
If the incumbency is perceived as failing, yes.
Was there a way to win that election against Trump if inflation is so bad? Is it impossible?
It's crazy, bro. I mean, oh my God. I hate this. Notice how even outside of being an AIPAC stooge, even outside of being an AIPAC stooge, guy from like the poorest district, guy who represents the poorest district in the country is like, the immigrants are really up, you know? It's just like there's an affordability crisis, but also immigrants. It's like, why? What are you saying? On top of that, he's also obviously a paid attack dog for Israel.
To win that election.
The odds were stacked against us because of inflation and the mismanagement of the migrant crisis. But you know, if we had the benefit of a full primary process, and if we had a stronger general election candidate, maybe we could have won. But I don't know for sure. But Donald Trump is a fatally flawed candidate, so maybe we could have won.
You're a member of the least popular Congress probably of our lifetime.
I think we are
Probably.
We're less popular than colonoscopies.
It sucks, dude. Yeah, does it
Based on
suck? Does it suck to be
Yeah,
the
I think
least?
there was polling that said we're more popular than cockroaches.
Goddamn, Xilax, the 200 bones. Holy moly. Hype train level 4 chief. Holy moly.
And more
We got
popular,
Oilers.
barely more popular than Ebola.
You guys are losing Hamas for sure.
Yeah, well,
You guys are getting crushed by
Hamas might be more popular on college campuses than Congress.
Oh, okay. Okay, but anyway, but I looked at a Gallup poll the other day. Dude, this is I was actually started laughing. You just have to laugh at this. You guys are 23 right now. That's not bad.
Higher than I
That's
thought.
high.
Yeah.
You guys, what is this? Oh my God, May 2024, 13?
Means we have room for growth.
13.
Yeah.
That's you and the Republicans. 13.
Yeah, the institution at large.
13 is you poop your pants in front of the whole school. February 2024, 12%.
Yeah, so it sounds like
What was happening that month?
If Congress were if Congress were a woman, you probably wouldn't go on a date with her. Is that
Why?
she's unpopular? I don't know.
No, what she could be like beautiful. You know, like what do you mean?
No, you seem to hate Congress. So
I'm saying everyone does, right? I'm looking at the Gallup poll.
are you
of
part
America.
of the 13% that approves, or?
I think that we have to recognize the runway a little bit and what got us here, maybe.
Yeah, I
you
agree.
know.
Yeah, what could it be? Maybe Richie Torres, who got, 1.497 mil from AIPAC, looks like a goddamn husk in a suit, okay? The Civics favorability tracker is nearly broken for the Democratic Party. Perhaps it's because these guys don't come across as earnest. They don't come across like they believe in anything but maintaining their grip on power, their marginal grip on power, as they can just farm out funds from lobbyists, as they can like network with high profile individuals and develop a career for themselves. But it's also true, they are doing that, for the record. They have no investment in defending their constituents at all. So of course people hate them.
Seeing the Marine Corps entering the second largest city in America and seeing the most vulnerable people in society just taken away from their children and kidnapped. And there are facilities in our country right now surrounded by alligators and stuff. There are facilities where there are cages with human beings in them who have not been afforded any due process. And the sad thing is that you guys are you're polling behind Donald Trump right now, and
that's not true.
The Democratic Party has lower approval ratings than Donald Trump.
I think the story's more complicated there.
What is that?
Yeah, so the latest polling from CNN shows that the most important issue to Americans is inflation, the cost of living. And on the most important issue, Donald Trump is 25 points underwater. And since the November election, there's been a 34-point swing against him, and that we as Democrats are more trusted on inflation than he is. That's a huge swing.
Why are you guys not killing him right now? That is a cherry pick. Come on.
Inflation is the most important issue.
Brother. By the way, not a single one of those swings is due to the Democrats pushing good messages on this part, okay, or actively fighting. It's because people are like, well, my financial circumstances didn't change, still unaffordable. That's why they swung, even on immigration. On immigration, Donald Trump is underwater, okay? On immigration, Donald Trump is underwater. One must ask the question, why? It's not like the Democrats, including Richie Torres himself, in this conversation is presenting a counter message.
I hope it's like
he's not.
good.
And Donald Trump is doing what he promised he was going to do: mass deportations, concentration camps, black bagging people. So what happened? Maybe because once Trump's anti-black, anti-brown, white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda unfolded in the militant ways that it was always going to be, people started realizing that this was cruel, unusual, and completely unnecessary, and started developing enmity towards it. It was not because the Democrats did anything about it. They still aren't doing shit about it.
One thing that is understood is that you're in the House of Representatives and you have to run every 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, how long do you have to wait till you just start running for the next one after you win an election?
I mean, you start immediately.
Yeah.
It's like you're in a constant state of campaigning.
Is campaigning and going to fundraisers, doing all this stuff, is that a distraction from the work that you have to do?
It can, but I feel like if you're effective at governing, then it improves your ability to get reelected. So if you're a good congressman, you're going to be popular in your district, and you're going to be well positioned to be reelected.
Does it suck that you have to fundraise, right?
It sucks. Fundraising sucks.
Yeah. And like because of Citizens United, like,
it's nauseating to ask people for money. Yeah.
Do you feel like it's eroded people's like faith in the institution, right?
I feel like too much money is too much time to spend on fundraising, especially if you're a frontline member who has a fiercely contested general election every 2 years where tens of millions of dollars are spent. You could be spending more than half your time every week
at a banquet.
No, or just call time, just dialing for dollars.
You were criticized, I saw, for Blackstone donation, right? And it's understood that they are the architects of the housing crisis, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean you receive contributions from thousands of people.
Yeah.
Or employees from all over the place.
You can send it back and say fuck off.
Yeah, I'm not.
So they're giving you a check just because?
I decide issues on the merits. I don't know what others do, but I decide issues on the merits.
So it's a just cause check?
Just because.
They're just giving you money just because they think you're nice?
I'm pretty sure that even there are lefty candidates who have gotten money from people who are employed. Yeah, rank and file employees, sure.
I figure like you could maybe if you're like this guy's.
You do know that
this guy's making my constituents' lives worse. You could be like, I don't want it. I'm in a safe blue district, right?
People should judge me by my record. So by the legislation I pass.
Yeah,
I work 7 days a week. I'm visible in my district. I'm on the ground. I'm happy to. If you ever want to take tours of my district, I'm happy to walk you through my district. So.
I'd like to. I've been to the zoo in Yankee Stadium.
Right. Well, not the actual projects, not the amenities, not the institutions.
Yeah.
I can give you a sense of racially concentrated poverty in a place like the Bronx.
So that's what my question is like.
Where do you live? Which borough?
I live in Brooklyn. Okay. Yeah, and that's my question. Like,
so you might be divorced from the experience of racially concentrated poverty.
But what does that have to do with taking money from blacks? Like, I just feel like that's a deflection.
Well, I think
and I don't want to.
No, because I don't want to
cut like an argument right now. I don't want to argue with you.
If you want to question my ability to represent my district, I'm happy to show you what I do. I'm happy to bring you to my district.
What I'm calling into
and introduce
question,
you to my constituents.
What I'm calling into question is the institution, right? I'm calling into question the system, and you're functioning within a system, right?
I've received contributions from tens of thousands of people. I can't keep track of every person. I'm not responsible for every person.
You forgot.
I'm only responsible for what I do.
Okay. So I mean,
you can you can play the guy.
By the way, I don't think his district them at all, or even know who he is. They just vote for the Democrat. That's it. Okay, that's it. That's how he's won.
Your game, but that's not.
I'm not trying to play the gotcha game. I think you're used to like Anderson Cooper 360, and I'm a guy. I'm from Coming Town Podcast.
I'm not. I'm happy to answer whatever question you have.
Yeah, whatever. Here's a question for you. I think you've established.
Sorry, I just logged on, but while I see 100% the importance of freedom and challenging Tories on the scale, I do find it frustrating that 2 years into genocide, we're still centering Jewish feelings. We have a lot. Bro, Adam is Jewish, okay? That's it. He's Jewish, and he's anti-Israel, and he's been anti-Israel for years, okay? I understand why people get mad about this centering Jewish feelings conversation, because there is truth to it. I'm Muslim, okay? I center Palestinians in my commentary. Of course I do, because that is the primary victims here. The problem, however, is that if you are making an argument that is going to be as broad-reaching as possible, it's kind of OP to have a Jewish dude say these things, okay, and show vulnerability in the process. Because, unfortunately, Americans want to hear it from Jews and they want to hear it from white people, okay? Just like when I talk about transphobia and how stupid transphobia is, Americans and transphobic people, people in the margins, they want to hear it from a cis person, okay? That's it. That's it. That's the whole point. It is what it is, okay? I know when I talk about racism, when I talk about anti-blackness being a core part of American identity, a lot of the people that need to hear that are already automatically not listening to a black person saying it. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because my Muslim background in this process unironically actually cooks me and causes a lot of people to automatically go, nah, he's biased because he's Muslim. Muslims are automatically anti-Semitic. That's why he's anti-Israel. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. Calling a white guy a terrorist in the same way, calling a white Christian guy or calling a white Jewish guy a terrorist or an anti-Semite in the same way doesn't have that same impact. That's it. This shouldn't be the only thing that matters, of course. Okay? This shouldn't be the only thing that matters in the discourse, but it moves the needle in the appropriate direction, I think. All right? That's it. And there are points in this conversation, or at least the one part that I saw, because I didn't want to spoil it for myself, but there was one part where, like, the most impactful part, he actually does literally talk about it, where he was just like, where he's just like, I shouldn't care about, like, being Jewish. Like, it shouldn't be about me being Jewish. Like, he even mentions that. So I think a lot of people don't understand it. Being a Jew from New York is the same as being a white guy from the States. It's just privilege disguised as people of color. No, for sure. For sure. Yes. Yes. And with respect to Judaism in America and Jews speaking out on this, okay, it's important. It's important to have Jewish people speak out on this and be active voices. Why is it important? Why do I criticize Bernie Sanders so much? Even though he has pushed the needle consistently on this issue for many, many years, he has fallen short of what is necessary right now. Because he is a prominent Jewish politician and a socialist politician, one that should be leading the charge right now, because that cuts away at so many of these arguments that these people cynically push. For many of these guys, they cynically go, oh, you're anti-Semitic. You must be anti-Semitic, okay? You want to kill all Jews. They don't even care. They will say it. They'll say it to a Jewish guy. They don't give a. But the audience that's watching that is infinitely more receptive when a Christian Zionist is telling a Jewish anti-Zionist that they're wrong, that, like, they are the voice that will defend Jews. They are the voice that is going to protect Jews, and they are the voice that knows how Jews feel, you know? And no, I'm not going to ban that chatter. That chatter is not a possible Nazi. This is the ongoing discourse right now on the other side. A lot of Palestinians that and a lot of commentators who I admire, who I respect, are frustrated by this. This is something that is ongoing. This is a back and forth part of the discourse. I mean, it happened with, like, BLM too. It happened with BLM too. My point always is just keep pushing, you know, as long as someone is on the right side, as long as someone is, like, actively using whatever finite opportunities they have to keep moving the needle in the positive direction, then that's good. I'll take it.
Establish yourself as the fiercest champion of the state of Israel in Congress?
I've never described myself in those terms. I'm pro-Israel, but those are terms.
Well, I think maybe you've been dubbed that.
Yes.
Okay. Listen, like, I'm a Jewish person.
Yeah,
like, I have my own opinions on this. You have your own opinions. And this is a really frustrating conversation to see people have on the internet. I don't get an opportunity to talk to someone that's making...
You know how I always tell you, like, if you got bro friends that work out, then use the podcasts that I've been on, like the bro adjacent podcasts that I've been on, to convince them, okay? Whether it be, like, Bradley Martin, or whether it be my appearance on Theo Vaughn. But then if you have like finance bro friends, you can use the Iced Coffee Hour podcast that I've been on to show them a different side of me, one that will open up more charitability. Your parents can look at the NPR interview that I did, right? There's a reason for that, because there's a different audience, okay? And a different audience requires a different mode of communication. You can't always just assume that people are going to be charitable to you. You can't assume that people don't have personal hangups that cause them to completely sidestep your perspective. It requires deeper learning and understanding, and sometimes in order to open that door for people to even go on their own journey of, and I can't believe I'm saying this, recognizing the humanity of Palestinians that are being wholesale slaughtered with American weapons by the state of Israel, will start here. That's why while I of course primarily feature Palestinians living in Gaza and living in the West Bank in my coverage, and the atrocities that take place from their perspective, I also obviously will have guests from all different kinds of backgrounds to talk about numerous different angles, to talk about numerous different journeys that they've had. Okay? Anti-Zionist Jews like Noah Colwyn or Simone Zimmerman, even anti-Zionist Jews living in Israel that are members of the Knesset, like Dr. Ofer Kasif, anti-Zionist Jews that are part of Mezervot, that are conscientious objectors. Like, there's a reason why I tackle this issue from every angle possible, because I know there are different audiences for it, okay? And even then, no matter what I do, there are a lot of people who will always turn around and say, nah, dog, you're a terrorist. You're a fundamentalist. You're radical, okay? There are still a shit ton of people who will not listen to what I have to say because my name is Hasan, okay? I'm an anti-imperialist and my name is Hasan. So a lot of people just immediately, because of the implicit biases that they have about unchecked Islamophobia that they feel, they go, nah, there's a sinister reason why you're doing this. It's because despite a lifetime of combating anti-Semitism and being openly anti-fascist, there are a lot of ignorant people that will just refuse to listen to what I have to say and assume that I have some other sinister purpose for this. Now, should I just sit around and be like, well, those people? I can sit on a throne of moral infallibility and say, you know, those people. And sometimes I do say that, okay? Sometimes I do say that because it gets a little overwhelming. However, I also recognize that because this issue is so vast and because this challenge is so impossible to tackle, okay, stopping a flow of weapons to Israel is seemingly this like impossible thing. I recognize that you need those people on your side as well, okay? So I'm glad that people try to do their very best, no matter what their background is, and try to actively change people's minds by showing their own perspective. They're showing their own humanity. Ultimately, the people that are criticizing Adam are also right, though, in terms of like the broader issue, because a big part of the reason why so many people choose not to recognize the humanity of Palestinians is because of anti-Palestinian sentiment that is deeply embedded, and anti-Arab sentiment that is deeply embedded in American discourse, and also Islamophobia that is a permanent fixture of modern American politics. And when you combine that, that triple force, all of a sudden every American starting position is, yeah, they're barbaric monsters. Like, maybe it's just too costly of a genocide for us to engage in, but Israel could just like keep doing whatever the they're doing. I don't give a like. That's what the average American's position is. So there is a limitation to the centering of Jewish feelings conversation, for sure, because there are more issues that you must tackle in the process. But I think these things take time, and this is a good starting point regardless for a lot of people. Because remember, I always say the but Hamas argument is so successful in terms of just like shifting the conversation away. And that but Hamas argument only stems from a dehumanization of Palestinians in general, a dehumanization of Muslims in general, because but Hamas would not work if people were like, well, what the are they supposed to do? 80 plus years, 100 plus years of militancy and ethnic cleansing. What are they supposed to do? Of course they're going to take arms. What do you mean?
Decisions and supporting these things that are a huge deal to people right now.
Sure.
Yeah. One thing that I thought was interesting, and I want to start with you, is that you described your first trip to Israel in 2015 as a life-changing experience. And I just wanted to follow the narrative of like you growing up and your struggles and then going into the government. Like what was that experience like, and what bred that passion for Israel in you?
Well, since I grew up poor my whole life, I never had an opportunity to travel abroad.
Yeah.
So the first time I ever
free trip
went to a foreign country.
So it was life-changing because you went on a
part
trip?
of the reason went abroad for the first time, life-changing. But also, you know, when you experience the complexity of Israel, you go to the old
what
city.
What did you see? Like, what did you witness? Like,
well, go to the old city.
Yeah. I've been there.
Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum.
Yeah.
Go to the Masada, where you know Jews committed mass to escape enslavement.
Of course, I've hiked up Masada.
The Gaza envelope.
Yeah.
Went to Sderot, spoke to the local mayor who said that.
You went to Gaza?
I did not go to Gaza. No.
What did you say? Gaza envelope?
No, Gaza envelope, which is right on the border with. It's Israel, but it's right at the border with Gaza. So.
It's right next to the fence.
Yeah, it's in the proximity to.
What's at the Gaza envelope?
Like
I've never heard that term before.
Sderot.
Yeah, with the rockets.
Yeah.
Going in. Yeah. How far is Sderot from Gaza?
Never heard. Bro, Adam's been to Israel. I can't believe he's never heard the Gaza envelope.
It's like a mile or something.
Yeah, within a mile.
Yeah. It's right next to it.
Yeah, striking proximity.
Tough.
Yeah.
That's where all the kibbutzim are too. The Gaza envelope. That's where like the primary October 7 conflict took place.
Whole thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's why Hamas was able to so easily penetrate on October 7th.
By getting over the fence.
Yeah, and it's so close.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just want to know because it seems like it was powerful, and it seems like it's informed your record, and I that's what's interesting to me. It's like your story and how you got here, and like I think it's narratively what fascinates me.
Maybe one day you'll give me a chance to tell it. So.
Why are you going by this question?
I'm kidding. So I spoke to the local mayor of Sderot.
Yeah.
And he said to me that the majority of his children struggle with post-traumatic stress because families like his live under the threat of relentless rocket fire. And I remember seeing these bus stops doubling as bomb shelters. You know, I come from the Bronx where people live in fear of bullets and guns, but you know, we in America do not worry about Canada and Mexico firing rockets into American homes and communities. You know, we're a country of 330 million people. We're surrounded by oceans, and Israel's a tiny democracy the size of New Jersey. That's literally...
Oh my God. It is the APAC. It's the APAC triple-double, bro. He hit the high notes, dude. That's crazy. Israel, small nation. Imagine what it would be like if we worried about Canada and Mexico blowing us up. God damn. Small bean Israel, dude.
Surrounded by both state and non-state actors that are intent on wiping it off the map. So, you know, I left Israel with an empathy for the unique security situation that Israel faces.
Bro, this is all, oh my God, he's such a bot. He's such a bot. He's such a bot. Like what he's saying right now is basically like a NPC. He's doing a readout of talking points. Nothing behind. First of all, everything he's saying is obviously false. We've already covered it extensively, so I'm not going to get into that again. Israel is a nuclear armed nation that is a military occupation over 5 million Palestinians that it directly occupies militarily. It has nukes. It has an incredibly large military, and it gets all of military gear from the United States of America and other Western allies as well, and they get social and political cover as well. Israel is not a small nation at all. In comparison to the vast belligerency that Israel demonstrates in the region against all of its neighbors, which many of which, out of an act of understandable, moral, and justifiable self-defense, have actually created non-state actors to fight back against Israeli incursion. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas is obviously the last version of that kind of resistance, militant resistance against the Israeli occupation after 100 years of death, destruction, ethnic cleansing, and complete sovereignty and complete domination over the Palestinian population. And of course, other countries in the region, state actors in the region like Iran, are understandably perturbed by Israel's irrational and belligerent behavior as it constantly expands in the most violent means possible, including annexing territory from Syria that was legally recognized by the Trump administration, the Golan Heights. That was illegal. That was an illegal annexation. Parts of that territory also belong to Lebanon. Israel also took it over. Okay? And now they are further and further taking up more space within Syrian territory as well. All of the destabilization of the region benefits Israel and oftentimes is directly led by Israel. The notion that Israel itself is actually a small nation that just everybody hates because, it's not doing anything. It's just like living there because they're jealous is ridiculous. Torres.
You visit the occupied territories while you were there?
I went into not Gaza, but I went into the Palestinian Ramallah. So.
He recognizes that Gaza is occupied territory. Interesting.
Ramallah.
Yeah.
And what did you see when you were there?
Yeah, we spoke to Palestinians who obviously have a much more critical view of Israel, and
that didn't resonate as much as. What was your takeaway from hearing?
Look,
you're hearing the mayor of State Road, his children have PTSD, and then this guy's like. Israel's screwing with me.
Well, look, I'm in favor of a two-state solution.
Sure.
I feel like the just outcome lies not in the existence of a Jewish state to the exclusion of a Palestinian state, or the existence of a Palestinian state to the exclusion of a Jewish state. It's the coexistence of both.
Bullshit.
So I think I want to see the struggle, both the Israeli and the Palestinian struggle for self-determination to be reconciled in the form of a two-state solution.
A big topic nowadays is campus anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Have you spoken out?
That's bullshit, by the way. Now, two-state solution is what's going on right now, okay? Whenever someone presents the two-state solution to you, understand that they actually have no real interest in offering sovereignty and dignity to the Palestinians, okay? They are not invested in the Palestinian emancipatory movement whatsoever. They do not see Palestinians as human beings. They are perfectly fine with avoiding talking about this issue altogether. It's just a way for you to shut. Oh, what do you want? What do you want from me? I already said two-state solution. Come on. Everybody knows that Israel is one, never been invested in a two-state solution, and also never will be invested in a two-state solution, especially after the genocide that's unfolding in Gaza. The two-state solution is simply a way to shut the Western nations and their populations the up while Israel continues its territorial expansion in the West Bank, which is illegally occupied by the Israeli state right now. Okay? Throughout this two-state solution in the so-called peace process, since the 90s, Israel has created an environment where there's Bantustans in the legally recognized official homeland of the Palestinians that were offered after 1967 that extend far beyond the Green Line, a non-contiguous Palestinian state that it does not reflect the state at all, has no real standing military whatsoever. Israel is actively killing all the standing military officials, standing military members. Any sort of like real resistance, legal resistance against the Israeli occupation is met with unimaginable force, death, destruction, torture, and also a unjustifiable military detainment regime. It's complete bullshit, okay?
Against it. I just want to know what you identify as the examples of this type of anti-Semitism in elite academic institutions.
Yeah, so there were students at a CUNY Halal.
Yeah.
Where you had a violent, what I thought was an aggressive mob following them to a kosher restaurant in the heart of New York City. And
what were they doing, the mob? What was the mob doing?
Just following them, and then barricaded the restaurant, and
they were like chanting?
hurled insults at the patrons and slamming the windows. Much of it is captured in video footage.
Yeah.
And, harassing people simply for being pro-Israel Jews, to me, is wrong.
Is there any other examples? Like, there's a restaurant. I mean, it's just like all we're hearing about is campus anti-Semitism, radical. Like, is there a link between Hamas and the protests? Like,
they're walking menacingly. They were walking violently. Walking while Muslim, I guess, or walking while Muslim adjacent.
Is that established?
Well, there are students who have faced harassment and intimidation because of their beliefs. There are students who feel inhibited from expressing their Jewish or Zionist identity because of the atmosphere of intimidation or harassment on college campuses. You should speak to this.
How have they?
Are you denying that there's any campus anti-Semitism? Or
Well, I'll give you an example. I know a younger person that went to UCLA and was attacked, and is Jewish, and was with a group of Jewish people at a protest, and they were attacked by the Proud Boys.
Okay, that's an anti-Semitic incident.
No, but the Proud Boys were there for Israel. And those are the guys that did
The Proud
Charlottesville.
Boys are there for Israel?
Yeah.
I think of the Proud Boys as like white nationalists and white supremacists.
I'm telling you right now.
Who are anti-Israel, but okay.
Listen,
Yeah, dumb. That is what's going on. I wonder why so many American fascist movements are super invested in defending Israel, including Donald Trump. How did that happen? Oh my God. Oh God, these guys are such man. They just have to live in this complete hug box. They live in nonsense world, okay? It's just like the grossest woke liberal gaslighting at the behest of a fascist movement, at the behest of a Nazi state. I hate these motherfuckers so much.
I'm like a comedian, right? Like, I hate when comedians, especially on the internet, like speak from a position of authority with like about crap that they don't know about, you know? This is one topic I feel like the
purest distillation of difference between being pro-Israel and being Jewish came to me when my mom told me to boycott a local coffee shop because a pro-Israel guy went there, whipped out his phone to film a barista who was wearing a pro-Palestine hoodie. He got mad, got kicked out, then it made the rounds on pro-Israel social media. Then I told my mom I go to that place on a weekly basis and never felt unsafe. It's also, I'm sorry, there is no clear indication that Israel is a totally separate thing as opposed to like American Jews broadly, than the cultural output that Israel has, okay? It's so clear. It's so stupid. I mean, I talk to Felix about this all the goddamn time, and it's really funny because like he'll always be like, listen, and Adam says this too as well. I don't know if he brings this up in the interview, but it's like there's this culture around like being a Jew in America, right? And they always say like, we're not supposed to be like hogs. You know what I mean? That's not what being an American Jew is about. Like you're not there. The people in Israel are closer in culture and closer in attitude to like a white nationalist Christian hog in the United States of America than any of these like effete liberal Jews living in New York. Like that's just, it's so, there's just, even on a vibes-based attitude, it just doesn't make sense. And then none of it makes sense. Like look at the settlers, not even the settlers, like just like the attitude and the arrogance and the militancy. There are a million different ways to approach the subject. I'm just using a more humorous vibes-based focus here, but like it's just clear. I don't know. I think like maybe there are a lot of I mean, it's just like a perfect closed circuit of propaganda that starts off with the horrifying things that have happened to Jews around the world, right? The real historic pain, the real thousands of years of pogroms and the Holocaust. And then after that, it'll never happen again because we have Israel, because we are militant. We'll never let it happen to us again. That's why we have to everybody all the time. And we have to be this like muscular, militant, macho country. My question always is, and I know people like this who like still try and defend Israel, right? It's like, well, why don't you live there? You could live there. You don't want to live there, motherfucker. Because you're American. You're an American Jew. You're not Israeli, okay? You don't want to live there, but you still want to defend it somehow because it's like important to your identity. I get it. Like you grew up with this, but clearly, if you really cared about it, it's a state. You would live there. You don't want to live there. Why don't you want to live there? Because you're American. You're not Israeli. This is, I mean, it's true. Like, it's not like Israel's like, please don't come. Israel will pay you to come to Israel and live in Israel. Israel wants you to come to Israel so bad that they do free trips to Israel in the form of birthright, which Adam has participated in, as a matter of fact. No, it's not a bad argument. It's not a bad argument at all. Israel wants every Jew to live in Israel. They are not hiding this. This is not a secret. They have an entire program designed to literally get young American Jews to go to Israel and then like fall in love with a IDF soldier so they stay there. What do you think birthright is? That's what birthright is. They're like, please live here. We will give you a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whatever you want. Okay? They have an expansive, robust welfare state. Okay? They want everybody to live in Israel. They want all the Jews to live in Israel. It's a fucking ethno state. Of course they do. They need the numbers. And people still don't do it. I wonder why. Imagine. Like, think about that. You're an American Jew. Cost of living is expensive as okay? You can't pay for health care, and you still choose to live here. I wonder why. Because you're American. You're not Israeli. That's it.
Can speak on. And it...
On college campus anti-Semitism?
No, on anti-Semitism.
In general, because you haven't been in college how long? Probably 2 decades, right?
I'm telling you, on my experience of anti-Semitism the last 2 years. But
last time I got in an argument with my mom about the safety of American Jews versus Israeli Jews, I said, okay, you can move there. She said, maybe we will. She's not moving there, man. She lived here her whole life, I assume. Why the would she do that? She's not moving. That's just fake. Because if she wanted to move, she would have moved a long time ago. It's just so ridiculous. And like, I guess like I kind of understand why like older American Jews have this kind of attitude towards Israel, because like they are closer to the Holocaust happening. So there's like more of an emotional impact on that front. But like, if you're my age or younger, if you're under the age of like 50 and you have this kind of like weird attitude, it's like, well, you could have lived there a long time ago. You could have just gone there. Israel really wants you to go there, and you still won't. Why? Because you don't want to live there. Because you're not Israeli. You're American, okay? Stop with this.
Last 2 years have felt different in America. And I don't know if you've been on Twitter recently. Now, a ton of people are questioning the validity of the Holocaust having happened.
Yes.
Can you tell me with a straight face that those are the 18-year-old kids at Columbia that are doing that?
The 18-year-old kids at Columbia?
Are they doing those posts about
been,
the Holocaust never having existed?
You
know who's doing it.
No, we disagree here.
You think that it's the...
So I didn't... You don't put words in my mouth.
It's people on the right. Let me tell you...
You're suggesting that there's... You're suggesting there's no... You're suggesting there's no one on the far left that denies the Holocaust? Or downplays the Holocaust? That's an absurd
What are
statement.
you're doing moot court right now? I'm telling you what it's like to be my experience being Jewish.
Yeah, but there are others who have a different
experience. I'm trying to see, you're... why is one better than the other? Why is one more important than the other? I'm trying to share with you. You're in the government. I don't get a chance to talk.
Of course.
I think this part was also really good too, where he basically, I mean, if I'm getting it correctly, he basically saying like, dude, anti-Semitism on college campuses is nothing in comparison to the literal Holocaust currently happening to the Palestinians. No, I didn't pre-watch this part. I only pre-watched the part where he cries.
Okay. I think hatred of Jewish people...
I didn't pre-watch this part, dumbass. I can fucking see where he's directing the conversation.
...has exploded in this country. And I don't think it's... I think it's because it's of our support of what looks to be an absolute brutality.
My uncle was watching Fox and BB came out. I said, look at this loser. He flipped out and I walked away laughing. We're both Jews. Like, defending Benjamin Netanyahu is so funny. Defending Benjamin Netanyahu is extra funny because that's like the one off-ramp that pro-Israel people have, and they still choose not to take it. It's like, dude, you're unsalvageable.
And I think that...
You think that's a justification for anti-Semitism?
Here's the thing.
You think Israeli government policy is a justification for anti-Semitism? My view is there's no justification for anti-Semitism.
I think that...
There's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting. That's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star and I'm Jewish? And for kids to be starving right now? Why is my government... I don't want to do this fight. Let's not do like a yelling at each other thing. I really just... For me, I had the experience of...
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which...
Dog, he's Jewish. You're not. Let him get a fucking word out, man. This is why I said it's important. It's important for Jews to just like talk about this kind of shit and be like, dude, what the are you saying? Okay. The more stuff like this happens, the better. Okay. He's just like, he's trying to own him. Okay. He's trying to own Adam. Adam's like, dude, they're slapping Judaism on this genocide. Of course, people are going to make that conflation when people like yourself are making that conflation. That one is a dangerous conflation. If you clearly don't care about anti-Semitism, but if you even want to act like you care about it, you have to recognize this reality. And he just tries to hit that Hasbara tone. Are you justifying anti-Semitism? Why is he trying to own Jews in the marketplace of Israel? It's just so, it's so annoying. It's so stupid. Like, and also, it's just like, how can people not see what this is? Like, this is just, you are a liberal, okay? You're not supposed to be a conservative. And one of the things that like liberals are not supposed to do, or are supposed to feel like a little scared to do, is like speak over the bodies and spaces, right? But when it comes to anti-Semitism, if you're pro-Israel, you can do whatever you want. It's like, you can be anti-Semitic to Jews. That's literally what Josh Hawley did to a liberal Zionist Jewish guy in the Congress, in a congressional hearing. It was mind-boggling. It works. It works. There are a lot of institutions that are tasked with like protecting Jews in air quotes, or protecting against anti-Semitism in air quotes, that simply only want to defend the nation state of Israel, that never chirp about this shit at all.
Making me feel
Are you crazy right now? Okay. Why would I do that? You're doing the I'm Hamas thing?
I'm not saying
it's
you're
not
Hamas,
a winner.
but I'm not, I think
we'll do a different tack.
The Israeli government policy should have no bearing on, if you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government.
But also, if you do, I'm going to call you a anti-Semite. Okay, you're doing the conflation. And then going, doi, how do people conflate Jews and Israel? I don't understand. If you say anything about Israel, I will call you an anti-Semite, you mother. Doesn't even matter if you're Jewish yourself, and I'm not. I will call you an anti-Semite. Is awesome. Like, oh, I wonder how this happened. I wonder why Americans look at the situation and think, hey, seen a lot of people say, if you hate Israel, you hate Jews. And I really hate Israel. I don't really hate Jews, but you're telling me I hate Jews over and over again. Maybe I hate Jews. That's how it works. That's how it works. That's how you literally develop anti-Semitism, maximum amounts of anti-Semitism. Oh, it's so stupid.
There's no justification for intimidation.
It's literally all Jews must have dual loyalty, but woke, okay? It's the same, it's the other side of the same shitty coin. Nazis say this, and they're anti-Jew and anti-Israel, and then Jake Tapper says this, and he's pro-Jew and pro-Israel. What are people supposed to, what are people's takeaways supposed to be from this? There's like 8 total people in the grand scheme of things that are like both not anti-Jew, but anti-Israel, and everybody else is literally arriving at that conclusion. Of course, people are going to be Semitic.
Or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now that we are receiving a lot more hate because of what the people with the flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now. And I'm telling you, as a Jewish person, how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this, and you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew could do that. It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this.
So yeah, this is for people, for the uninitiated, they look at this and they go, who gives a feelings, right? And I think that's part of the problem here is that like your main criticism about Israel conducting a genocide should not be about how it makes Jews feel in comparison to their history. But what you have to understand here is that he's not speaking to every single person that's listening to this. He's speaking to others who are in the margins who have a similar background. Okay? That's it. He's talking from his own experience. He's also, I think, whether he realizes it or not, is actually using Richie Torres's philo-Semitism against them a little bit. I think it's good. I think it's good to embolden and galvanize anti-Zionist Jews in this direction, or even Jews who are like in the margins. even if it's this far in, because we need those numbers. Okay, we need those numbers. We need those bodies.
And the same year the state of Israel was established in 1948, the world
This is the part that I saw.
The Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the same year. And the world said that this shouldn't be a thing that happens. You know? And I just wonder, like, it doesn't make sense to me, I don't know, it doesn't track to me why there's this fixation with kids at a school and two examples of people at a restaurant that there was banging.
Two examples. I mean, there are surveys on it.
Give me
read the ADL surveys on it.
Read the ADL surveys. He said it's crazy that in the immediate aftermath of the Holocaust, the Israeli nation state was developed through an ethnic cleansing campaign, and that violence has continued in perpetuity for 80 plus years. And his response to that, and that violence is nothing. The anti-Semitism allegations are nothing in comparison to the violence that Palestinians have experienced for 100 plus years, but certainly in the last 80 since the inception of the Israeli nation state. And this guy goes, read an ADL survey. Are you out of your mind? He's literally saying American feelings, okay, whether they're Jewish or not, is nothing in comparison to the real violence that is unfolding in Gaza, okay? And this guy's response is, but the ADL surveys, oh, wow, I can't believe that an Israeli government mouthpiece has conducted surveys that say that Jewish feelings are hurt because there are too many pro-Palestine people around them. Well, I guess we got to pack it up then. The Apartheid Defense League.
It's hard for me to talk about this in public because you're being a dick. That's mean.
No, I'm not being mean. It's clear it's an emotional topic.
All right, I'll share with you what happened.
I'm not
I lived there.
I don't intend to be mean. So.
Sir, I lived there.
He's still trying to dunk on him, not realizing how this looks either, by the way, which is so crazy. Anyway, here's Adam's difficulty in talking about this is what every anti-Zionist Jew has felt for so long is painful to watch and have it all fall on such deaf ears. People using our history and persecution to enable genocide is the most mind-blowing I've lived through. I literally stopped observing Judaism. I'm reformed, so take that as you will, because of my rabbi's warmongering. Torres' shit-eating grin in the face of the least funny shit on earth is almost more than I can take apart. I'm so emotionally drained from just watching those two clips. Can't imagine how much I'd prepare to watch for the full thing.
18, and I grew up a Zionist. And we were told, and our whole community in this country is told, that we have to defend Israel and love Israel because it will stop the Holocaust. It will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities. His friends' parents, he knew these people that had been through this hell, these skeletons. And it terrified us. And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down a hill at a Palestinian village, and I saw how they lived, and I turned back and I looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled constantly by people and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing. And you keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're conflating two different issues. So
Please.
He's not. That's the only counter you have to this shit. That's it. Israel is indefensible, especially when more and more people are aware of its violence, okay? So the only counter that you have, if you want to defend Israel, is to basically silence the people who are speaking out against Israel's atrocities. And the only mechanism of that silence is crying about anti-Semitism. But of course, Richie Torres bot, you're conflating two different issues. He's not. He is actively tackling your idiotic argument about anti-Semitism, which is, again, going against the Jewish exceptionalism, in my opinion, because like this conversation, this back and forth right here is quite directly This conversation is directed at the notion that like Jewish feelings are actually more important than Israel's violence against the Palestinians. He's literally saying it's not. He's also saying it's not real, like you're making up a lot of the anti-Semitism, but like it's also completely irrelevant, okay? And he's right. He's right. Like, what are we talking about? I brought this up the other day, and of course, Bad Empanada got mad at me for saying this because he's insane. But like, the entire point of why I actively speak out against anti-Semitism and bigotries of all other forms, you know, is because the final point that you arrive at after that dehumanization sets towards any marginalized group, historically marginalized group. That's what I mean when I'm talking about Jews. I'm not talking about Jews in contemporary American society where they're not facing systemic forms of discrimination in the same way that like other bigotries still absolutely exist and persist, okay? But historically, it leads to the Holocaust, right? It leads to pogroms for Jews in particular. Historically, anti-blackness leads to the Tulsa massacre. Anti-blackness still very much persists, and you see it in the systemic forms of violence, right? That's the reason why you're supposed to be against these sorts of bigotries, so it doesn't get to that point. So while there is a glaringly obvious systematic bias against all Arabs, all Palestinians, and all Muslims in the form of like unrelenting Islamophobia that normalizes and justifies Israel's literal Holocaust happening, you can't sit there and talk about Jewish feelings. You can't sit there and be like, well, you know, people yelled at a bunch of people who were protesting and saying they love Israel and they want more baby murder to happen. It is no different. It is no different than white nationalists saying, I'm a white identitarian and you are actively coming after me for demonstrating the importance of defending the white purity. That's it. It's actually even worse than that because Israel is literally doing a Holocaust, whereas like at any given day, not, you know, there's not as much motion in terms of like moving in the direction of ethnic cleansing. We're moving in that direction right now, but we haven't gotten to the Israel point yet as far as like the full tilt Christian nationalism. We're moving in that direction. Make no mistake. We're getting there. We really want to be there. If unrestrained, this administration would make this the Christian Israel, okay? But that's the whole point. This dude tweets about you in Israel. Who? Richie Torres? I know. That's all he does. Talking about this like it's Jewish feelings seems like bad analysis to me. No, I don't think he's doing that anyway. Why did Torres agree to this interview? Adam is friends with you. This guy supports terrorism. It's correct. You're absolutely 100% correct. Richie Torres does support terrorism in its maximalist form. Richie Torres supports the state of Israel and its genocide. So you're right about that.
Saying this to you right now will hurt people in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us. And the fact that I still care about...
Dude, why are you calling? Be insane. It's not... Bad Empanada is not. It's not just him. Even Finkelstein laughs at the notion of anti-Semitism is a bigger problem than things like Islamophobia in the West right now. Is there ever a point where I've said anti-Semitism is a bigger problem than Islamophobia? That's not my argument. You're misunderstanding my argument. He misunderstood the argument that I was making when I was describing why fundamentally you're supposed to be anti-bigotry, because that dehumanization justifies a lot of violence against marginalized groups historically, okay? And he misunderstood that, and he tried to make it seem like I was saying that as a American Muslim, he was making it seem like I am saying that anti-Semitism is far more consequential than Islamophobia.
Being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history. And it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is. Because what being Jewish is isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years. You know, like, it is the oldest, one of the oldest monotheistic religions. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred. People in my life are going to be mad at me about this, but I'm saying this because I am Jewish. You know, and I don't understand why you would be
Look, how you define.
I want to.
I feel like I'm here to be lectured, not.
Shut up. That's not nice. You can't talk that.
Shut up. Oh, Jesus. Look, as much as I would have loved for Adam to just like blister Richie Torres, I will say that this is productive in a different way, and this actually ends up launching him into orbit in a very effective way as well, because he propped him up. He propped Richie Torres up as a human, or tried to like find the humanity within him. Failed to do so because he's a bot, and now he's vulnerable. And Richie Torres is still behaving like a bot. Like, he's over here crying because, like, you know, me talking about this is deep, it's emotional, it's painful. My family's going to get really butthurt about it, really upset. And that's probably why it's, like, annoying for some people who say, oh, you're centering Jewish feelings in this. But, like, no, he's just himself. He's being himself. He's not like, he's a comedian. And as a comedian, he's talking about some very unfunny right now. And he's getting vulnerable and he's getting emotional. And Richie Torres still is just like, you're giving me a lecture. He is such a goddamn robot, dude. It is crazy.
Why are one set of Jews but more important than others?
No one's saying any.
What happened? You went to the beach in Israel? What, you went to a restaurant or something?
Yeah.
A nice restaurant?
No.
Like, listen.
Never been to the Tel Aviv Pride Parade. So.
This is the year 2025.
Yeah.
The world is seeing something that looks terrible, and it's being done in my name, and I don't know what to do.
But the war began on October 7th.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
When
Hamas systematically murdered and made, and you want. Okay. Look, we're going down a rabbit hole. We fundamentally disagree.
No.
But Hamas murdered and maimed and mutilated and abducted and tortured thousands of people. That's not television. That's a fact. That's reality. You can deny it. You can.
This is demonic, bro. Hannah Arendt on Eichmann. He was genuinely incapable of uttering a single sentence that was not a cliche. Bro saw an opening and was like, well, time for the dialogue tree. Hamas, October 7, Hamas. Hamas-backed Palestinian Health Ministry. Hamas-backed Gazan Health Ministry. Kidnapped from a tank. Like, goddamn, bro. Holy this shit used to hit so hard, too. It was like, this used to hit so hard, like in early October 2023. Obviously, 22 months in, everyone looks at you and you're like, and goes, "What are you saying, bro? There has been 1,000+ October 7s, more than 1,000+ October 7s. Shut the. You clearly don't care. You can't say October 7 after Israel's done 1 million October 7s. You can only get away with saying that if you don't think that Palestinians are human. They're simply collateral damage. Okay? And only Israelis are human in this conversation. This is why a lot of people get butthurt when I mention just facts about this dynamic. Not even like the history, even on a post-October 7 assessment, which is obviously silly and stupid. And it's a much broader conversation than that. It's 100 years of brutal occupation and settler colonial violence and ethnic cleansing, unjustifiable, incredibly immoral things that Israel did and continues to do so. But even post-October 7, whenever I say like between Hamas and Israel, there is no comparison, none whatsoever. This is a fundamental truth. It is very difficult for a lot of Americans to recognize this, but it is the truth regardless, okay? It is a fundamental truth that a military unit, okay, a militancy comprised of victims of Israel's violence after hundreds of years of military occupation, 100 years of military occupation and brutal conquest that conducted in retaliation to the trauma that they withstood a brutal military campaign that had a litany of war crimes in the process and tragedies that unfolded in the process are not even comparable to what the nuclear armed nation of Israel is doing after 100 years of death, destruction, and complete brutal military occupation. It's not even remotely comparable. Because it's true. It's true. Even people who are pro-Palestine, like honest to God, they see it in their hearts. They recognize it. They're pro-Palestine. They see the violence. They see the genocide that's going on. They shudder when they hear this. They go, how dare you say this? How can you say this? Remember October 7th. That's when you have to talk about the history. What the are Palestinians supposed to do? What were they supposed to do? What was the expected outcome of 80 years of military occupation? And before that, settler colonial violence. What were Palestinians eventually supposed to do when they run out of options? They can't contend with that reality after so much programming that like dictated their lives, their adolescence, their most formative years, their most malleable years when they just saw Muslims on television getting slaughtered and thought, those guys are all scary. They hate us because they ain't us. They're barbaric. They're ruthless. They're brutal. But it's not working. I will say, however, like I've maintained over and over again, the hardest hurdle to clear here is the but Hamas counter. I wish I had realized my wrongs much earlier in life, but I grew up believing the United States was a force for peace and security. It wasn't until I deployed to Afghanistan that I realized just how wrong everything I was taught was wrong. I'm sorry that I had to even learn this, but they were normal people trying to just live. I remember passing out water and watching little boys fight over bottles of water. I wanted to cry. I've never had to fight for water. Yeah, this is why I'm also a lot more open-minded and a lot kinder to people who actually reflect on their past service, reflect on their past actions, and actually become an important voice in anti-imperialism. And this is why I'm also very understanding and think it's very valuable for American Jews that grew up Zionist to become open anti-Zionist voices, because they are far more capable of converting other young Jews, especially, maybe not the older ones, because, you know, that's a totally separate issue to tackle. But why was that banned? It's too long. It got auto-modded because it was too long. I really don't like just outright saying anyone is acting in bad faith, but if anyone's acted in bad faith, as Torres during his interview, yeah, I mean, like one of the funniest aspects of this, okay? One of the funniest aspects of this conversation is like, Adam Friedland has been to Israel. Adam Friedland is Jewish. He grew up Zionist because, like, obviously there is no alternative, right? Unless your parents are already anti-Zionist, then you're just gonna grow up that way. You're gonna think about like the importance of Israel, right? Which he's clearly communicated in this process. And I'm supposed to think that a black Puerto Rican gay guy living in the Bronx has a more passionate defense of Israel than Adam Friedland. Well, how am I supposed to believe that? And there's no financial imperative here? Really? I'm supposed to assume that Richie Torres, just honest to God, loves Israel, dude. That's just something that happened, you know? He was overcome with joy. Yeah, he's reading ADL surveys. He just really cares about this. The $1.495 million that he received from AIPAC has nothing to do with it. How dare you? He just loves it, dude. He just loves it. The most hardcore militant Israel supporters cannot fathom how their hardline approach to the matter is unsustainable, untenable, and ultimately more violent against them in the long term. They use said violence against them as a self-referencing justification for carrying out their own continued bloodshed against Palestinians. It's an impossible situation to contend with unless you completely deprogram the Zionism. Yeah. And it's for some, you just got to wait it out, you know? Time will take its course. But there are plenty of young people that have recognized this reality and are getting deprogrammed in real time. And I think that's part of the reason why the ADL put crosshairs on me early on. And that is because I'm not anti-Semitic. My anger and resentment towards Israel is a uncompromising disgust with the concept of fascism to begin with. Okay? It doesn't matter if the in-group is Jewish or Christian. It's just like, I'm anti-fascist. And a lot of Americans are taught that fascism is bad and wrong.
Not denying October 7th.
Well, you seem to be
You're doing
trivializing
I'm pro
it, so-
October 7th. You're doing I'm pro Hamas.
I never said you were pro Hamas. You're putting words in my mouth.
It is.
But you seem to be downplaying it.
There, for the last 17 years, people have been under a blockade where they cannot leave. If you were born in a place and there's a fence there and there's a guy with a gun on the other side and he says you can't go anywhere, would you like that guy? If you treat people like animals, sometimes they're going to lash out.
Look, I sincerely believe, maybe I'm wrong, that if Palestine...
Yeah, I sincerely believe that Palestinians should just take it. 100 years, they should just take it. Why won't they just take it quietly? It makes my situation much harder to defend. Love this quote about Torres. Torres has been an empty-headed AIPAC mouthpiece for some time now. His first time truly criticizing Israel's actions over the last 2 years was last month, and it was uninspiring. His mind-numbingly obtuse interview with Friedland only reinforces just how far gone he is. Wait, is that the Gawker affiliate article from Jake Rahm, I think? I have that on the docket. It's from the Defector. Don't worry, we'll look at that.
Palestinians were governed not by a terrorist organization like Hamas in Gaza, but by a regime that was able and willing to make peace with Israel, the situation would be fundamentally different.
Would you ever have Rashid Khalidi on the broadcast? I'd be honored to have him on the broadcast. That'd be sick.
The preconditions for this happening are undeniably something that the Israeli government was fully aware of. Why would Bibi Netanyahu... Okay, here's the question.
Do you think October 7th was justified?
No.
Okay, I'm happy you said that.
Are you listening to what I'm saying right now?
I am listening to what you're saying.
Why would the Israeli government... Hamas wants to eradicate the Jewish people and the Jewish state? Is that right?
That's what Hamas has said, yeah.
Okay. Then why would they directly give Hamas money, literally bags of cash in suitcases through the Qataris? Nearly, I think over $1 billion.
I wish Noah was in the room for this. All right, well, let's continue.
Dollars in cash. During this last 17 years.
That's a fair point. It's a great question.
If one of those kids at Columbia wrote a $5 check to Hamas, you'd say send them to Gitmo for being a terrorist.
It's a fair point.
Does that make Benjamin Netanyahu a terrorist? He's supporting terror.
The United States, it seems to me, the United States and Israel could have shut off the spigot and did not do so. I don't know why, but that was a failure. There's no question.
I think that what I see is the reason why our government provides $25 billion to something.
By the way, American government could have shut off the money spigot is so funny. Dog, you literally have actively defended the American government continuing the money spigot. Why are you acting as though you are just some random onlooker whose opinion on the matter is very public? The only reason why we even know who the Richie Torres is, by the way, is because of his relentless advocacy for the Israeli apartheid regime. He's talking about Hamas. No, the money spigot to Hamas. Wait, did I misunderstand?
I think that
did not do so. I don't know why, but the United
the United States could have shut off the money spigot to Hamas.
States and Israel could have shut off the spigot and did not do so. I don't know why.
I misunderstood it. My bad.
But that was a failure. There's no question.
I think that what I see is the reason why our government provides $25 billion to something that looks this horrific to people. I think is the same reason. I think it makes it look like that the Jews control the government, but really what it is the more boring answer. It's the reason why the government and you guys don't get done. It's the reason why Sandy Hook could happen. You guys can't do gun reform. It's because
why can't we do gun reform?
Because special interest groups can buy influence in our government.
Well, which political party is against gun reform?
The NRA has a power.
It's the Republican Party.
We allow our government to be flooded with cash and money, and what's scary to me is that it looks that people are.
The reason Bibi paid Hamas because he thought he could bribe them to stay quiet, and ultimately Hamas proved actually interested in fighting what they perceived as a Palestinian national interest. Without Palestinian self-determination, there would be no end to violence. Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu's reasons for funding Hamas is very clear. Okay, one, Hamas in and of itself is a more hardliner and is presented as an Islamist group, okay? And therefore, it's much harder for Hamas to actually gain allegiances or communicate their own plight and garner sympathy in the Western world, okay? That's number one. Number two, because they were more willing to engage in Israel militarily by like lobbing bathtub rockets over the Gaza envelope and shit, was a perfect opportunity for Israel to go in and do sieges as they've done time and time again. The reason why this is important, the reason why they propped up Hamas is because, God forbid, they had a secular or socialist, Western-facing, Western-focused group like they did in the past with both the PLO and all of the other groups that were, all of the other forms of militancy that developed, like the PFLP, DFLP, that were comprised of like Christian Palestinians and socialists and whatnot, was that those guys wrote to the Western world with regular frequency, and they were murdered for it, okay? Ghassan Kanafani is a great example of this, Palestinian Christian, leader of the PFLP. They were Marxist, Leninists, and they were murdered for it. He never held a weapon in his life. He just got killed alongside, he got slaughtered alongside his family members by the Israeli state because they thought they miscalculated, like Israel miscalculated that as long as the one group that is actually invested in the defense of Palestinians is Hamas, they can just keep saying, these are Muslim terrorists. We can kill them. We can kill them dead. And it worked for a very long time. Okay. The other reason why they did this, by the way, and one of the major reasons also is to politically split the West Bank and Gaza to warring factions with one another. You have the Palestinians, the Palestinian face of Israeli dominance in the form of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, deeply unpopular, and you have Hamas in Gaza. Okay, so you divide the Palestinian population through two different points of governance. So then you render the one singular contiguous state for Palestinians impossible to happen. And last but not least, as that chatter also correctly pointed to, are you ever going to press play? Don't you think this is more important for me to give you a history lesson in the process of like talking about funding Hamas? This is why you're watching it with me instead of watching it on your own. Okay. The other reason why they did this is because they thought Hamas was as selfish and as self-interested and only wanted to just like be in power and dominate the Palestinians. Like they believed their own propaganda. Okay. They thought, oh, these guys are corrupt just like we are. We just give them money and they'll, brutalize the Palestinians every now and then. They'll lob a couple missiles that our Tamir interceptors will intercept. It's not a big deal. And then we use that as a just cause to go in and invade the Gaza Strip and kill a bunch of Palestinians. And, we control how tall the flames go. Okay. But it turns out Hamas had different opinions. They were really with it. They weren't just trying to be the sole controllers of the Gaza Strip in this like deeply corrupt fashion. They truly wanted Palestinian sovereignty. They truly wanted Palestinian emancipation. They were willing to fight for it. They were willing to coalesce all of the different Palestinian resistance groups together. That's October 7. October 7 wasn't just Hamas. It was Hamas. It was Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It was DFLP. It was PFLP. There were numerous other factions within the coalition of Palestinian resistance that participated in October 7th. Some of the last remaining hostages are currently in the hands of PFLP, as a matter of fact. There's some internal struggle taking place within the Palestinian resistance right now, with some forces saying, I don't know if we want to keep holding on to these hostages, and other forces saying we need to keep pushing back against Israel. That's a real thing that's taking place right now, okay? As far as I understand, with the limited information that we can get from the Gaza Strip. That was the real issue. They resisted against Israeli colonial violence, and they pushed back, and most importantly, they did so with the entirety, with like former Fatah, with Fatah members as well. Exactly. Israel never thought that would happen, I think. That's the reason why they miscalculated and propped up Hamas.
Started to question the Holocaust ever happening. How could Jews, maybe they invented the Holocaust?
You're blaming Israel for Holocaust denial?
I'm blaming our government for supporting a genocide. But it is unfathomable in my heart, and it breaks my heart that we could be capable of it.
I think we should move on.
Why is that?
We just fundamentally disagree. So
I don't think that. I think I'm talking to you like about where I come from, and that it feels different, and maybe I have a different perspective.
You have a different perspective.
But
I know people who have a perspective that's different.
For the record, I would never be able to Mr. Richie Torres in this way because he was slammed that Islamist, terrorist, Muslim piece of shit who needs to go to jail so fast. But he can't do that to Adam because Adam is Jewish. Do you understand? That's it. That's why it's valuable to have anti-Zionist Jews fighting this fight as well, okay? That's it.
From yours.
Yeah.
With a much smaller platform than you.
I'm not. I hate this conversation.
I know.
You know, I have it with my family. You know, it's not something, and I love my family.
If it were up to me, we would not be having this because we're speaking a foreign language.
My family grew up in South Africa, right? We were like Jews from Eastern Europe that literally we thought we were going to Ellis Island. Mm-hmm. My grandma, all the grannies stayed, and my parents' whole generation of South African Jews left. And when I was a kid, like growing up, I used to write all my who's my hero essays on Nelson Mandela, and he was like a hero of mine, right? And he was also, you know, in prison, and you know, for terrorism too. I don't want to get it. You're gonna go Hamas is what I don't want. I'm not debating Hamas is good. He was called that, and he went to my synagogue after he got out of prison, Madiba, and he spoke to like all the grandmas who like were still there. They didn't have to fucking move because black people could vote. And he said, "Tell your kids to come back because we need them to build our country." I don't know. I think that I don't see what's wrong with people being afforded the right to vote.
Do you think that's what Hamas means when it says free Palestine from the river to the sea?
To me, it seems like maybe if there's a recognition that people were cleared off their land in 1948.
But there are those who only want a Jewish state, and there are those who only want a Palestinian state.
Then they could fuck off.
And we should be advocating for the coexistence.
Yeah, I don't agree with Adam on this as well, but I do, like, while I disagree with the outcome, and I also don't believe that it'll ever take place, I think those two things are not the same, okay? I will say this, okay? While I am not a believer in... No, Adam is a one-stater, chatter. No, Adam is a one-stater. He's saying yes to coexistence. I agree with him. But even the fact that, like, when Richie Torres says, oh, those who believe in only a Palestinian state and those who believe in only a Jewish state are at odds with one another, I don't agree with that. I think that, like, the people that only want a Palestinian state, albeit would never be able to achieve it would never be able to achieve it through nonviolent means, are still morally correct for this advocacy as well. Okay, it's like saying, and it's even closer in history, so it's not even like saying this exactly, but it's like saying land back would be a decolonial movement where, like, America still offers reparations to the indigenous population, or at least like significant chunks of land to the indigenous population. It's morally correct. It's just virtually impossible to do without like actual harm being conducted. So the best possible way to go about it is to elevate and offer significant chunks of land to the indigenous population, and also offer reparations and not just like simply recognition that indigenous genocide took place, which is what most people's advocacy is in land back movements as well anyway. It's about offering sovereignty and more dignity to the indigenous population rather than just saying, like, New York is now, New York now belongs to the tribe that existed there.
Jewish state and a Palestinian state.
Why can't
I continue to believe the two-state solution ultimately is the inevitable path forward. That is fine.
It's stupid.
There were 1,000 Jews who were murdered before the establishment of Israel, like a half a century before the establishment of Israel.
1,000
Jews.
Yeah, they were killing each other, Jews and Palestinians. Yeah,
the Hebron massacre.
It doesn't make sense to me. This in 2025.
The only point was there was violence against Jews before the establishment of the state of Israel.
There was violence against Palestinians. And there was an ethnic cleansing in 1948.
I mean, the Hebron massacre.
What are you talking about right now? You're in the government? And listen, I didn't want to argue.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're not familiar with the Hebron massacre in 1929?
Wait, you're saying that justifies an entire ethnic cleansing in 1948?
Israel was a...
Whoa, this is such...
Yeah, it's because he won't say it. That's a good counter, by the way. Oh, the Hebron massacre. Okay, dude. Well, first of all, there is a reason why... Hell, I'll use one example. It's like... There's a reason why Rashid Khalidi's book is 100 Years War on Palestine and is not called 75-Year War on Palestine. It's because the violence through settler colonialism unfolded before the ultimate violence that led to the inception of the Israeli nation state in the aftermath of the Nakba, the complete ethnic cleansing of 750,000 Palestinians from their ancestral homelands. Okay, the notion of Hebron, the Hebron massacre, like, yeah, dude, of course. Turns out the Palestinians that were literally living in Palestine that were very angry about the Jewish settler colonialism that was taking place at the behest of the British Empire, they were right. Like, history vindicated them. And it's not like the dudes were just simply trying to coexist. They were trying to forcibly overtake Palestinian existence and wipe out the indigenous population from the start. The only time frame that you can point to where Jews and non-Jews existed in that region is before the British takeover, is before World War I, when it was under the Ottoman rulership. Oh man, I can't believe the Palestinians recognized that they were going to get wiped out of their own ancestral homelands, which is literally what happened, and they tried to take action, decentralized action in the process. Like, it's not even justification, but like, were they wrong to recognize that they were being wiped? They were inevitably going to be wiped out by a colonial entity that had no interest in preserving their statehood or offering them statehood whatsoever. I mean, look at what happened after.
Dude, this isn't even a good argument.
Hold on. Israel...
What are you talking about?
I didn't realize we were debating.
I don't want to do it, but you say something like that.
The Jewish state was established by international law, right? The UN passed a resolution that recognized the...
Any Israel defender bringing up international law is so funny. It's like, wow, really? Oh, so now you care about international law. Interesting. I didn't hear you talking about international law earlier when you were talking about but Hamas. Dude, any Israel defender bringing up international law is basically an admission of defeat, okay? It's not only historically incorrect, because there's never been a moment where Israel abided by the international law, because there's no point in the international law where it's like, yeah, you can deny civilians a right to return. That's ridiculous. And secondly, when has Israel ever listened to international law? Please. I thought the UN was anti-Semitic and Hamas. Now you're saying the UN is an upholder of international law and good. The UN established Israel. It's good now. It's good again. Yeah. I thought it was the most anti-Semitic institution out there. It was an instrument of Hamas. Thank God international law is good again. You don't understand. Hamas put tunnels under the UN. Yeah. No, I do understand it. For sure.
Establishment of a Jewish state. And there were a number of Arab countries, including Egypt, that declared war on Israel. Yes. It was the War of Independence.
The Palestinians
and Israel won the war.
The Palestinians didn't declare war on them. There were just people that were living there. And they were kicked off their land.
By the way, there were 800,000 Jews that were ethnically cleansed from the Arab world.
Do you know what?
There were Jews. You know how many Jews there are
not
in the
by
Arab
the
world?
Palestinians.
Almost none. I'm not talking about the I'm talking about the broader Arab world.
So why do the Palestinians have to bear the responsibility of the Algerians kicking the Jews out?
You can relegate.
Why do the Palestinians bear the responsibility of Egypt invading in 1948?
Israel's been a state for 77 years.
Bro, it's so depressing what you're saying right now.
You're proposing to undo an established state?
No. I know people that live there. I have family that live there. I don't think that they should leave.
What are you proposing?
I'm proposing a democracy. I'm proposing an extensive demographic study of what was taken and what was lost, extensive reparations for what that was taken, and a truth and reconciliation process where we can end this. What we're seeing right now is that members of the Israeli government are talking about clearing that shit out. And Trump, our president, is talking about putting a fucking jet ski museum there. And that's the reality right now.
That is the far right, yes.
It's
that's
the
a
far
view that
right?
I reject. So
What the far right? I'm talking about the government and the generals that are in charge of Israel.
the Ben-Gavirs, the Smoltridges of the world, that's a view
They're
that I
the
reject.
cabinet.
Yes, and I reject them.
That's what Hamas is saying they want to do to Israel.
I'm sorry?
I mean, Hamas
murdered. Hamas murdered thousands of people, so there's no.
So what does that mean?
That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians.
How many civilians have been killed in this war?
The war is a tragedy, but
90% of them have been.
The war is a tragedy, but October 7 is the worst thing that's ever happened.
90% of them have been civilians. They've killed journalists. They've killed journalists.
People have been killed in a war. It's been a tragedy.
They've killed people waiting for aid.
But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that is a notion that I reject.
You can reject it. It's just objective reality, dumbass.
You gotta listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a tragedy.
Do you feel in your heart that this is what you're doing? What you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas,
you don't actually think that.
I told you what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I've told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you, but there are people who see the world differently from you.
But why?
I know that's a shock to you.
It seems a little bit like
the humanitarian crisis has deteriorated.
I don't want to be disrespectful like this.
You've been at various points.
In what capacity?
You've just been hostile. So.
In what capacity?
It's fine. Don't worry. It's just been a gotcha interview.
I think that.
Oh, now he's getting condescending. Oh, this has been a gotcha interview. I know people have differences in opinion. I know it's a shock to you. Just call him a woke lip, dude. Why don't you? It's crazy because, it spirals completely out of control. And the reason why it spirals completely out of control is because, I think Richie Torres at this point is, aware that he's just coming off like a total bot.
My conscience is clear, especially as someone that's lived there and seen it and loved people that live there. And this sucks. I really didn't want to do this. And I think that you saw it as gotcha. Well, this is what people are talking about right now.
Not in the South Bronx. People are not talking about Israel. People are talking about how to put food on the table and pay the bills. Maybe in your world, that's what people are talking about. But in my world, people are struggling. So.
Yeah. Then why, if people are struggling in your world, are you paying $25 billion?
We have
Also, why is it that you only bring up how your district is struggling to pay their bills when it's a way to stop talking about Israel? Because you talk about Israel more than anybody else. If your district doesn't give a Israel, why the do you constantly talk about Israel? This mother cares so little about his job. He tweeted more times about me, Hasan Hasanabi Piker, in the lead up to a general election, he tweeted more times about me and how anti-Semitic I am because of my criticisms of Israel than his own district in the lead up to the general election. How insane is that? How much of a Israel attack dog do you have to be that you got clips from a now outed Files cult that were completely clipped out of context that you used and you slammed into a congressional letterhead statement that you made with a demand to deplatform one of the only large progressive voices in the lead up to the general election. That's what he was predisposed with. I am at most an irrelevant figure that should never be in your radar, dude. Like, think about that. Out of all the top 10 independent media, out of all of the top 10 independent media platforms that were tracked on the night of the election for their election coverage, I was the only left voice on there. Not a single other left voice was on there. Every single other one was a Trump supporter. Every single other one. Out of the top 10, I was the only person that was not a Trump supporter. And this mother was trying to demand that I get deplatformed. And by the way, I didn't get deplatformed, luckily, but I was blacklisted. So on the day of the election, the only platform, the only content creator that was covering the election that was actually being shown, prominently being featured on Twitch, was Asmongold. It didn't work. I still got 314,000 live concurrent viewers on that day, in spite of the blackballing, as in spite of the blacklisting, as in people literally typed twitch.tv/Hasanabi to come and watch, as Twitch was promoting Asmongold's election coverage, dude. Why? Because Richie Torres and the ADL and all of these pro-Israel groups demanded that I stop my coverage, demanded that I get platformed. That's insane, dude. That's what you were worried about. That's how little these motherfuckers care about defending democracy, actively combating the Trump administration. That's how little they care. He just cares about Israel and nothing else.
We have a $7 billion, we have a $7 trillion budget in the federal government.
Yeah.
Right, less than.
So it's not that much money?
Less than 1%.
So it's a little money went to Israel.
In the grand scheme of the federal budget, yes, it's minuscule.
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultants told you not to do it. I like this guy a lot too. I hate this. This is so embarrassing.
I don't have anything to hide. I'm willing to go anywhere.
No, man. I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Listen.
Sure.
Run that clip to every single person in his district. Richie Torres thinks that while you're suffering, the $25 billion and a piece of that could have gone to you. He thinks it's minuscule that it went to Israel, and it's totally valid. If Trump is the ultimate personification of the Republican Party, extremely arrogant, profoundly stupid, and incredibly selfish and unimaginably evil, Torres is the ultimate manifestation of the Democratic Party. Pure smugness, nonstop corpo speak, entirely soulless, and unbelievably corrupt both morally and financially. Yeah.
I think this opportunity for me is a big deal. I don't get to talk to someone in the government that's taking part in these big decisions like this, and
well, only one of 535. So.
Well, I'll talk to another one. Which one would like me? Virginia Fox?
I don't know.
Do you have her number?
I don't have her number, no.
All right. I appreciate it. I feel like you're mad at me or something. I got to get a big laugh?
Look, it's like Hyman Roth from The Godfather 2. He said, this is the life we've chosen. So, I know what I signed up for.
Is this what happens? This has been I've been doing a terrible job. I'm rambling about Israel and being a Jew and the Holocaust. It's the most embarrassing stuff to talk about in public.
I feel like every Jewish American should have a right to be who they are, to wear a kippah, to display a Star of David, to be proudly and visibly.
Yeah, if you're a Muslim American, wear a keffiyeh, though, you should go to prison, you terrorist.
Jewish, without fear of harassment or intimidation or violence.
Well,
I mean, the freedom to be who we are is like fundamental for all of us.
Well, I think that from where I'm sitting, Israel might be a threat to that.
And you have that view, but others have a different view.
Why are we still having this interview? This is exhausting. I'm sweating.
We can end the interview.
The AC's off. I'm just trying to find a button to shake your hand, dude. I don't want to do this. We could have talked about so much other shit.
No, I think you had an agenda to speak about this. I
I didn't have an agenda.
I really did.
It's your number one topic.
It's not my number one topic. It's just not.
It is.
It's not my number one topic. It's not
what
my
I saw.
Well, then I'm happy I was not elected on Israel. You don't get elected in the South Bronx. And
I'm not trying to make you feel bad or like.
No, but I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
Is not what I got elected? Then why is it the only thing you talk about, you piece of shit? Is your only policy? He should feel bad. cool that it's cool that now that there is like a motion in the independent media space that we finally get to see at least a crumb of pushback against politicians that make them look horrible. Because if there is never going to be a mainstream media equivalent to this conversation. There's never going to be a mainstream media equivalent to Crystal Ball with Elisa Slotkin, right? I have a hunch that clips from the Torres interview may circulate around in a way that may be more damaging for him indirectly than some people may expect. Like, people don't actually interview him typically or have anything resembling a conversation with him. This is much less managed and polished than the typically allowed. And I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't feel like this psycho shit's just going to be swept away, but maybe I'm wrong. Democrats were eager to make appearances on new media after the Biden-Harris aversion, but then are unprepared for questions about their unquestioning, unflinching, unyielding support for Israel. They expected to go like a CNN interview where they know the host likely shares pro-Israel views. Torres accusing an actual Jewish person of anti-Semitism for failing to worship the state of Israel is, well, actually, it's on brand for him.
So, by the way,
is no one going to push back? Are there what happened? Did their mics get muted? Like, I know none of those motherfuckers in the room feel that way.
Everyone's like, I don't want to say anything about this because this guy's going to freak out at me and it's going to be uncomfortable for the next hour.
Bad Empanada also has a take on the pro-Israel grifters and the slop tubers.
Ooh, this is the second channel?
I don't know, but Bad Empanada Live. So the reason why we're covering this for a lot of people who say like, oh, dude, like this is just drama. I totally understand why you think it is, but there is at this point like millions and millions of views that have come from these slop tube content creators in defense of Israel's genocide. Even if they don't directly say that they're pro-Israel, even if they sometimes say they're anti-Israel, okay? Or even if they say what Israel's doing a genocide, if they spend we all have a finite amount of time on this planet, and certainly as content creators, we all have a limited amount of time to make an impact. If you're using all of that time to attack the pro-Palestinian side as aggressively as possible and never reserve even a fraction of that animosity towards the actual responsible party here, Israel, then you're not pro-Palestine. You're just not. You are a coward who is pro-Israel, but too ashamed to openly say you're pro-Israel. Sure hoping your time here is finite, law. I mean, we're all going to die, chatter.
Wait,
myself included.
It was your birthday a few days ago, right?
Yeah, I'm 34 now.
Yeah, so, keep doing what you're doing.
Seen a bunch of drama YouTubers defend Israel just because they don't like one guy has made me lose a lot of faith in humanity. I think it's not necessarily just that a bunch of drama YouTubers defended Israel because they wanted to attack one guy and thought this was a great way to farm clicks and do drama. It's the fact that there are plenty of people in those audiences that didn't go, this seems weird. This feels like you're just attacking this guy because you hate this guy. You're using this genocide as like a point of drama.
Part of it is they don't have a lot of them, and I would
it's the audiences that
they don't have the
context that make me sad.
They don't have the context when you say a clip of, it doesn't matter if this happened on October 7th, that doesn't change the dynamic that Palestinians shouldn't be subject to genocide. When they take the first part and then they make a whole 20-minute video about how you love rape, even though all you were saying was Palestine should be free and not genocided, then of course people are gonna, come to a less informed conclusion, especially when they are slop tuber audiences where they don't have the context. And I think like that's why a lot of times taking the opportunity to provide more context is the most helpful thing to do with those people. But at the end of the day, I think drama as like a category, it doesn't really adequately cover what we're talking about here, because we're talking about creators talking about other creators, but there's a lot of undergirding political issues that drama doesn't suffice if you're just, because it gives a sort of a tone that you're just talking about another creator for the sake of talking about them.
Yeah.
When they are doing drama content in the sort of format that they've always used, but they're also defending a genocide with it by only attacking anti-genocide advocates. So. Yeah, it's
I hope that their audiences at the very least, like as the attitude around this shifts as more and more people come to that recognition. I hope that people in their audiences, at the very least, like even if they still me or hate you or whoever, right? They still at least like arrive at the correct position inevitably. That's why I'm more, I guess I'm more open-minded about people who are like, oh, now it clicked for me, right? Like the average person online that has only now come to this conclusion. I have a lot less smoke for them than I do for politicians, for example. And my only expectation from those people that come to the conclusion, the correct interpretation of events, that Israel is doing a genocide, and it is perfectly valid, both legally and morally, to resist against the genocide of people, that they don't do this wishy-washy, but, you know, I only came to this conclusion late because the left was too aggressive, or because I don't like Hasan, or because I don't like Noah, I don't like Bad Empanada and the way he was speaking about it. Like, don't try to come in after the fact and then still try to like attack people who have been on the right side on this issue from the start. I know people don't remember what you said. They remember how you made them feel. And maybe I made you feel really bad. I'm welcoming at this point, as long as you don't consistently keep trying to cope and act as though you would have been right all along if it wasn't for these like leftists who were being annoying to you or something.
Yeah, if all the people that have been like propagating this, these attacks against creators that are pro-Palestine or anti-genocide, if all of them decided right now or realize, okay, I was wrong about this, they don't need to address that they were wrong through, like, I don't even care if they address that they were wrong, and that they don't need to tell us that we were right, because none of that really matters. What matters is that the genocide is happening and they have a platform to say something and shape public perception, and they need to start using it. And like, I think even on the left, a lot of people get caught up with this idea that like the history books will reflect poorly upon these people, which is absolutely true. But it gets to a point where people are more focused on the fact that people are wrong and kind of bad people, which is true, for supporting a genocide rather than, I guess, wanting it to end and wanting to do whatever we can to do that.
Like, I'll give you an example, okay? Mudahar. If Mudahar came out 10 toes down tomorrow and was like, real, free Palestine, you know, he doesn't even need to say he was wrong in the past. Like, it would be nice if he did. It would be nice if he apologized to all the people that he smeared just so he could farm content off of it. I would literally be like, all right, good. You know, great. None of this like wishy-washy, it's a genocide, but all the people resisting against the genocide are also bad and scary because they're Muslim.
Dude,
like,
Ethan Klein, if you're clip this. Ethan Klein, if you're watching, spend one day on your Instagram stories, just one day, or like through every other Instagram story about Hasan, post a photo of a starving kid in Gaza, post a video from Bisan, or post a video from a bombing that just happened, and show us what this state of Israel that you claim to think is a free and open place, what Israel is doing. You don't show that. On your stories, you don't show that. You just attack people because you have your own gripes. Whatever, you can do that. But at least one story, 2 stories a day, not pro-Israel propaganda. I saw Hila like a post from a pro-Israel propagandist. That's pretty crazy.
Hen Mazig?
Yeah, Hen Mazig, about starvation denial.
That's their favorite. That's their favorite content creator.
Post every day. Post a few of them, right? And see what happens from there. Like, just do that.
Start peppering in some anti-Israel sentiment, please.
I'm not even saying this vindictively or for any reason other than you have a huge platform of people that could see this. And that, I think it's framed a lot of times by that crowd as like gore, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. They're just like, oh, I don't want to see that.
Said too.
Yeah, they said like a thumbnail of mine.
Someone said he reposted Hen Mazig like 20 minutes ago. Shut the f up.
Yeah, so at a certain point...
So he's doing the opposite.
At a certain point, with some people, you have to say, appealing to humanity isn't going to work. It's not going to work. And
let's see.
We don't need to spend any time...
This is my first time looking at his stories.
Oh, wow. Is this a lot?
So many stories, bro.
Oh, yeah.
That's so many
20 hours,
stories.
like,
What is this? Does this recognize this individual? I don't know what's going on here.
I think
Does anyone recognize this individual from Montreal?
The
My Jewish
burgers-
friend.
the burger guy that was a fighter, Harley Morrison, he went to a concert and people said some anti-Semitic stuff to him, or they called him a something. And then
I
this
don't know who
guy's-
these
it's like a
people
random
are.
guy that's like an anti-Semite or something, or like some kind of.
Oh,
bigot.
this is like a random. Oh yeah, he. What is the difference between a fat kid and a Jew? They both had time. What? What is
See,
it?
like that's an anti-Semite.
I dedicate this. Wait, what? I'm mentioned here. I dedicate this convo to Hassan Piker, Idubbbs, and Anisa, who insist that I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism. This is a very persistent hallucination.
No, that's an anti-Semitic post. Ethan, you know how that's an anti-Semitic post. What's that got to do with him? What has that got to do with him? When people say you're hallucinating anti-Semitism, it's
this
when you
guy probably
call.
doesn't like me either, dumbass.
Oh no. One thing I was looking at is like if you go back through your videos, the only person that's like criticizing Fuentes consistently for the last 6 years is you, and other
Yeah.
streamers in this zone are like hanging out with him and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like this anti-Semitism accusation is not borne out by the facts, other than the facts you spin off of a out of context clips.
Hamas
But-
on behalf of their international.
Oh, it's Hamas. He's
just-
doing the thing.
Hamas on behalf of international spokespersons like Hassan Piker, they sure aren't doing it for the people of Gaza who will only suffer worse from further provocation. Has Hassan ever suggested that Hamas surrender?
Yeah. So this guy's okay. Yeah.
He reposted Hen Mazik.
Just surrender, bro. Israel will.
Dude, this guy literally
leave. They
thinks
won't
I'm
annex
Hamas.
Gaza.
Like, I think he
Yeah.
genuinely thinks that like I have control over this situation. This is insane to like take a ongoing genocide and actively turn it back to like your own personal distaste for your former podcast co-host because he made you feel bad when he was gently trying to explain to you that you can't call like Jewish Voice for Peace capos. Like if he had listened to me in October 2023, okay, and respected me and wasn't so deeply Islamophobic and a massive piece of shit, he wouldn't be in this situation right now. He wouldn't be looking like a 40-year-old man who just cannot comprehend that this is beyond him and myself. Okay? It is crazy. But it's also insane because there's so many people that literally think that this person is actually still invested in like the emancipatory needs of Palestinians. This is just not the case. Like this is an incredibly selfish, incredibly self-centered person.
I mean, it's just insane to say you're
Like he just keeps saying
anti-genocide
Hassan Piker
and only use talking points that propagate the genocide. Whatever he said about Hamas owning the hostages is the line from Israel. The official line. It's the official state-sanctioned U.S. weapons shipment sanctioned line to justify a genocide. Just return the hostages and we'll stop. No, you won't. Of course you won't. That's not true. That's never been true. And they don't want the hostages.
Hamas has literally set conditions of surrender a million times. The last round of ceasefire negotiations, this is just like objectively untrue.
It's just misinformation. Like
Okay?
literally.
You are spreading misinformation at the behest of Israel while simultaneously claiming that you're an ally of Palestinians. Okay? I don't understand what this man disagrees with Benjamin Netanyahu or with Israel in general if he's saying that like Hamas is doing Israel's propaganda for them since we're trying everything to stop the killing and we suggest that Hamas surrender. Are you stupid? That's literally the number one thing that Israel defenders have been saying since October 9. Yes, Hamas has openly stated that they want to, on October 10th, 2023, they said they would release all hostages if Israel doesn't invade the Gaza Strip. Since then, they have put forth more than 40 different proposals where they've talked about a hostage swap for both the prisoners of war that Hamas has currently, which are the remaining hostages, or prisoners of war, they're Israeli military, they're IDF people that they have in captivity still, in exchange for in exchange for Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 10,000 plus Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 2,000 more of them that Israel has actually kidnapped since October 7th, specifically so they can use them as a bargaining chip. And Hamas has said a million times over that they would disband, that they would allow the Gaza Strip to be controlled by a technocratic committee over and over and over again. Benjamin Netanyahu and his team have said no to this proposal because they do not want the what is this? Sell.
You don't want a qualified home
Okay,
loan?
okay. It was just let's just no. It's
You
fine.
sure?
Yeah. All right. Oh,
One
in
in
any
$10
case,
million home loan, please. Just kidding.
In any case, people like Hasan Piker want the people of Gaza to pay with their own blood so we can continue to profiteer off the tragedy is so stupid.
I came in with the intention today to try and avoid talking about people like this. But when we got on
I thought we were doing slop tubers.
Oh yeah. I mean, specifically, I guess he's one of the slop tubers, and we can. I don't know. It's just like, I think before talking about it, just establishing the fact that like, there's a focus, a hyperfixation from that community, but also from people that are pro-Palestine on what these people are saying and doing, and what they're not saying and doing. And when they spread propaganda, that should be focused on, but it needs to be placed in the bigger context of what's happening rather than just this guy is a Zionist freak that's supporting a genocide. It's like he is, but so is the U.S. government, and so is like a lot of the public, and that's the problem. He is not the problem. He's the his actions are the result of this broader system. But when he says shit, like when he's doing propaganda, like obviously we should talk about it.
But when someone says like I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians,
that's the big thing, right? Saying
you're
an ally.
That makes me so mad because it's like I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians. I spend every waking moment attacking other pro-Palestine content creators, demanding that they get deplatformed, sue them for ridiculous shit, try to silence them over and over again, spend every waking moment having my sizable audience attack them, no matter where they are, literally spam like media hits that they do, and try to get them to be deplatformed or at least like have be blackballed. Basically, it's not even working, but it doesn't matter. And then on top of that, I just say the exact same shit Benjamin Netanyahu is saying when it comes to, it's actually Hamas. It's actually Hamas that's responsible for the starvation of Palestinians. Okay, well then what's the difference between you and Benjamin Netanyahu in this regard? You are saying the exact same shit that he's saying.
And it's not like the Hitler drank water argument, right? Where it's like these things you're doing are unrelated and the comparison isn't unrelated. The talking point and the propaganda you are saying is the exact same propaganda that's being used to justify the genocide. They're not unrelated. And when the propaganda you're using is used in service to attack pro-Palestine advocates, then you're doing exactly what the state of Israel is doing in committing a genocide. You're running cover for it. You're propagandizing for it. You're normalizing it for millions of people on the internet. And that's why we say you backed it, is because there's only two options really. Right?
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Maybe this is a change of attitude from the slop tubers.
Friend of the show, John Aziz. So John Aziz is this British guy who happened to have a Palestinian dad, though he has no Palestinian culture or vestiges, doesn't speak.
Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say about Ethan was like he kept promoting the Gaza Holocaust Front, the GHF, over and over again.
Yep.
Again, also invoking my name for some weird goddamn reason. And then as recently as like last week, when everyone was talking about Israel's starvation, he was like, well, what about Sudan? Why is nobody talking about Sudan? He's literally doing Hasbara while simultaneously saying he thinks Israel's committing a genocide sometimes. He says that sometimes.
These guys are so stupid, actually. That's just a very very dumb guy perspective to say not talking about something means that you don't care about the thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's not a real thing, but I mean, again, it's it's two audiences.
It's incredibly
I hate to be dismissive of the propaganda because it is, but it's like, okay,
it's incredibly stupid propaganda, but unfortunately it does work for some people, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn frustrating because people, I think, just want to feel that their favorite content creator is not like a bad person. And there is nothing more bad person coded than to defend Israel's ongoing genocide. Okay?
I got to get my maid outfit. We're redoing the podcast we did.
Arabic, he barely knew his dad at all. And he uses like this Palestinian ancestry to grift as like a pro-Israel Palestinian. Post October 7th, he like monetized his Twitter account and started like grifting as like, I'm a Palestinian, but I'm pro-Israel. And like, this got him opportunities that he otherwise never would have gotten, like writing op-eds and stuff in the Atlantic and stuff like that. The generic like capo sort of grift the collaborator grift, where someone weaponizes trace amounts of ancestry. You know, it's like if there was a conflict between Turkey and Greece, and I started saying, like, I have Greek ancestry. Here's why Turkey should genocide all the Greeks. You know, it's kind of like that. So if you want, like, more context on this guy that I'm not going to be able to give you here, because it's just a short clip covering something that happened with him recently, I have a debate with him on my main channel where I totally exposed him as being just a pro-Israel shill. And then I also cover him in this video, the token Palestinian industry, about 11 to 12 minutes in. So check those out. So John Aziz has recently been noticing that the tide is now turning against like Zionism and pro-Israel shills like himself. And I think he's realizing that he's not going to be able to keep up like this grift forever, right? You can't like trade off you being the token Palestinian for an Israeli genocide. At this point, like this is the offloading point where a lot of these grifters are going to like realize that this is not a sustainable long-term career path, and they're going to have to transition into like broader things or try to make themselves like viable in a broader sense. And one of the ways that they
for them, it's for the Yemeni guy. That's another guy who like hates me. Because all of these guys, like, they're so clearly invested in like preaching to a Western audience that Luai Ahmed, that they like focus their energy on someone like myself. Why would they do that? If you are a guy who is of you know, Yemeni background or of Palestinian background, and Israel is like slaughtering your family members, like, you should never even for a moment think about like pro-Palestinian college campus activists or pro-Palestinian content creators, right? The only reason why you would care about that is if your role here is a unique one where you are supposed to talk specifically, like directly to white liberals and white conservatives in America that care about that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like see, this guy from Yemen loves Israel. So
yeah,
that you just got owned.
So
like, that's crazy.
So what I saw with like that Luai Ahmed guy, basically, because like they are they're now that this situation is undeniable by even more people. They're moving into like the right-wing content grift, and I think that's probably what these guys are going to do. Adam Panache trying to message you. He said this: Turkish fiend, watch my actual token Palestinian industry video essay, not the second channel slop.
It does give good. It's a long video. It gives better context to like, because he's saying John Aziz is like
yeah, I mean, I know them and I have talked about them before as well. Cool. But I think it's good to do a refresher on those guys for sure. But we'll get into it after we watch this.
What we're trying to do that is by disowning what they have previously said about the Gaza genocide and being like, oh, I didn't see this coming. What's happening here? What? It's a genocide? They're starving them? Oh, damn, I was fooled. Crap. And now they might try to like rebrand as like enlightened centrist grifters or like even maybe pro-Palestinian grifters in the future, because they want to keep the money flowing in from their Twitter monetization. They want to keep getting like op-ed opportunities in major media outlets and stuff like that.
One thing I want to talk about is like, it's one thing for someone to realize they were wrong and then actively work towards helping alleviate the problem, which is a genocide. It's another thing entirely to use this as a way to boost a media career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no. On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel is doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel's doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what you were focused on during this. Yeah. So you can try to move on. And you know, it's good if you want to make videos about how it's a genocide and you want to make like contributions to this, to like, you know, the knowledge of the space. That's a good thing that should happen. But we have to keep in mind that the reason they're doing it is a grift. They're trying to make money.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yes.
And basically out this entire pervasive influence network and work as a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Like, that is the maximum impact that you could have. If you are one of these people and you've gotten your bread buttered all along, the only way that you can change the tide, the only way that you can salvage what remains of your morality, okay, is to basically snitch on all of the people that have been like, hey, this is a good article to write. Okay, here's some money for you.
It's like breaking the silence, right? It's like the only, like, we talk a lot about people. I mean, to a certain extent, you know, the world is like scattered with these IDF war criminals now that should all be tried and given the punishments that are legally enshrined. But with someone like Hila Klein, she served in the IDF. She could be talking about what happened, talking about the raid she went on in specific detail where they kidnapped a Palestinian man from his home in the occupied West Bank. She could talk about that and talk about how it's wrong. That's what she would do if she hasn't even said this, but if Ethan and her were actually pro-Palestine, they would try to use that position. But until that point, oh, you're just a terrorist. You're an actual terrorist. Like by her husband's own logic, she's a terrorist that has never repented and done anything, not even in a vindictive way, but in a like, you have sway over people's opinions, and if you come out and say this is what happened, this is how it's happening still to this day, and this is how it relates to the Gaza genocide, that would be a good thing. But that's the only way. Yeah,
the thing is, like, people will be like, oh, well, you knew Ethan had lived in Israel. Like, that's what people say to me sometimes, right? Like, or even Ethan himself has actually, I think, brought this up to be like, Hasan knew I lived in Israel, or knew that Hila served in the IDF or whatever. Yeah, I never have this automatic assumption that someone that's like now living in America is going to is going to be like super pro Israel. That's not my assumption at all. I meet plenty of people like, sorry, I'm not the anti-Semite that you want me to be. I'm not.
He should have judged me for being from Israel and being Jewish. He should have been anti-Semitic. Like, that's crazy.
It's so strange, especially because like I always thought that he was like right at the edge of liberal Zionism and could have been someone who could be convinced. Because of like his past statements about like what Israel was doing and stuff like that.
There was that moment like in the podcast like right after October 7th where he was like crying about seeing a footage of a dad holding his daughter that had been killed by Israel. And that didn't stick, obviously. But there were signs that showed that potentially someone could be like rehabilitated or whatever.
Yeah, I thought that he like recognized the humanity of Palestinians in that moment. And maybe he did genuinely recognize the humanity of the Palestinians in that moment and just forgot about it. I don't know. But once again, people going, he had a whole N-word compilation. Come on now. Guys, this is not about like being right all along.
Slop brain. That's
okay, you're doing that thing.
Brain.
We're not talking about that. I know. I knew that he had said fucking horrible shit in the past. I thought that because I have this idea that like people have the capacity to change and people can genuinely
become like how you talk to the Nelk boys, right?
Become better versions of themselves.
You are willing to have a conversation with someone. And I know that like platforming and like changing minds thing gets like abused a lot. But when you talk to the Nelk boys about their interview with Netanyahu, that was a genuinely very good thing. And you could tell that they were receptive, at least to some extent, of what you were saying about how they platformed a war criminal and let him do propaganda.
I do think that like aggressive negative backlash also helps though, because I think that was probably more helpful. In getting the Nelk boys to like change trajectory,
absolutely,
and have like the Boston Music podcast on. So
with Ethan, it's different in some ways, but just your approach generally,
dude, I think prior to the Benjamin Netanyahu interview, the Nelk boys have done less pro-Israel propaganda than Ethan, with the exception of like literally going to Israel and doing pro-Israel propaganda before October 7th.
100%.
Like that's the difference. Like this man has spent every waking moment on pro-Palestinian voices and constantly repackaging like the same kind of propaganda that Benjamin Netanyahu ironically deployed on the Nelk Boys podcast. So that's the difference here. It's the same principle behind like Bernie Sanders. It's disappointing, and it definitely caused me to see him in a different light. That he like still holds on to this liberal Zionist position this far in, when as and this is a conversation I had with Noah Culwin before on the broadcast, where he is like an incredibly prominent the most beloved Jewish political figure in America, and who was always who has never shied away from demonstrating radical politics, right? And saying the truth. For him to at this stage still consistently, not Chuck Schumer, I said beloved chatter. What are you talking about? I'm saying like a popular politician who has run for the presidency and has openly said, has openly floated the idea of like denying weapons transfers to Israel in 2016. That was a radical proposition in 2016 for many Americans. And the fact that a Jewish man was saying that was huge for many Americans. Okay. And in this time and place, like Bernie should not be still promoting liberal Zionism and liberal Zionist talking points, saying
Not
Israel
calling
has a
it a
right,
genocide.
Israel has a right to defend itself. Hamas started this on October 7th. These are ahistorical and also just incorrect interpretations of this conflict. And
he is unfortunately doing this like weird form of genocide denial where he says it doesn't matter what we call it, it's bad. It's like, well, but genocide, you should call it that. But anyways.
But the point I was trying to make with Bernie is that like Bernie doesn't get in the way of other people who are past him on this issue. Okay, he doesn't shy away from endorsing candidates and politicians like Zohran or even Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan who are anti-Zionist. Right, he does not shy away from that at all. Whereas someone like Ethan Klein straight up will, similar to Brad Lander, exactly. Brad Lander is another good example of this as well. Brad Lander has done even more than that, right? Having said that, there are other people out there who are doing propaganda for Israel and have not shied away from consistently doing propaganda for Israel, even if it's at great harm to their social standing, which is something that they care about, right? And that's what's crazy to me. That is what's actually insane in this situation is like you are so ride or die that you're still willing to do this thing that even your own fan base at this point is going to recognize is ridiculous.
Yeah, all out of spite, all out of a personal vendetta, and obviously, you know, Zionist propagandizing from living there and, you know, being married to an IDF terrorist. It's like all of these things coalesce into this thing where you're causing harm, but enough people are aware of what's happening that it's a losing fight, and that's why I'm curious to see what'll happen because it's like this guy. This is one of the most egotistical people that I've ever seen, like as a public figure on the internet or whatever. So being able to admit that you were wrong about a genocide and admit that you were propagandizing for it, it's not going to happen. It's just not, and that's I mean. To a certain extent, like you're saying, someone like Bernie, you know, you're not going to stand in his way. Just like you'll criticize him when it's necessary, but you're not going to stand in his way. Just like he has, because he hasn't stood in the way of a lot of like activists and what's happening in the same way that a lot of Democratic politicians are. But at a certain point with someone like you just cut your losses and say, okay, we'll just like kind of farm this guy to raise awareness for the genocide and educate people for the genocide. And that's like, I really appreciate that about like Bad Empanada, Overzealots, Chris Kunzler, and all these people that are doing this like really good work to just use this person that clearly doesn't like, if it happens, great, but it's probably not going to happen. And you have to identify which people, I guess, you can facilitate change through. Because at the end of the day, it's not about us. It's not about me and you. It's not about content creators. It's not about anything that we feel about anyone or anything a politician feels about what's happening. It's about the material action and what's happening right now and what we can do to stop it. And, you know, there's that quote from this poet, I forget her name, but it's like, whatever you can do, throw sand in the gears of genocide. Like however much sand you can throw, even if it's just a little bit in your nail, like whatever you can do means for you personally something different for everybody. But you know, I think my favorite form of it and the most effective, at least for like my channel and stuff, is just farming people like that don't want to change, and if they don't, then you identify that and you move on and you use that to try and do something. And I don't know. Yeah, it's like
I mean it's like at this point, if you're still watching H3 and he spends an insane amount of time just like on pro-Palestinian content creators and like regularly doing pro-Israel propaganda, you're not just like watching a regular, you know, goofs and gaffs show. You're
crazy, bro.
Yeah, you're consuming Palestine, fuck pro-Palestinian people propaganda. That's what you're doing. You are also, without recognizing it, slowly but surely, most likely changing your own political perspective, because he's drip feeding right-wing sentiment and pro-genocide positions, beaming it directly into your mind.
Dude, he's radicalizing them. That's the big thing that they get you for, is saying that you radicalize people into like crazy left tanky stuff that's not the good kind of leftism, which is liberalism, which is fascism when it comes to Israel. And that's what, dude, posting like 50 Instagram stories a day, that's like already laying the groundwork for some crazy shit to happen. 50 concerted Instagram stories about specific people and, you know, characterize pro-Palestine activists as terrorists, but then combining that with like a 4-hour show where, dude, I was gonna say that if you watch it, I've watched a little bit of it recently. No, I know you haven't. That's good. But the way the vibes are fucked. The vibes of that show are. It's just a guy like kind of sitting there being like all worked up and angry about everyone and bringing up names of people to call them terrorists and like having to have his wife get him to stop calling people because he's just calling the women he's suing, and like all this stuff where it's like an angry guy surrounded by a bunch of yes men. And I don't know, like if you're still into that, because they do goofs and gaffs in between, which they barely do, that's just like, oh yeah, you're at some point you're in it for the Zionism, or you're in it for the, I don't know, you're in it for the content and you're in it for the Hasan battle or whatever.
But the content that you're getting out of that is just like slowly, it's going to your real world relationships as well.
It is.
Because like I sometimes like I'll see this on Twitter or on Reddit where someone will be like, I don't really understand. Are these people like Hasan snarkers? And they're like, they'll literally be talking about like a person who doesn't know who the I am, who just has the same position that I have, because many more people are finally coming to this conclusion. I didn't like break their brains into believing that Israel was committing a genocide. Israel made people recognize that it is absolutely invested in committing a genocide by killing children every day. Okay? So if you think you're like pro-Palestine because your favorite content creator says he is, and then you just like repeat the shit that he's saying, most people in the real world are going to look at you and be like, what? I think you're pro-Israel. That's going to start ruining your real world relationships,
I've
your
seen
real
those
life
posts where it's
relationships.
like my wife keeps calling me a snarker, and I don't get why she doesn't know, like shit like that, where it's like, what, you're using a term that basically just means, it functionally means the same thing as terrorist, which means bad guy. And everyone that doesn't like me or criticizes me and my favorite content creator is a snarker or a terrorist or a bad guy, and everyone that likes him is like, I like
get
them.
out of the get
but
out
it's like
of
my
this
wife
space.
left me because I like H3 and I watch it all the time, and I like every time I see Hasan's face, I start foaming at the mouth and my like legs break from rage or whatever. It's like this seems wild. I don't know. This seems like an unhealthy exchange.
That's not good, man. I don't know how else to describe it. That's just not good for you. That's not good for your mentality.
No.
Okay.
But then combine that with the fact that your brain is now full of pro-Israel talking points, and you come out of your little like echo chamber to talk to someone, like the thing comes up, and then you're doing propaganda, and they're like, we all know it's a genocide. You're just in this little space that calls it a genocide, but doesn't actually act in a manner that would show that they believe that, or acts in a manner that actively, disputes that claim or denies it. You're an insane person, and they should be shunned. They should not be allowed to be the local dog catcher, as you said, because that's insane. But one day, once they're out of it, it's kind of like having a relative that's an addict or whatever. You're like, yeah, this shit's not going good for you, and it's kind of, you're hurting everyone in your life, and it's really unfortunate. But I'd like
glad
it if you
you're getting
stopped.
better.
We should open a rehab center, Ethan Klein Zionism Rehab Center, something like that.
And how can they do that except by rebranding? Because, the tide is turning, the genocide is only getting more and more obvious and undeniable with time. So if they want to keep the cash flowing in, they want to keep their totally unmeritorious op-ed writing career going, they're going to have to find some other way to keep up with it. So John Aziz has recently been posting totally uncharacteristic things like, enough is enough. This is a government minister. It's not some random crazy person. Stop this right now. There is still a chance to make peace after an Israeli government minister said that Israel is racing ahead to wipe out Gaza and make it Jewish. Now, this is something that these people have been saying and doing as well this whole time. It's nothing new. But John Aziz has been defending it for the last 2 years. But now that he sees that, like, maybe I can't sell this anymore, maybe reasonably I should try to be jumping ship if I want to have any sort of future career as a grifter. Maybe this is my off-ramping phase.
You want
so
food?
now he's transitioning from,
yeah, you ordered
there's no
food.
genocide, they're doing nothing wrong. Actually, what they're doing is
ordering
good to, what? Bad things are happening. This is the government's fault. And like a couple of years down the line, when he gets called out for this, he's gonna point to these posts and say, "Hey, I was announcing this when it happened," and ignoring his previous 2 years of justifying it. And he's like, "Man, I've been bamboozled. I didn't know about this. I saw some individuals saying stuff like this, and I dismissed it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. The truth is that I should have taken a much harsher line against this poison all along. It's coming from literal." Government. It has been the whole time. Yeah. It's coming from Israeli society as a whole as well. They all want this. Any poll shows it. Like, let's look at recent polls showing that more than 80% of Israeli Jews want all Palestinians expelled from Gaza. Recent survey conducted by Pennsylvania State University by an Israeli professor at Pennsylvania State University, published in Haaretz on the 28th of May. 82% of Jewish Israelis back expelling Gazans. And this goes like, I saw some individuals, just some individuals, like literally 4 in 5 of them, more than 4 in 5, in fact, saying stuff like this. And I dismiss it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. They've all been saying this the whole time openly. It was the plan from the very beginning. They leaked plans. Like the Israeli government leaked plans outlining their expulsion plan, literally immediately after they started invading Gaza. Paper drafted in October 2023, which proposed expelling all of Gaza's residents to Egypt. 82% of Jewish Israelis support this. And this guy who has been insisting there's no genocide, they're not going to expel anyone, it's just to destroy Hamas and get the hostages back. Now he's like, what? It's actually to expel and kill everyone?
That's the face.
And take over Gaza for Israel?
Oh my God, no way.
What?
Crazy.
I had no idea.
2 years of genocide.
It's coming from the government? What? No way. There's going to be a lot of other people having this about face. Like Lonabox has been doing this recently as well. Though he is worse than John Aziz still, make no mistake. Lona's prediction for Israel's aid plan came true immediately. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Look at that.
It's funny because he's like crafted because he's crafted such a Zionist audience, those videos don't do well, I suspect, as opposed to like,
I bet the comments are a mess.
Yeah, they're like, what are you saying? Israel's not number one? What are you saying? Israel number one. You. You hate Israel? Do you not love Israel?
Yeah, the replies to all these
I
guys.
live two doors down from this anti-Semite on screen. Bad chinchilla. He wears Teddy Fresh tracksuits on the weekends.
Exposed.
He was mad at his own chat calling him anti-Semitic. I wonder why you have cultivated such a community that would consider any criticism towards Israel to be anti-Semitic. I wonder how that happened.
Dude,
oh, no.
This guy said, what did he call it? He called a one-state solution anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
Right?
He also, he had some
that
choice words I heard. He said something along the lines of like, if all Jews are pro-Israel,
right,
then you're, and they're all, no. If all Jews are pro-genocide of Palestinians, you're anti-Semitic for being against the genocide of Palestinians. And I was like, yeah, okay. Who cares? What do you mean? Like, that's such a stupid argument. What do you think? Like,
if that's anti-Semitism, the word doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
anymore. then being Jewish is being pro-genocide. That's what that means. And it's like, that's anti-Semitic.
Which is incredibly anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It is such a stupid argument that you could only put together if you just think like Jews are magical, mystical, mythical people or something. Like, what do you mean?
They're allowed to do that. Right?
Like, that's so
they
insane.
Get an excuse. I mean, that's the logic of Israel, though. It's like this happened to us, so so anything we do is justified because anything we do is in defense of allowing it to happen again, just weaponizing it, right?
Contemplative thumbnail. Unacceptable. Oh my God, Israeli policy didn't work at giving aid to Palestinians in Gaza. No one could have ever seen that coming. It's almost like it's not intended to help them, but it's like, oh man, Israel really effed up. They took a big L here with this bad policy. They were genuinely trying to, like in good faith, trying to implement a policy to help people in Gaza, right? That's the sort of thing that he's going for. And he's like, oh man, I'm just critiquing them. This is the sort
Everyone has something to say about ContraPoints.
of guy who would like critique
Oh, yeah.
the amount of rations in the death camps rather than just denounce the Nazis for having death camps. That's who he is. These people are going to be trying to dial back and whitewash what they have been saying this entire time. Think about it.
Loner Box is my favorite Marxist. You should listen to him sometimes, brother.
That's awesome.
I bought my wife a Teddy Fresh hoodie yesterday. Long story short, we're getting a divorce, and I'm ashamed to say I was married to an anti-Semite for 10 years.
True, it's anti-Semitic
Remember
to
it.
not.
Don't let them
to
off the
think
hook.
Teddy Fresh
As
looks
they
like
realize
shit.
what they're doing doesn't sell
He
anymore.
did say that. He did that with Vanilla Mace. And this is before I even met Vanilla Mace. Vanilla Mace literally was like, Teddy Fresh tried to send me like a PR poll, and and she was like, yeah, that's gross. I don't want that. And he literally, you straight up was like, she's an anti-Semite.
She doesn't want to support Israel Zionist-owned businesses.
If you don't wear my adult baby clothes, you are a anti-Semite, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
He straight up said being anti-Teddy Fresh was akin to the Holocaust. No, stop.
Y'all tripping. If he did say that, I need a link to the clip.
That's
Maybe he did.
great. Yeah, Vanilla Hamas. Vanilla Hamas.
Oh, you got a funny chat, man. Sometimes when they're not yelling at you or trolling you.
She didn't even. Yeah, she wasn't even talking about like Zionism. By the way, she just said the clothes are ugly.
That's anti-Semitic, man.
Which is, of course, incredibly anti-Semitic. I can't believe you
being
said
Jewish is liking weird clothes. That's what being Jewish is.
He's
which
gonna
is
clip
not
you.
anti-Semitic.
He's
by the
gonna
way.
clip you. He's gonna clip you and be like, "Oh, that's we
Teddy
got him.
Fresh,
He's being
shitty
anti-Semitic.
weird
We got him."
Yes, yes. Brother, I
Please.
was quoting you. You made the sandwich.
Anyway,
They will try to distance themselves from it. Oh, he released another one too. Whistleblower testimony on Gaza aid plan reveals shocking details. This isn't shocking for anyone but you, Loner Bucks. You're not even shocked by this anyway. You know that you're trying to defend a genocide. You're consciously doing so. You know what's happening. You're just trying to defend it. Whoa, shocking details. Everyone knew this was happening from the very beginning. Everyone knows what they're doing in Gaza and why they're doing it. You're just trying to pretend otherwise because you're a fucking idiot. Well, yeah, you are an idiot. You're stupid, but you're not defending genocide because you're an idiot. You're defending genocide incompetently because you're a shit, terrible person paid by Israel to do so. These little rats are going to be scurrying out.
I think the saddest part for many of these people is I don't know about Loner Box, but like a lot of them are not even paid by Israel to do this.
Yeah.
They're literally doing this because
For the love of the game.
they just backed the wrong horse. Some of this does go back to Destiny because these guys are like his riders, right? His orbiters. They call themselves that. And basically after October 7, this moron who is a horrible deadbeat dad and a sex pest decided, oh, Hasan is pro-Palestine. I'm pro-genocide. And he just came out of the gate swinging with that statement and then had to basically engage in the worst ad hoc rationalizations I have ever seen. And he had the audacity to do this in real time, okay? Basically documenting every step he took, and all of his dumbass orbiters that aren't even getting paid by the state of Israel.
That guy, Destiny, that guy's girlfriend, I think. Something like that.
I don't know.
There's some weird lore with them.
I don't know the deep details of the lore and their background. I don't care. I don't care to know. It's just like,
but it's just like they're doing it for free because they are part of the orbit.
Yeah,
like
but it's
and then they
crazy.
join in on
like,
the propaganda.
It's crazy. At least like you could have gotten some benefits out of this, man. You just are doing this for free.
I think they might have got a free trip, but like
free trip to Israel.
Yeah. Thank you. Super good. Super
Great.
awesome. They got to hang out with Elon Levy. That's fuck yeah.
I got
the best thing ever.
Free trip to Israel, and what is it? Here's a link to the vanilla thing. Oh, I
You
think
know who
this
hit me up today on Instagram? Teddy Fresh. They said, "Hey, we'd love to send you some stuff." How about?
This is incredibly anti-Semitic.
How
Please
about?
don't watch this.
How about that?
Yeah, they're going. No, her chat's going. No way. Oh hell no.
Sorry, I don't know. Do I need like media training now that I'm like have more people in here? How about?
That's funny.
How about? Oh, brother, this guy stinks. You out of your freaking mind?
Do they design the merch themselves?
Bro, it's so over. 1.5 million likes on this, dude.
Really? Yeah, it's over.
H3 fans
I've never
when they
seen
come
that many
after
likes
you.
on TikTok, I don't think.
Fuck, the millennials who wear only pastel. The millennial who only wear color block
Wait,
pastel
pull up
are gonna
Teddy
come for
Fresh.
me?
Let's look at some of it.
No, I'm not.
Because it literally is
God
that.
damn it. Please, even
yeah,
if
that's
Ethan
the-
wasn't a raging frigging lunatic, I still would never wear
A certain
so butt ass ugly. Oh my god. Okay, anyway.
Here's another I need to deal with. Why can't y'all take a day off? So brave to dogpile a Jewish creator who was at the CPS's skull sent to his house of retaliation.
Snarker. Stop it.
Stop. Oh, you're dogpiling on me. So brave.
So anti-Semitically.
Oh, yeah. You sent the skulls. You are Hamas.
She totally sent the skulls.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like he did so much content around like skulls being sent to his house and like CPS being called to his house or something. And I think it's like ridiculous, obviously, to do those things, right? And I said that from the start, but he tried to literally bring that to every conversation where it was like, oh, you don't like Teddy Fresh? You sent skulls to my house. How dare you say you don't like my wife's adult baby clothes at a time in this troublesome time.
That's murder, bro.
In this troublesome time where I've had, as a Jewish man, skulls sent to my house.
It's not even that he has it. It's like she helped because she said this thing. She's a part of the snark, the giant scary thing that's all around me that did skull stuff and did CPS. It's like, I don't know. It's like a guy that's backed into a corner, alone in a room.
Oh man. Hold on, I'm texting my manager. Bye, Teddy Flop, or you're a Hamas.
Holy.
They didn't say anything about Judaism, CPS, or skulls.
Oh man, it was
TikTok
just
hates that guy.
Yeah, it's not. Twitter obviously is already a shitty ass space to try to figure out whether someone is good or not. But he's got the only place he can hide in is his Instagram stories at this point because no one can like respond to it.
Yeah, and he's like said that publicly, right? Like, I like posting these because no one can say anything.
No
back.
one can just like quote retweet him. So he just like can say from his hug box whatever he wants. His own chat, which is like heavily moderated to eradicate all criticism, even from fans, and and then I guess like that's it. He just has his little community that's increasingly getting smaller and smaller, and the clothing business is falling apart. Other producers in the space are leaving. No one wants to collaborate with him, and he just can't understand why. And he just keeps pushing over and over and over again.
When you get on NPR, it's because you paid. But he's not on NPR. He's paying like random Substack writers to write AI articles about how, it's anti-Semitic to not buy his clothes. What I was gonna say is this shit is like, this contributes to anti-Semitism. Very a lot.
So anyway,
it's cheapening. It's saying, oh, anytime a Jewish person something happens to them that they don't like, they just call it anti-Semitic. That doesn't mean anything now. So now I'm anti-Semitic. Like that process is these types of things like facilitate that process, which doesn't absolve blame from people being anti-Semitic, but it's like, if you're weaponizing it every time something bad happens, then you're cheapening it. Like you're making it something that doesn't actually have real world effects.
Oh,
right?
isn't this is Dan Stalkman, the Diddy man himself, his
Diddy
company.
Dan, yeah.
Diddy Dan's company, Redact Dev. Oh God, that's another freak.
Yeah, he's a weird.
So anyway, you would
annoying.
expect Hasan to make this Valiant.
Hasan's shocking and totally unexpected response to the Mikey clip.
Who's Mikey?
There's Michael from Pennsylvania who's banned right now because he says some. Then and then immediately was like, "Oh, I meant Zionism. I didn't mean Judaism." But
He
it doesn't.
said like Jewish Judaism is a constructed demonic identity, but then he said it was Zionism. He meant to say, right?
Yeah, and then they of course snipped the second part. I mean, you got God. That's you know
You can't be saying that, white baby.
Yeah, you got God, and it's so it's funny because like I didn't know what he had said at the time. Okay. I just literally said, I don't know what he said. I'm talking about children being starved right now, and this is what you want to bring up because you want to farm a clip, okay? And I don't give I don't give a ultimately don't care. I'm not Michael from Pennsylvania. Go take it up with him, okay? That's what I said.
Yeah.
And I also said in the process, you're just looking to farm a clip.
From you.
From me.
Yeah.
And they clipped it. And then he literally played that part on his stream. This is the video. I saw this.
Offering to his Jewish audience. And if there are any Jewish audience left in his crowd, which I'm sure there are maybe a few of the like the ones who are proud tokens to be spent by a person who wants you to die.
You hear that, chat? All Jewish folks in the chat. He wants you to die. And they're still here.
Yeah.
Are you guys? You need mental health. They're suicidal.
Hate yourselves.
They're suicidal.
Oh, you're all tokens. Oh.
Not anti-Semitic, by the way. Him saying that. Yeah, not anti-Semitic. Crazy, bro.
And who's about to defend a Nazi? Let's hear what he has to say. But I hope that if there are any Jewish people left in his audience.
Low to no.
Right,
Okay.
But yeah.
Dude,
I mean,
oh God, Dan. Oh, this is the saddest. This makes me more sad than Ethan's decline, honestly. Like, this man has a proud history of like being direct descendants of Bolsheviks. Okay, Bolsheviks. Like he is part of the reason why I did Leftovers. You know, and now he just is the most well-paid babysitter, I guess, and has slowly but surely, increasingly become a bigger and bigger dick rider. When initially his role was to just like keep Ethan in check, and now he's just low but no.
That one was clanking around in my brain as well.
Oh, wait, you should have got.
Yeah, like
the
I don't know,
moment.
it was like
More
2
about-
episodes ago. Ethan made the claim that I said that I was trying to kill him. That I said that I said you should get a gun and go kill propagandists. It was something to that effect. I'd have to get the timestamp. It was crazy, like crazy thing. And Dan immediately was like, he didn't say that. Nope, that's not what he said. And he was like, I'm pretty sure he did say it. He was like, nope, that's not what he said. We can pull it up. And then he's like, no, I'm pretty sure he did say that. And then we watched it. It was like, oh, he didn't say that at all. What are you saying? But then Ethan's like, well, it was pretty much the same thing. And Dan's like, yeah. And then they move on. And it's like, oh, he's willing to challenge him, but it doesn't, like, it's the king on the throne. Like, there's nothing you can do at that point.
No, he's not even like challenging him. He's just ass covering so he doesn't get
legal,
himself.
It's a legal threat. Like, he lost that lawsuit, right? Like, he knows what defamation. I mean, he doesn't know what defamation is apparently, but because he's still doing it. But like, he has people around him that are.
For him, it's literally he actively defames me and Sam Cedar with regular frequency in like horrible ways, right? But the reason why he does that is because he knows that if we sue him for defamation, that's a long and drawn out, convoluted legal process that he can make content off of. So because he's just so busted in the brain that even if he ends up losing that long and drawn out legal process, which he would, right? It's still, he's made this calculation, I think, in his mind that like, it doesn't matter, even if he loses hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process, it's still worth it because in that year-long period, he can constantly make content off of it. Just like with the what was his name? Ryan Kavanaugh, the billionaire guy.
Ryan Kavanaugh, yeah, the guy who sued him for defamation.
Yeah, like successfully and won.
He had to apologize. It was so funny. He had to read an apology.
But in the process of like creating, like he always needs villains. He doesn't have any other content. He just like needs to have major villains that he's positioned against, that he like psychotically stalks. And for the most part, those villains have been like universally acknowledged bad people, whether it be like a billionaire guy or whether it be Keemstar, you know,
Myron
people like this
Gaines
or
or
like
whatever.
Myron Gaines. Like,
Yeah.
so it's never been like this before, where he can, where he has a hard time coming to terms with the reality that like all of these other liberal outlets are not like taking his propaganda seriously.
No, it's like it's like debate lord stuff. Like when you foster a community of people that just are there to see you get mad at people and own people and have enemies and fight with people, your community is gonna be full of weirdos that are gonna be down to just be like, yeah, I mean, I'll support a side as long as the guy who I don't like is the one we're attacking for it. And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense why that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like your aversion to like debates and that sort of stuff, even if you do like the drama slop occasionally, probably makes your community a little less, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Freakish like that.
And we also actively stamp it out. Like this is one of the few instances where I'm allowing it to, I'm letting it rip because you're here.
No.
But under normal circumstances, I don't. Like, especially because it's a Saturday, you're here. I would normally never entertain any of this because I'm covering the fucking news. And most people in my community, other than the people that are in here currently, most people in my community have no clue what, I don't know, Ethan Klein is up to. They're not interested in it because they're...
Yeah, I thought it was done for a little bit and I was glad. I was like, damn, this stuff... I hadn't heard about it for a while, and then we came back in the news cycle when he said I was going to kill him or whatever.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Should we watch the content?
So go
nuke
ahead,
again?
Hasan. Teach us how it's done. Paragon of anti-racism.
Let's go.
I don't know what Mike from PA said. I don't give a shit, okay? And I don't care about what your concern is. Let's be real. You are not concerned. You are just trying to simply farm a clip.
Oh my god. Oh my
Which
god.
they did. They literally did do that.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
Like they were successful.
Yeah, indeed. It's like they were successful. They farmed the clip off you.
Oh, they're gonna farm this clip. No, and then it just cuts right to him fucking ending the clip.
He's so pathetic.
But also he saw
that sounded more like he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah,
Like,
that's very
if I'm being
antisocial
honest,
behavior,
which
you
is
know?
in line with what we have previously kind of asserted, that he's sort of not really in the inner circle despite wanting to be.
I don't think
This is a straight up bar for bar. Shame on you, Dan. You know that you are repeating something that the sex pestiny community has cultivated. You are literally saying that bar for bar. That like Mike from PA wants to be in Hasan's inner circle and he's not a part of it. It's like Mike from PA is his own man.
That guy
Okay,
makes like 20 grand a month on shows.
yeah,
man.
he's an adult. He has his own successful, content creation. He has his own views. It's just so sad to just constantly be like, no, Mike wants to be Hasan's friend and Hasan doesn't. I mean, it's like, it's parasocial. It's silly. Just stick to the issues. If you have an issue with what he said, then, talk about that, but you can't do that. It has to be, everything has to be considered from the framework of drama.
Not invited to the
Because like what
to the
as
bash.
it
To
was
the
clipped.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening.
That's not what's happening.
I think what you're saying
was anti-Semitic. The way it was clipped, talking about Judaism as a demonic ethnicity. Of course, that's obviously anti-Semitic, but it was clipped out of context. Apparently, you can't.
But if it
defend
doesn't
what you
matter,
said.
there's no defense of it.
There's no defense of what you say, and it's
like
anti-Semitic
when
to say
someone-
that. But being mad at that, not for what he said, but because you didn't respond to it immediately, and it's not like your response was adequate, even if you didn't watch it, is like, oh, you're content brain. Like that's not actually about anti-Semitism at that point.
Like you said, you have a childish brain and you do childish things.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. Mike from PA is way more radical than you and pretty often disagrees with you on stream. Great. I have no issues with people who disagree with me who are on the left. I've said this over and over again. I don't have issues with people who disagree with me. I think that's healthy. That's a normal part of discourse. And that's also a normal part of coalition building. Okay? It's normal. There's a reason why you don't see me left bashing often, even if there are things that I disagree with. Like Bad Empanada is a great example. Like there's disagreements I have with his methods sometimes. Okay? But that's how it should be. That's how my fans should be as well. You shouldn't be going to other content creators, okay, who are on the left who are advocating for progress, advocating for the same things that you want. But because they have like any sort of disagreement with me or with whatever your worldview is, you shouldn't be like going into their chats and like constantly chirping at them. Okay? You shouldn't be doing that. That's okay.
I mean, it's indicative that maybe your values aren't actually aligned with the left, right? Or aligned with pro-Palestine activism, if that's all you do.
Yeah. Do you have issues with people who criticize your drip, which is, to be honest, extremely warranted, Onk? No, my drip is excellent. Actually, that's the one thing that I do not allow.
Permaban.
By the way, you called this out ahead of time.
Didn't realize.
While discussing the Netanyahu interview, Ethan Drine draws a line, an equivalence between the Prime Minister of Israel and a Yemeni teen TikTok influencer.
No way.
No, they think he's worse than Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah. Totally.
That's the thing. Like they literally think it's worse.
He was even saying shit like, "Oh, your worst take is that he's Burger King."
The whole thing was Netanyahu saying we're so relatable. You know, we're just like Americans. And actually, it's not just about protecting Israel. It's about protecting you. It was insane.
It was let's humanize the killing of Palestinians. It was genuinely just like, what are we? I can't believe they had access to that, and I can't believe that it was carried out. I genuinely just like, it is so dangerous that such stupid people have access to such powerful, stupid people.
Mm-hmm. And to add on to what you said, Tom, like, I think Hasan said there's no circumstances in which I would interview Netanyahu. And I think Netanyahu's like the one exception.
That's not true. He said he would interview Netanyahu.
I from what I saw, he said no.
No, I said I wouldn't interview. I said I wouldn't interview Nick Fuentes. And I wouldn't platform Nick Fuentes. Benjamin Netanyahu, I would interview. I would just be incredibly critical. Obviously,
you platform Netanyahu.
No, he said he would.
Unbelievable.
Although I'm sure he said I'm equipped to interview Netanyahu. Meanwhile, again, he goes, I heard you guys have this video. He goes, you guys asked him about Burger King and McDonald's. Like, which is crazy. And then you crash cut to Hasan being like, yo, there's KFC in Yemen, bro.
Dude.
This only works if you legitimately think that even a prominent figurehead within the Ansar Allah movement is equivalent to Benjamin Netanyahu. They are not, let alone a random Yemeni TikTok influencer. Okay? They're not equivalent. Yes, one is on the right side of this genocide, anti-genocide. The other one is the one responsible for doing the genocide. Okay? That's why you're mad. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's like
But this is the problem. Like, these motherfuckers that watch this shit and watch the slop tubers without realizing are unironically they're unironically tapping into this distorted worldview. That's the problem. That's what's so frustrating about this issue, is that there are so many people who just like don't even exercise a little bit of critical thinking on this issue and go, yeah, no, actually, it's so much worse. It's so much worse that Hasan interviewed a Yemeni teenager or a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist over and over and over again. And being like, why are they terrorists? Oh, that's right. Because they're implementing a naval blockade because
fighting the genocide.
Israel is doing a genocide. Okay? It's crazy.
Yeah, in the just world, Rashid would be able to sue these people for everything they have, because the evidence they had for him being a Houthi is crazy. But even if he was, right?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're so
against the
unbelievably
genocide. They're against the genocide.
They're so unbelievably committed to the delusion that this guy is a Houthi is what they keep repeating over and over again. Norm
They're the only ones.
Finkelstein literally said the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize, that they're heroes of morality. Okay? Their domestic issues are utterly irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? We are talking about a genocide, and I've proven that this does not matter. This calculation does not matter to you either, because you don't make this calculation when you're talking about the Allied forces during World War II. You don't say, well, the Easy Company was comprised and defending America, which at the time was a segregationist, homophobic, anti-woman country, okay? And in many respects, maybe we haven't really evolved from those positions, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They were on the right side. They were fighting against the Nazi scourge, okay? You don't make that assessment when you're thinking about World War II, when you're thinking about the Holocaust. You don't go, I don't know. Was the Easy Company like what was the Easy Company soldiers and their opinion on black people, their opinion on women, their opinion on gay people?
What a hack loser that guy is.
I do the hamburger.
Like they're talking about the
I love that they
interview.
invited Hasan Piker on to nestle in so comfortably with Myron, Nick Fuentes.
Wait, what?
And Sneeko. He's
Wait.
with
Now he's saying I'm like nestling in with Myron, Sneeko, and Nick Fuentes, people who despise me, by the way, and I despise them.
And you've talked about that at length.
And I have talked about
For
them
like, what?
more than he has. That's the craziest part.
Exactly.
Because I do care about anti-Semitism. He doesn't. He just wants to weaponize it against not even like critics of Israel necessarily, but it usually is critics of Israel, obviously. But but it's more so just people who make him feel bad.
It's Jews in your chat. Like that's he said. Jews in your chat are
Yeah.
tokens. He called them tokens.
That's like
So-
that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Myron, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko. He has the same valuable opinion as all of them on the topic of Israel. He's a valuable voice in the panel of great anti-Semitic lunatics. So, by the way,
is no one gonna push back? Are there what happened? Did their mics get muted? Like I know none of those in the room feel that way.
You saw how like even he on his own got to the point of talking about you, and that riled him up to the point where like he's yelling. And they didn't even say anything. So I'm assuming challenging him on that point on anything to do with you would result in I'm pretty sure it has. He kind of freaks out. So it's like
He
that's
does.
the vibe of the show are so because it's like everyone's like I don't want to say anything about this because this guy's going to freak out at me and it's going to be uncomfortable for the next hour. I think that the inability for people to distinguish between that group of people that are anti-Semites that have extensive evidence of being anti-Semitic versus you who is pro-Palestine and has an extensive evidence of being against anti-Semitism and then framing you as just the same thing because they don't they're not willing to even look into it.
How is Goblin anti-Semitism? Ethan is a goblin because of his behavior, not his identity. Let's make it known. No, Ethan himself has like called himself goblin mode over and over again. But I think now that his community has changed so much in the last year or so that people think that people are being anti-Semitic when they call Ethan being a goblin. Like that was his own personal assessment that he would just be like, he calls it goblin mode when he behaves in these, I guess now it's all just, I guess it's all goblin mode now.
Yeah, it's like the whatever historical tropes are being invoked that have history to them are now just being used to defend Israel.
Like goblin is like
rats and
like
goblins
J.K.
and-
Rowling has
Oh yeah.
Basically really pushed that trope. Okay,
Gringotts goblins are it's crazy.
Yeah, they're what do you mean money goblins? They control the money with the big
that's so nuts.
Yeah. But no, I think like with Ethan, it's just like that's him calling himself goblin mode, which is usually an indication that like his former fans, when they call him a goblin, they're literally referencing that. And it's really interesting because like his new fans don't know that.
Right. And they're all Zionists, so they think it's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I was invited to participate in that panel. You know what? I didn't want to have anything to do with it. How about that?
What? Okay. Anyway, all right, we're done with this shit. This is
jump scare.
Fleeing from responsibility for what they have done and said in the last 2 years to help enable this genocide. Do not let them do so. Remember who they are and do not give them a path to opening up a new grift.
Hey, I don't know who the fellow on the left is, but has he condemned Hamas? I'm scared.
I condemn violations of international law.
Branding in a Mr. B's video just being
What?
worth a ton for.
No, none of this makes up for 100. No, there's something else going on. I don't know what it is, but there's just something else going on. That is not enough.
Mr. Beast just exposed and humiliated himself, but that may actually be the least of his worries after these new docs came out. The truth about the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce situation and why we didn't cover it yesterday, where this Trump-FEMA situation is really terrifying. With information still coming in, the suspect in the Minneapolis shooting has been identified. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Mr. Beast just got humiliated, though that might be the least of his problems right now. Because yesterday, he actually was the one humiliating himself because he crashed out over a smaller creator getting ranked higher on the Rolling Stone's most influential creator list. But then also, as if that wasn't bad enough, it got revealed that his company is grossly unprofitable, like somehow losing over $100 million a year unprofitable. But starting with Rolling Stone, the list that they have features a wide variety of influential creators that produce essentially every type of content you can imagine. But also, obviously, with a title like most influential creators, it begs the question, well, what is the criteria? And according to them, for the list, we defined it as someone.
Philip asking that question because he's not on the list. He's like, what defines the criteria? Philip, you deserved it. You deserve to be on the list. You got robbed, King. Let me tell you, you skinny king. Aren't you under Mr. Beast's talent agency? No. My agent used to be at WME, and he switched over to management to go to Night Media. And when he went over there, he asked if I would follow him, like if I would still be his client. And I said, yes. At the time, Night Media was not as big, nowhere near as big. It was just like me, Mr. Beast, and like a couple other people. Since then, Night Media has grown, expanded massively. And Mr. Beast left Night Media, so he's not even part of Night Media anymore. So the long-winded way of answering your question is no, I am not on the same talent agency as Mr. Beast. He's no longer rep by them. I think he does his shit in-house now.
Born from the internet, not a celebrity who jumped on after gaining fame in a more traditional way, who uses their chosen platforms to push conversations forward. So kind of, if you think about it, a super vague definition that gives them a lot of leeway, which is then why you see a kind of a range of names like Dave Portnoy, Iron Mouse, Hasan Piker, Miss Rachel, iShowSpeed, and many, many others. And then with all that, you had Mr. Beast coming in at number 7, which you might think would prompt a tweet like, oh, that's cool. Or hell, even if it was negative, maybe, how many views do I have to get to be number 1? But instead, he decided to take aim at someone on the list above him, writing in a now deleted tweet, according to this list, a guy with 1 million followers is more influential than me. What did I do to piss off the Rolling Stones? Which one, I will say, I don't know if Mr. Beast thinks Rolling Stone magazine is actually the band, the Rolling Stones. But either way, 2, the guy with 1 million followers is Caleb Hero. And he actually responded to the tweet on Instagram in his own way with a post that showed the tweet and the caption saying, thank you, Rolling Stone. It's been an honor. You know, this was such a dumb, petty tweet. My favorite thing wasn't even watching people like writing funny tweets and reacting to it. It was actually seeing some people realize in real time that this wasn't like a parody account. This was actually a real thing that he posted.
Okay, dude. There's no way Mr. Beast posted that. That's so funny. No, Mr. Beast didn't actually post that, chatters. Calm down. It's Caleb is making a joke. Wait, he did? Oh my God, he actually did. Oh my God, he did. Oh my God. Are you real, dude? Why would you post that? You sound so bitter. You're Mr. Beast. Why the do you care about where you landed on the Rolling Stones influential list? I genuinely thought that he would have the wherewithal not to post some shit like that.
You also had creators that have had a past with Mr. Beast, like Rosanna Pansino, writing things like, Mr. Beast's mask slipping this much in less than a year has been fascinating to watch. Sorry, Jimmy, Caleb has something you'll never have, a personality. Right in that, as there were just countless other popular tweets reading things like, Mr. Beast, I cannot respond directly because you blocked me, but I wanted you to know that Caleb is a comedian who makes many laugh, and you are some sort of Willy Wonka marionette being...
God damn, Philip. Bro, what did Mr. Beast do to get on his bad side, dude? I think it might have been the Aiden Ross collabs, maybe. Because Philip is some of the best liberalism has to offer, okay? And he's usually not the type to just like actively put the crosshairs, put the beat on someone like Mr. Beast. So I guess he just did not appreciate the Aiden Ross collab and the kick deal. Because I don't think he would cover. I'm surprised. Like, it's lighter stuff, but Phil, it's lighter stuff, but I think like Phil normally doesn't he just like kind of shies away from like drama shit, you know what I mean? Like drama adjacent shit, especially if it's gonna like bring a bunch of hate his way. But he seemingly has made an exception, and I suspect it's because it's I assume it could be because it's like the the Aiden Ross stuff, maybe that might have been a bridge too far.
Puppeted by the algorithm. But also, hey, I'll say it wasn't all hate, but some, including creators like XQC, reacting to the list while reading it and saying,
Seventh place, Caleb Iran. Yo, chat. If I'm Mr. Beast, I'm suing them. I'm just shut up. Imagine being the guy that has the biggest analytics on the internet for the longest time in a row. I'm not trying to delay, but guys, he's dominating the internet. To be beaten by Caleb Iran, a guy.
My juicer. I mean, dude. Obviously, if that was the only metric, then Mr. Beast would win every year. Like what? That's insane. That would be the most boring list of all time. Every year, it's just like every year, it's just the top most subscribed content creators. Every year, if there's a little bit of change, then that's reflected in the quantitative assessment. That's it. Should have been you, Big Haas. I am on the list. Thank God you're behind him. Less drama. No, I saw. He said I deserve being on the list. So the juicer war is at a ceasefire, a temporary ceasefire for now. He loves you, bro. No bots. Yeah, I know. This past week has been interesting because for once, XQC is actively defending my honor as a non-botter, and even went so far as to say I deserve being on the most influential list.
That I've never seen in my entire life. Appearing on a photo with Aiden makes you lose 5 points off the top 10 is what it is.
But either way, there you had Mr. Beast eventually deleting his tweet, and when replying to someone about the situation, wrote, "Not gonna lie, after this, I watched some of his stuff and it's actually good. I deleted the tweet. I don't want the smoke from the shooters. Spare me, please." So then he also got blasted even more for not apologizing and instead fearing the backlash. And as far as Caleb, it appears that he's just taken the whole thing in stride and joked on his Instagram story that he's in peace talks with Mr. Beast right now. Right, and also,
Caleb's the GOAT. I already have been in talks with him. Unfortunately, he's too busy and too goddamn Hollywood. And he's too busy to be on the podcast. It's all right. It's all good. I'm going to be extra homophobic in honor of the cold shoulder that the Fear and podcast received. So shouts out to Austin. Okay. Clout. Yep, that's true. He's like, I just took down Mr. Beast. Who the do you think you are? No, I'm kidding. He was like, no, he didn't big time me. I'm joking. Oh my God, I forget that some people take this shit seriously. No. He's currently in LA. But he has a bunch of stuff that he has to do, so he can't come on the podcast. I asked him like a day before, you know. Someone tried to say your C-word era was the reason. Yeah, that someone is not just any person. That is a civil rights attorney. The person that said I shouldn't be on the list is Andrew C. Lawfer, Esquire, civil rights attorney. Justice is blind, but I'm not. Police brutality, false arrest. And it turns out, yeah, he's at justice.org. He's a New York State trial lawyer. And it turns out, who could have thought he is a civil rights lawyer? There's just one type of Jim Crow system that he actually really likes. Could you care to guess which one I'm talking about? One that has existed throughout history but still continues to persist? Could you tell? Do you know which one it is? That's right. It's Israel. Because the thing that he's posting here is the racist language that he's talking about is me saying cracker. Why would an American civil rights lawyer ever give a about like a content creator getting banned for saying cracker? If anything, he'd be like, yeah, he should not have been banned. But it turns out there's another reason why he's mad.
For his part, Jimmy's been trying to move on, and instead he's been talking about how excited he is for Beast Game Season 2, which just finished filming with its $5 million prize. Which actually brings us to the second, and I think far more interesting story with Mr. Beast, and that is, it's being reported that he's running out of money. And that's not just speculation. Instead, it's coming from a leaked investor deck from earlier this year that was reviewed by Business Insider, with the deck reportedly revealing that in 2024, Beast Industries earned $224 million from YouTube and other media, which, you know, is a ton of money. But apparently,
bro, how is that even remotely possible? I do not understand how he was able to burn through $344 million. What the is going on? I guess this is like normal, right? This is he's just doing like Silicon Valley tech company shit. Is that it? This explains the cake deal? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. But I just cannot comprehend how you would do that. Carl Jacobs is very expensive, man. I don't no, you guys, don't be stupid, okay? You're stupid if you think that it's one reason. The amount of money that we're talking about is unimaginably large, both the revenue generated and the costs associated with running this business, okay? This is a YouTuber. What are we talking about? He's admitted to having a gambling problem on a podcast. I don't think you can gambling problem your way into $100 million. That is, like, I don't think people understand how much money we're talking about, okay? A lot of you do not understand how much money this is. This is not a normal amount of money, like $10 million in the hole for gambling. That's a sizable sum, right? That's a lot. That's a lot, like 10 million, 20 million. When you get to the $100 million category, it's indescribable with like one singular point of addiction, unless he's just literally putting the business on red or something. Okay, because this is hard revenue. We're not talking about like crypto casinos, like XQC has gambled $1 trillion worth, you know, because it's like all crypto. This is totally different. I'm in GDP of Zambia debt. Yeah, I don't think people understand what I'm talking about. Like, that just doesn't, no. Iron Man costs $140 million to make in comparison, and that's not just over 1 year. I bet Feasible is insanely profitable and ad costs are being offloaded to Beast Industries. Yeah, I don't know. But even then, $100 million over is crazy. $110 million over is crazy. You know? Like, yeah, you need to be in the red if you want, like, some kind of tax avoidance, let's say. Hollywood accounting, but like 120? 120? That's beyond.
That was because the company spent $344 million. So you're looking at a negative difference of $120 million a year. So that's usually a non-starter for most businesses, let alone a social media brand. With Jimmy possibly realizing he's got a problem on his hands because in May of last year, he brought on Jeffrey Hausenbold to help out the corporate side. With then, in September, Hausenbold being upgraded to CEO. And Hausenbold has a...
Just admit you don't know ball. Brother, there's like maximum 1,000 people on the planet that know ball at that level, okay? Like, I'm talking other billionaires don't know ball like that. They would not be billionaires if they were just like dumping $120 million every year. There's levels to this gambling Dude, you're still on the gambling tip. No, I don't. I don't. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like, bro, that's not gambling. That's when you rob a casino, okay? Ocean's 11 style. And not even, because I don't think the casino has $120 million in cash.
Long successful resume as the former CEO of Shutterfly and a venture capitalist that led SoftBank's $100 billion vision fund. It appears he has tons of ideas for tackling the insane cause that Mr. Beast has run up with his production, some of which seem obvious. Things like, for example, Mr. Beast apparently pays retail on like everything. So let's say it's like a video that features gym equipment. Jimmy is apparently buying that for full value, which for a creator of that size doing a production that large, it's almost unheard of. The scene is any amount of branding in a Mr. Beast video just being worth a ton for companies.
No, none of this makes up for 100. No, there's something else going on. I don't know what it is, but there's just something else going on. That is not enough. That's not $120 million. That does not make up for $120 million. No, that's crazy. Oh, he pays retail price. Okay. What the
and he should be working out deals for those items. And so in the case of gym equipment, it'd probably be easy to get that stuff for free or heavily discounted for just mentioning it in a video. What's even crazier to learn.
You're talking about 10 million, okay? If he's over by 10 mil, fine. Maximum. Even then, that's too much. Okay? Nope. No shot. No fucking shot, dude. No, again, not 12 times the amount of 10 million. No way.
Is that Mr. Beast reportedly didn't even have a fully dedicated brands team, like the people that would negotiate those deals. And so Hausenbold's new 8-person brand team, they're trying to score these kind of items for free or even have Mr. Beast paid to use them in videos. His company also appears to now be renegotiating advertiser rates by as much as 65%, with Hausenbold saying, "We select partners that are authentic and will resonate with our loyal viewers, so we will never work with a cringe product." Sometimes Jimmy has a personal preference, but we have a choice in who to work with and the economics must pencil out too. But then even with all that, you have things probably not turning around if Jimmy gets to continue spending crazy amounts per video, which appears to be why there is now a buzzkill squad that'll have to force budgets on videos and make sure they stick to those budgets. And so that means, no more spending $29 million for just the sets of the first 2 episodes of a Beast Game season and losing tens of millions of dollars on the project. A mistake so massive that even Jimmy said, "I'm an idiot." And reportedly, according to one ex-staffer, these changes over the past few months have meant that it's getting more corporate, saying people were used to the Wild West and now you can't run a company this size that way. Now, with all that said, I think it is hyperbolic to say that Mr. Beast is running out.
The I reviewed 400 Ferraris video was probably a mistake. Dude, there's just nothing that makes sense there, okay? It just does not make sense at all. That is so much money. That is an incredible amount of money. What did he buy every Ferrari on the planet? Like, what are you talking about?
Money. Because when you look at it, it appears that the media side's really just the side that's bleeding money. Things like Feastables. And
the height of a stack of 300 million $1 bills is over 20 miles, which is kind of a strange way to try to describe how big that number of money is, because no one understands what 20 miles looks like stacked high in the form of $1 bills. So that's like, he bought a tank. Okay, a decommissioned tank is like maximum $1 to $2 million. What are we talking about? Probably cheaper than that. Like, he didn't buy a Merkava straight out of like the like fresh off the rack. You know what I mean? He's not dumping like 20 onto it. He most likely rented it. He did not buy tank retail, okay?
Mr. Beast products are actually very profitable for the company and accounted for about half the revenue. And so to a certain degree, you could argue that all the videos, they're essentially just big ads. So that said, they obviously want that side to also be profitable, and Hasan Bolt's confident that by this year, things will turn around. In fact, in that same leaked investor deck, it claimed that the company is projected to make $317 million in media revenue and spend just $292 million. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how it plays out, though I'll say, it really does feel like Mr. Beast is too big to fail. Obviously, those could be famous last words, but his weird, petty reaction to the Rolling Stone thing aside, there's really just never been anyone like Mr. Beast in our space. Like, his bad view videos are 62 million plus. But yeah, whether it be the Rolling Stone of it all or the business side, I'd love to know your thoughts and reactions.
Yeah, that's crazy. Mr. Beast paying Pentagon prices. Yeah, no shot, man. That's crazy. 1 million seconds is 2 weeks. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. I don't know how you spend that kind of money, man. I genuinely don't know. Oh my God, I can't finish this. I can't finish it. I can't finish it. It's so bad. It's so bad. You demanded this for some reason.
So bad. No,
you demanded this. All right, let's do the Israel and movies by GDF.
The first award presented at the 50th Academy Awards was for Best Supporting Actress. The 1977 film Julia, starring Jane Fonda, had opened.
This is a tricky one because I feel like sometimes it's just that, like, you got writers that are actively just like showing something that's like related to Judaism or whatever, and then people will be like, see, they're always promoting Israel. And it's like, it literally snaps into anti-Semitism so quick. But whenever you see like a mention of Krav Maga randomly, or a mention of like, flying to Israel, I'm going to Tel Aviv. It's like, wait, what? And it's always some minutia. It's always like something that you did not have to fly to Tel Aviv over, you know? It's just like, you just added that in there for no reason.
Overall, 11 nominations, including for Best Picture, Best Director, and Fonda was herself nominated for Best Actress. She didn't win, but her co-star, Dame Vanessa Redgrave, took home the award for Best Supporting Actress. It was a whirlwind year for Redgrave. While Julia was warmly received, another film she was in that year drew a very different reaction. It was a documentary she produced herself called The Palestinian. Filmed amid the civil war in Lebanon, Redgrave travels to the Palestinian refugee camps in the country and speaks to Palestinian politicians, refugees, and fighters. She interviewed Yasser Arafat, leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization, giving him ample time to articulate the Palestinian cause. For her film, Redgrave was the target of a sabotage and harassment campaign by the Jewish Defense League, led by Meir Kahane. JDL members picketed theaters that played the film and even released mice into at least one of them. Another theater was bombed.
Oh my God. Bro, what the why are pro-Israel people like this? Bro, they did this at UCLA. I mean, JDL is like an actual active domestic terror organization. And it was branded as such from the American State Department and also the the Israeli intelligence community as well. They've since taken them off that terror designation. Biden did that. Shouts out to old Brandon. Okay. But it's crazy that like this is something that pro-Israel at UCLA campus where they like tried to release lab rats. I mean, that's crazy, man. That's like biblical plague shit. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Which took place after the Oscars. When Redgrave arrived at the Oscars, she saw her likeness hanged in effigy by JDL members who apparently lit it on fire. Police reportedly told her a local JDL leader offered $500 for the ear of the Nazi. I made this film because I believe the Palestinian people have been denied the right to be heard, Redgrave said in defense of her movie.
And I salute you, and I pay tribute to you, and I think you should be very proud.
1 second, I'm downloading Peak.
That you've stood firm, and
I'm downloading Peak.
You have refused to be intimidated by the threats of a small bunch of Zionist hoodlums whose behavior is an insult to the stature of Jews.
Yeah, by the way, classic. Very clear, very deliberate, very much not anti-Semitic. Okay, that's exactly what these guys are, JDL. But of course, I'm sure that people reflected on this to be like, well, this is some real significant anti-Semitism.
It's all over the world, and to their great
she says Zionist, but she meant Jew.
and heroic record of struggle
Chat, if it dims below 20K, I will come to your homes. That's right. Pick CB. You tell them.
against fascism and oppression.
Her words, Zionist hoodlums, referring directly to the JDL. Years later, she wept, remembering the Oscars speech. The Academy president, Howard Koch, said that after the ceremony, I felt sorry for Vanessa. At the party afterward, she was sitting all alone with just her 2 bodyguards. No one would sit with her, and here it was her big night. Henry Ehrlich, the publicist assigned to escort Redgrave, wrote to the Los Angeles Times explaining how he confronted her. As a film industry publicist, I was assigned to escort Vanessa Redgrave to the various press and media gathered on the 4th floor at the Music Center. I turned to her and congratulated her for the award, and I also made a very simple but direct statement. I have been an ardent Zionist and supporter of Israel for more than 30 years. I do not consider myself a hoodlum. It was...
Always, dude. Always the same method. Always the same method. It's just like, first of all, okay, she ain't even talking about you, little bro. You're the one who is taking ownership over this. She's talking about a literal terrorist organization that is like actively trying to cause harm to her in the process of defending an apartheid state that is actively causing harm to all Palestinians. It's just double. This is what I mean. It's just like placing Westerners' feelings over like the actual impact, the actual things that are taking place is so annoying. Yes. Shut up. We're going to watch this.
Statement,
We're going to watch this video
The
first.
charges of anti-Semitism were especially unfair considering David Lehrer, longtime director of the Anti-Defamation League for the West Coast, later called the JDL thugs and hooligans. Apparently, not a single Hollywood star came out in defense of Redgrave. One would think her Julia co-star Jane Fonda, famously photographed with North Vietnamese troops atop an anti-aircraft gun, would show her support. Instead, she publicly criticized her for years.
Yeah, Jane Fonda herself is like kind of shitty on this, which is crazy because like, you know, this is an insane moment. Like this is something that has never happened in American history. Like Jane Fonda going to Vietnam and sitting atop an anti-aircraft battery system in the hands of the North Vietnamese Liberation Front is perhaps one of the most major acts of anti-imperialism that has ever come from Hollywood, the Hollywood elite. And people wanted to kill her, okay? This is not lib shit. Shut up. This is not lib shit at all, okay? This is what do you mean lib shit? She did take it back later, said her action was caused by ignorance. I don't know about the brainwash part. But it doesn't matter. She did it at the time. Some people also wanted to kill for her. No, that's not Jane Fonda. That's a different person. You're thinking of Jodie Foster. You're mixing up your white ladies. But it was so crazy for someone who went to this length to still at that moment not want to say a thing about Israel's ongoing occupation and apartheid structure.
In 1980, she traveled to an IDF outpost.
Yeah, I know. I read the article about her criticizing the PLO
in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights of Syria, and gave an interview to the Israeli Maariv, where she denounced Redgrave's views as crazy. In fact, in December 1982, following Israel's invasion of Lebanon, the siege of Beirut, the Sabra and Shatila massacres, and with the ongoing occupation of southern Lebanon, Fonda declared her unqualified support of Israel. She condemned the double standard which has been applied to Israel over the war in Lebanon, and said she attributed this in part to anti-Semitism, as well to the tendency of many...
Yeah, it's just, there is a double standard with Israel. It's just not in the direction that you think, okay? It's so crazy that, like, normal-ass people with progressive opinions, when it comes to Israel, like Hollywood celebrities, and right? Who will actively go out and like protest when it comes to domestic issues, who are anti-war across the board, who will do something as bold, as radical, as brave, as actively aiding and abetting the enemy, okay? Because the enemy in that circumstance is obviously people defending their own territorial homeland in Vietnam, will then turn around and sound like the Israeli state officials. Like, these are things that you have heard yesterday, the day prior, every single day since October 7th, if that's the first time you started tuning into this. And yet these talking points have not really been updated since like 1953, okay? Since people started paying attention to what the was going on. Like, why do you sound like a government mouthpiece? Why do you sound like a mouthpiece for the state of Israel? You're Jane Fonda. You're like, at most, you should be like, I don't know what's going on. People, you know, I don't think you should be able to kill people, you know?
Individuals to have knee-jerk reactions on behalf of third world nations. Israel, she said, is surrounded by a sea of fanaticism. These countries are against women, against democracy, and every right we hold dear.
And they're anti-Semitic. Oh my God. The talking points have not been updated at all, bro. That has to be racism, right? Okay, well, the Vietnamese are Asian. They're not white either. They also received a ton of Orientalism at the time. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, the only updated talking point from this is basically they added homophobic on top of these countries are against women, against democracy, and every right we hold dear.
And they're anti-Semitic. In any case, despite her being celebrated for her fraternizing with North Vietnamese troops, she later said she made a huge mistake that made a lot of people think I was against the soldiers. Needless to say, Redgrave's documentary was completely out of the realm of possibility for any major studio. When you think of big-budget films and their depictions of the Palestine conflict, or Arabs and Muslims generally, what do you imagine? Do they contain Palestinian leaders explaining at length their cause and why they fight? Are they humanized or dehumanized? That Redgrave was completely alone at the after-party after winning Best Supporting Actress is telling. It appears to illustrate a near-unanimous condemnation of, or at least a fear to speak out in support of, Redgrave's sentiment. A sentiment born out of her Palestine activism and subsequent harassment. Why did nobody in Hollywood come to her defense? We're all well aware of how small the number of pro-Palestine voices there are in the industry, the consequences that people face for speaking out, and the bias in movies that have long been pro-Israel and outright propagandistic. Indeed, some films have been made with the express purpose of serving as propaganda, which we'll see shortly. The Israeli government has provided assistance to a number of big-budget films, some that have had a lasting impact. When the Palestine conflict is covered, Israelis are typically victims, And even when they commit excesses, it's for the greater good in the end.
Oh, yeah.
The ends justify the means.
You had to do it, man. You had to.
The Palestinians, on the other hand, fight without moral principles, are unreasonable, impractical, and bloodthirsty. Films have shaped how Americans view Palestinians, Arabs.
What sucks is like Munich is such a good movie. That's the other side of it. Like, it's so, like, just if it's not about real events, if you pulled yourself out of it and you didn't consider it to be like a key fixture of propaganda, it's an incredible, I think it's a great movie.
Muslims, terrorism, and the U.S.-Israel relationship. It seems clear that the image of Israel as a strategic asset of the United States was, at least in part, manufactured by Hollywood with the active assistance of the Israeli government. That might sound like a conspiracy theory, but it is well documented, particularly in Hollywood and Israel, A History, by Tony Shaw of the University of Hertfordshire and Israeli historian Giora Good.
I've heard it's an incredible movie, and it was very controversial by pro-Israel groups who thought it was equating, but it was still, no, it was, of course it was still very much pro-Israel. It's crazy to see it as anything but. The only like moderate redeemable aspects of it is that like there is like one moment where I think it's a Palestinian that's like, is it a Palestinian where there's like a conversation I remember taking place between like a Palestinian operative and a Mossad operative, and the dude is basically like, of course we're gonna fight, like what do you mean? That's it, that was it. This is another content creator called GDF.
Yeah, who's GDF?
He made a video about like Israel and movies and like Hollywood and like Hasbara in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I was watching it yesterday, and I think I can like continue watching it from this point on. We only watched the first 6 minutes, where he basically goes into great detail about this actress Julia Redgrave.
Another film she was.
And she made like a documentary movie about like Arafat, and she was basically blackballed by Hollywood, including her counterparts like that had done radical things at the time, like Jane Fonda, and her co-star Jane Fonda was actually criticizing her. Apparently, Jane Fonda, I didn't know, was like kind of a major Zionist. But yeah, here we'll just continue from this point on.
Discovered film. The Israeli expel that maul the number of pro-Palestine voices there are in the industry, the consequences that people face for speaking out, and the bias in movies that have long been pro-Israel and outright propagandistic. Indeed, some films have been made with the expressed purpose of serving as propaganda, which we'll see shortly. The Israeli government has provided assistance to a number of big-budget films, some that have had a lasting impact. When the Palestine conflict is covered, Israelis are typically victims, and even when they commit excesses, it's for the greater good in the end. The ends justify the means. The Palestinians, on the other hand, fight without moral principles, are unreasonable, impractical, and bloodthirsty. Films have shaped how Americans view Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, terrorism, and the U.S.-Israel relationship. It seems clear that the image of Israel as a strategic asset of the United States was, at least in part, manufactured by Hollywood with the active assistance of the Israeli government. That might sound like a conspiracy theory, but it is well documented, particularly in Hollywood and Israel, A History, by Tony Shaw of the University of Hertfordshire and Israeli historian Giora Goodman of the Kinneret College on Lake Tiberias. The book draws extensively on the Israeli State Archives, IDF archives, U.S. State Department records, and numerous collections of personal papers from figures in both the American and Israeli film industries. It's an impressive work of scholarship, whatever the underlying sympathies of its authors. It's worth reading to understand what Hollywood produced and released for theaters in America and indeed around the world about Israel, Muslims, and terrorism, and how those films covered Palestinians. Hey everybody, due to the content of my videos, I'm not advertiser friendly. So if you want to support my work, consider becoming a patron for access to exclusive content and the GDF Discord server. I also accept donations. Thank you so much to everyone who has become a patron
30
and
minutes.
donated. Love you all. Thank you.
Until the food gets
Hollywood's first feature-length film about the birth of Israel was released.
What were you
Do you know, I remember watching Taken, right?
Uh-huh.
And it was like the first Taken. And first of all, the guys were like Albanians.
Yeah,
right?
of
They were
course.
like Muzzy Albanians, right? That did the initial part of it. But then I thought, you know what? Look, they got the Muslims as the low-level crime guys. Like it's okay for a Hollywood film. Like the Muzzies are the middlemen. They're not the real. They're not the real evil ones here.
Yeah.
Then it was like some kind of like Russian, guys that were selling off these women or whatever. And then they sold off his daughter to who at the end? It was like an Arab sheikh.
Oh,
and I was like, oh God. Like we couldn't just have one film where we're not the head bad guy in all of this. Oh man, these Arabs, man.
Yeah, those Arab sheikhs are more pro-Israel than the average American, so.
Yeah, exactly. And they always make them out to be like the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
In 1949.
They are bad,
It was
just not in the
called
ways you
Sword
think.
in the Desert from
Yeah.
Universal International Pictures, directed by George Sherman. Though, according to Goodman and Shaw, Sword in the
nuts, man.
Desert's chief creator was Robert Buckner, a Gentile who both wrote and produced the movie inspired by a short story he had penned after visiting Palestine while a journalist in the mid-1930s. Arabs are largely
Do
subtracted
you know
from
what?
the
I was
story
thinking about
of
this,
Israel's
right? I was thinking like what Palestinians need to do, right? Or the general movement is we need to start a comic, like a superhero, Palestinian superhero, and make like the Avengers, but the Avengers of the Middle East, of like these good guys that fight back.
Yeah, I mean, Watermelon Watermelon Pictures is doing
Yes.
a lot of great.
That's Alana, isn't it?
work.
Alana Hadid?
Yeah, Alana
Yeah.
Hadid. So there is definitely there
'Cause
are
that's what has to
definitely
happen.
attempts. Yeah, there are definitely attempts to like just create because there's so much art that comes out of a
Resistance.
lot of this. Yeah, a lot of this like. A lot of these experiences, and it's great that there are at least some people that are trying to use their more privileged positions to change that dynamic.
Well, do you know, I actually think like, look, for a long, long time, the culture in the Middle East, like Arabs in general, they when they do charity, right? Yeah, their idea of charity is let's give food, water, build a mosque.
Yeah.
But they'll never ever think to themselves, actually, let's invest our money in politics. Let's back a politician. Do you know what I mean? Let's
Yeah.
start a grassroots movement. Let's have a think tank. They don't think like that, right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because like,
But no, what I'm
'cause
saying,
there are structural hurdles.
yeah.
against that.
There are structural hurdles, but what I'm saying is like the mentality and the thought process for Arabs in general isn't like that. But this second generation and third generation of Arabs are way more sophisticated, and they are beginning now to really awaken since this. Like the art, like the music now that's coming out, like the pro-Palestine music that's coming
Yeah.
out, like they're bangers now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? The artwork, the artistic flair, the poetry. How many journalists now are coming out and starting their own, like essentially pro-Palestine podcasts and stuff like that? Like it's really beginning to change now. Like the whole Middle East dynamic is changing.
Yeah.
The pair write. Though Arab characters do appear, they do so only fleetingly. They hardly speak, but simply spit on the ground, and are presented as lazy, foolish, and determined to wipe out the Jews.
It is crazy that like that
interesting
propaganda has not really changed at all, like either. They just still run the same route every time.
The film revolves around the
Like, I don't
conflict
get it, man.
between the
Like,
Zion.
I don't get like why Israeli stand-up comedians and Israeli comedy is just so bad,
Yeah.
And yet, like
That's how you know. That's how you know it's different from like the rest of the Jews around the world, because like
they're hilarious. They're so good at music.
It's just ridiculous. Like it's just so it's almost German. Like Israeli comedy has like a Nazi tint associated with it because they're too angry and too hateful about the existence of Arabs and Palestinians and Muslims as a whole around them to actually do something funny.
Have you ever done like a review of like Israeli comedians doing like stand up?
Oh yeah,
and just like how bad it is.
Yeah, they love bombing.
Yeah, they do. I saw this one guy yesterday. It was like a little clip, and he was like going, "Oh, you know, they're saying there's starvation in Gaza. There's no starvation. Have you seen some of the images come out? There's a kid holding up a sign, and it's saying, 'Feed me, I'm hungry,' and he's got one arm here, and one arm there. You know, because it's AI. He's got 3 arms, and I'm just like, and the audience were like howling with laughter, and I was just like going, well, man, is this it really?
Yeah, here you want to see Israeli comedy? Here it is. Me too, my political opinions. What are my political opinions? I'm left wing. I'm for peace. I'm for 2 states, for 2 peoples. But I'm in favor of flattening Gaza. That's the truth. I'm a leftist, but I'm extremely towards the right wing. I'm for peace. I'm for the violence that will bring peace. That's my opinion. It's just like, this is not even, you're just doing a hot, like, what's the joke?
It's like, just imagine,
yeah,
like,
we should just continue doing it.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, ha ha ha, that's so funny.
Yeah.
לא, כי הבן לבן זה מביך. מה שיביא את השלום זאת לא יונה עם מלא של זית, זה טנק סימן מרכבה 4. זה מה שיביא את השלום? קיצר, אז תמיד אני אומר שאני לא אדם פוליטי.
This is so bad that I feel like it's satire.
Well, it is. It like people. The thing is, what you've got to remember is like in 50 years' time, in 20 years' time, people are going to watch this, like these comedians, when they talk about how was this consented, and they're going to look at like the Israeli population, they're going to look at this, and they're going to go, really?
No, that's what that's what gives me so much confidence as well. Because like in the YouTube space that I'm in, there's like a lot of these like pro-Israel dip there, and like they can't openly admit how much they love and praise Israel for its genocidal actions usually. So they have to like do like some kind of defense of Israel by like attacking its critics,
right?
Myself included.
Yeah.
And I always think that like
so beautiful.
Since like the attitude has shifted, like people are gonna go back and look at what you said, and they're gonna be reminded you posted this on your own. Like you posted your position on your own, thinking that Israel was going to become increasingly more popular somehow because you're so insane.
Like Megyn Kelly when she was like going, oh, it's all Pallywood. I don't believe these images of children.
I know.
It's so bad, isn't it, man?
Yeah, but it's like, I'm reminded that like eventually people are going to look back at that and they're going to remember what you said and they're going to be like, you were a shit. They're not going to let you get away with it is what I mean.
Yeah, Hasan,
have you seen this one? This one's the Colombia anti-Semitism.
No, I haven't seen this.
Oh my God.
I haven't seen this, right.
Oh God. It's so bad. It's so unfunny.
Hi everyone. We are live on YouTube with Colombia Anti-Semitic News, where everyone is welcome. LGBTQH.
H?
Hamas.
Yeah, I totally sim Hamas.
Yeah.
It's so trending right now.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Do you know why it's true? Because it rhymes. Just look at all this toxic Zionist propaganda. Kidnapped in Gaza. Does this look like Gaza to you?
Yeah, bro, I have no idea what Gaza looks like.
And they're smiling. Do hostages smile? Zionist liars.
Totally sus.
Do they?
Like, Israel can't do anything that's not a war crime. Like, even this is supposed to be comedy, but in my opinion, this is a war crime. Like, the fact that they just, like, posted this, they were so proud of it. They're like, this is so funny.
I'm actually blown away with how bad this is.
Yeah.
Like, they've not even added fake laughter into this.
This is the premiere. Like, this is their SNL, bro.
This is SNL.
This is the Israeli SNL, yes. Yeah.
I think we're stupid.
Stupid? I major in queer post-colonial astrology. Ew. The world dirty.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm racist fluid.
Exactly. And now for a little break from all this activism, we want to say hello to our BFF.
Bestie freedom fighter.
Abu Fatwa in Gaza. Salam alaikum.
Alaykum as-salam, and inshallah, Allah will you all infidels. Thank you so much for joining us. Love the headpiece, the all oppression chic, very drip.
Mr.
Once again, the average Hamas militant or the average Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant, I'm not even going to talk about like PFLP, DFLP. If they were to actually correspond with an American, which is illegal, of course, if they were to actually correspond with an American, they would not harbor this level of resentment towards the average American, especially a pro-Palestinian average American, as opposed to the average Israeli soldier that literally has so much anger and resentment towards America for like not supporting Israel sufficiently, in spite of the fact that they get unlimited funds. So even when they talk about this shit, it's just like, it's projection.
Like
it's projection.
I'm shocked that this is this real? Is this their SNL?
This is their SNL, yeah. Yeah, it's like Mr. Fatwa. His last name is Fatwa.
Fatwa, how are you? Are you safe?
Oh yes, I'm safe. I'm in a tunnel under the Gaza hospital. Above me, I have Allah and 2 million civilians protecting me.
Community is so important these days.
Do you need like humanitarian aid, food, fuel, medicine? It's okay, I have everything. I'm only hungry for rockets. As long as it's organic.
Yeah.
I wish I just could be there with you. You can come to Gaza anytime and we will throw you from the roof. Do you hear? Bro, want to throw me a rooftop party.
They are so welcoming and inclusive.
So, shukran. And you are also very welcome to come here to America. We will come. First we finish with Israel. And America is next.
Great! So, I guess we'll see you soon.
Yes, it would be a blast. Can't wait. It will be so multicultural. Ya Allah, you are so stupid.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's because of Hamas that people.
This is so bad.
It's because of Hamas that people can't go into the Gaza Strip and not because Israel will literally blow you up.
Do you know? I just feel like they have this like checklist of like, look, these are all the Hasbara talking points.
Yeah.
We have to get this in this comedy sketch.
A buddy of mine, Will Menaker, he's on Chapo Trap House.
Yeah.
That's their podcast. He wants to clock this so perfectly when talking about conservatives and their inability to do humor because they get so angry in the process of like trying to craft a joke that they just start like yelling out whatever like racist diatribes they have in their minds, where it's like nothing here is like structured like a joke, because they're so horny to just like be like, they're under tunnels under the hospitals. They have human shields. Like they want to just like get all the talking points out, so they can't even like make a joke.
And you know the worst part about it as well, which I think people don't realize the subtlety of it, is the fact that the way that they mock Americans, like fellow American citizens, by like having them have this like pink hair, blue hair, that they're so stupid and they're so dumb.
Yeah, they don't even understand they're gay, but they're pro Hamas.
Yeah, like all of this kind of like, do you know, it's like when Netanyahu came to Congress and he was like going, "Oh, these useful idiots outside."
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you had all of Congress giving him a round of applause for calling Americans idiots.
Yeah.
Like even if you're against what those Americans were marching for or protesting against, right? Yeah. Are you going to let a foreign leader of a country call fellow Americans idiots?
They will, because they're.
But that's what I mean. Like, it's just, to me, it's just crazy. Like, I could hate whoever's outside, but if they're a fellow countryman, I'm not going to let some foreigner go in there and insult my fellow countrymen in my halls of power.
Also, those people out there, they're paying for Israel's bombs. Okay, as American taxpayers, without those guys paying their taxes, you get no bombs.
No,
so
but,
shut the fuck up.
But remember, they're so masculine. You know, these guys on the right, they're so masculine. But you know, they'll let somebody absolutely insult their home, their people, and give them a round of applause. But they're so strong.
Yeah,
and
they're so unimaginably cucked.
They're so strong.
This administration is letting Benjamin Netanyahu do the exact same that he did to Biden.
They're so strong.
While still trying to masquerade as like big, strong, macho men.
Wow.
It's just so lame.
You so much, Abu. We love you.
I won't even bother killing you. It's a waste of bullets. Good vibes only. It's better you just kill yourself.
Okay, bye.
Die. fly.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be Jews free. Yeah, that sounds better.
It is better.
So good.
What are the comments on
comedy?
Like?
You can sense the desperation and the loneliness in this video. The world knows. This feels like an episode of The Boys with Vought trying to desperately look like they're the victims. If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing Malcolm X. Well, they weren't doing a good job. They weren't doing a good job making me sympathize with Israel
That was
at all.
so bad.
Yeah. Do Israelis find this funny? I knew the bar was low, but damn. We will look back on this in the same way we look back at caricatures of Jewish people that were drawn in 1933 to 1945 Germany.
100%.
Yeah. There's no use. The world sees you crystal clear now. This might be the most insane thing I've ever seen. As an American, I have no idea what's happening to my country. Okay, this guy's, I think, pro the video.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the most dystopian thing I've seen in a minute. It just is so...
It's like an episode of Black Mirror.
Yeah.
It's like an episode of Black Mirror. It's nuts.
Oh, this was the other Israeli comedian, Yoni Kletzel. An Israeli-American comedian named Yoni Kletzel made jokes about starvation and dead Palestinian babies. He thinks this is funny, but it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard.
Film just got an award at the Oscars. Yeah, it's weird. I actually don't believe that Palestinian films should win any awards ever, because they only know how to play one role, victim. You know, it's like my family is so starving. They only got 5 trucks of humanitarian aid. Please donate. Link in the bio. It's the only shit they know how to play. No, okay, they know how to play one more thing. Fake dead baby. Yeah, I don't know why they can't that role. They never it, right? It's like all you have to do is lay down and not move. You want to see me win a Palestinian Oscar right now? Thank you so much, everybody. And the Oscar goes to Muhammad. Thank you.
I mean, even the room is not with that at all. There was one guy that clapped. This is great.
Honestly, sometimes I wish I grew up in Gaza, because I would be like a Pallywood superstar.
Oh my God, I can't finish this. I can't finish it. I can't finish it. It's so bad. It's so bad. You demanded this for some reason.
So bad. No,
you demanded this.
Because I just think to myself, like, how are these people like occupying us and killing us all the time? Like, it's so bad. They lack so much imagination.
Well, they're not even. They wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't like a captive population that they control all of the food and all the aid that goes into it. And even then, they still have a hard time. I mean, there's videos that come out fucking weekly of the diaper brigades getting smoked by people over and over again because, like, there is reports from Israel. I was reading some Israeli news, like, talking about how they have to keep their APCs, like, the lid of the APC open because it gets too hot. It gets too hot in there. And normally, like, you're not even supposed to use like armored personal carriers or tanks in like close quarters, like urban environments like that, regardless. Because
you also need to have, soldiers around.
Yeah, you have to have infantry cover. Infantry offers support and cover, but they're too scared, and that's the reason why they only like bomb from the air, and even then, like, because they don't have infantry, they still have like their $10-20 million Merkava tanks get destroyed and turned into a metal coffin for all of the former babies within the Israeli diaper force. Anyway, let's get back to this video.
Zionist forces and the British. Israeli officials were pleased with the film, recognizing its propaganda value. Reuven Daphne was the first Israeli consul in Los Angeles.
Do we stop streaming?
No. I eat on camera.
You eat on camera?
Yeah.
Man, that's what. So you just like chill, everyone's.
Yeah. I chill. I eat on camera.
Do you like give like everyone a cue as well, like, and just say, "Hey guys, I'm going to order food. You order food." So we're all eating together, and like
some people do it. Some people,
and then they're like, "Oh, I've got this," in the comments, and like it's a whole vibe.
They yell at me. There's people that come in and be like, "Why are you always eating?" Because it's like, motherfucker, you're tuning in at the same time every day. That's why you see me eating. But yeah. That's how it goes.
A well-placed liaison between Hollywood and the Israeli government. Moshe
Dr. Mo Hasanabi even burps on cam.
That's wow.
Yeah.
Perlman was an Israeli
Well, you're getting
military
too comfortable in
spokesman,
front of the
but
camera,
perhaps
bro.
more
Oh, yeah,
importantly,
you need to
Wright
you need to
Goodman
take a
and
step
Shaw,
back.
he was Israel's most important Hasbara official in
What was
his
it like
early
when
years.
Froze was here, Dr. Froze?
Sword
was
in
here?
the
When he was telling you about like what was going on in Gaza, what was it like with him?
I mean, it was pretty serious for the most part. We didn't really like crack jokes that much. I'll be honest. I feel like he's
Wait, he's a trauma surgeon.
yeah. So wait, what did you do before?
I'm an emergency physician.
Okay.
So I'm an emergency physician, and I suppose everybody has the different specialties in medicine bring out the different personalities, right?
Yeah.
You know, someone like Dr. Feroz, if I was in a major trauma, I would want him to be my surgeon, not just because he has a calming voice when he consents me to amputate.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But also because like these people are very, very methodical. So he's methodical in the way that he talks. He's methodical in the way that he thinks. And that's good for what he needs to do. And that's what led him down the route of becoming a trauma surgeon.
Yeah.
And he's a very intelligent man. I really like the guy.
And he works at Oakland too, so it's like that's like an area where there's a lot of need. Obviously, it's like not even comparable to Gaza, as he said too.
Yeah.
Even then, like
yeah, but he's just he's good at what he does.
Yeah.
The thing is with me is like me being an emergency physician, right, and working in the ER. Like it suits my personality, right? I thrive under chaos. You know, I've played professional sports.
Yeah.
That intense pressure where you've got the ball and you have to make a play with it. Do you know what I mean? Those life and death decisions that you have to make when you're in the OR and like, you know, how to treat someone, when to give them this drug and quickly someone needs resuscitate. All of these things. And also as well, like, I mean, I'm more of a people person, you know, so like, I can talk to anyone about anything.
Yeah.
And because I've come from all these different walks of life or whatever, in the ER, you'll get somebody who's come in with a sprained ankle. You'll get a single mother who's come in with her sick child. You'll get the old lady who's coming in with a heart attack. You know, you'll get the guy who's on holiday who's got a bit of gastroenteritis. You know, you get everybody that comes in through the ER. So you've got to be able to interact with everybody. So it suits my personality, you know, being this guy from all these different walks of life. Work under pressure. ER suits me. But what you'll find is with a lot of ER doctors, and I get along with a lot of ER doctors more so than surgeons and stuff like that, is like as an ER doctor, we tend not to have egos like say surgeons do, right?
that's what we did talk about that with him.
What did he say?
Because I was talking to him about The Pit.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? It's an HBO show.
All right. Okay.
That
Yeah.
came out about like emergency room, and there's like apparently there is that dynamic between like surgeons and like emergency room doctors. Just like you described it. They reflected on that on the Pit.
Yeah, but that's what it is. I mean, look, as an emergency physician, it's like if you do jiu-jitsu or a form of martial arts, right? Yeah, there's no way that you can know everything, right? If you're a surgeon, right? Yeah, and you're a subspecialist, you know about like 2 or 3 surgeries, like the back of your hand. You're the expert. Even if you're an orthopedic surgeon, you have like an upper limb orthopedic or lower limb or a spinal, or it's one area that you focus on. So what you become is you know a lot about a little, right?
Yeah.
And because of that, that's where like also that breeds the arrogance and stuff like that. Like there's nothing about this surgery, about this particular body part that you can ask me that I won't know.
Mm-hmm.
But with an emergency physician, you are humbled every single day, even if you are like got 40 years of experience. You might see something in the ER that you've never seen before, and it might be a junior doctor that might spot it and you won't. Because as an ER doctor, you have to know a little about everything.
Yeah.
Right, about every organ, every body part. So you get humbled real quick in the ER. And you know that whatever comes through the door, there are actually other people that might have more experience than you when it comes to this. Especially when you go to a different part of the world. There's a different culture. You know what I mean? So like the presentations are a bit different. You know, when I was in Glasgow, I worked in Glasgow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's this area called the Buckfast Triangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Buckfast is a drink.
You saw a Glaswegian smile?
Yeah.
Smile?
Yeah. You see the Glaswegian smile, right?
Yeah.
But this Buckfast Triangle area was this drink, and it's like it's like 90% alcohol, right?
Uh-huh.
And 90% of Buckfast, the drink, is sold in this little triangle outside of Glasgow. That's where 90% of it's called. It's called the Buckfast Triangle, right?
I gotta get it when I go.
Mate, you've got to get it, right? But it would be so, because this was like my first job as a junior doctor. But I remember like, there were like guys that were so addicted to alcohol that they would jump off their beds and they would run, you know, to the alcohol gel that you wash. And they would drink the alcohol gel. So it got to a stage where like there was no alcohol gel anywhere to like wash your hands. It would all be behind the doctor's station and it would be chained to the wall.
Oh wow!
Like
So
actual
people
chain.
would just steal it.
Yeah, because people would steal it and the patients would drink it. Because remember, if they get admitted in the hospital for like 2-3 days, they'll start getting withdrawals. So then they'll not want the diazepam or whatever you give them drugs wise. They'll want the actual alcohol. So they'll start drinking like the alcohol gel and stuff like that. So like these are things that you would only see in certain parts of the world that you see this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In Perth, where I am in Australia, it's the meth capital of the world. The meth capital of the world.
Yeah.
So in Glasgow, I was seeing like alcoholism, but in Perth, you were seeing like meth. When I first arrived to Australia, I didn't know how to deal with someone that had like meth. Because in the UK, like they're so good in the UK that they bring all the fine stuff. Whereas in Australia, like the regulations are so tight that none of the good stuff gets in. So therefore, patients make their own synthetic.
Oof.
So that's what makes then like, you know, you'd have people coming in the OR and like you would give them like 30 milligrams of Midaz. Now, to put it in perspective, like if you give me 5 milligrams of Midaz, you'd probably put me out cold, right? We were giving people 30 milligrams of Midaz and they were still running around untouched. There was one guy where we gave him like 40 milligrams or something like that of Midaz, something ridiculous, like stuff that would kill a normal person, right? Yeah. It put him to sleep for 3 minutes and then he woke up again and started running around, like punching nurses and stuff like that. Like that's what meth does. So if you've never dealt with that, you'd never understand that. So like, that's like differences in like the different doctors, like your environment that you work in, it brings in different types of personalities.
Yeah.
And that's why emergency physicians are the best. So shout out to all the emergency physicians out there.
Yeah, we're not surgeons. No, I'm kidding.
Desert was a rather mediocre picture, Reuven Daphne confided to Moshe Perlman, but one which, quote, will do us a tremendous service wherever it's shown. Gershon Agron, now head of all the Israeli government's domestic information services, congratulated Daphne for his part in the film, underscoring the role that Israeli government officials had in American-made films about Israel. Indeed, the Israeli consul had several script conversations with the director. The first American film to be set in Israel and made there was The Juggler, starring Kirk Douglas. This film covered not the war, but a Jewish refugee's journey to Palestine, emblematic of the fledgling state's mass absorption of immigrants. The story of The Juggler was created by Michael Blankfort, a New York-born Jewish screenwriter and novelist. Daphne told Perlman that the author should be given as much help as possible to turn out a good script. Blankfort subsequently spent 2 months touring Israel. In 1951, the film rights to the novel were sold to Stanley Kramer, who produced the film. But there was probably no force that linked the United States and Israel more firmly in the 1950s than the sense of partnership in a common Judeo-Christian civilization. And Hollywood played a crucial role in forging this joint mission through the production of blockbuster biblical and ancient world films.
Shout out to Taryn.
In these, the ancient people of Israel were romanticized as
oh hell yeah,
invincible heroes, sagacious kings, fiery prophets, and God-fearing folk. Their enemies, Philistines, Egyptians, Romans, were depicted as godless heathens and power-hungry dictators.
Here we go.
Cecil B. DeMille's biblical epics made millions of dollars for Barney Balaban's Paramount in the late 1940s and 1950s. DeMille was, of course, the master of the genre. His Samson and Delilah, released in 1949, cost a whopping $3 million. The film was a smash hit, winning 2 Oscars. The script was partly based on the novel Judge and Fool by Ze'ev Jabotinsky, founder of revisionist Zionism, from which the Irgun and Lehi paramilitaries emerged. Jabotinsky was even listed as a scriptwriter in the credits, long dead at this point. 10 years later came Ben-Hur, which won 11 Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Director, awarded to William Wyler. Goodman and Shaw write of the film. Publicity for Ben-Hur heavily emphasized the choice of Israeli actor Haya Harari as Ben-Hur's love interest, Esther.
Man, there's not a lot of guacamole
Further
for such a big
encouraging
box.
viewers to link America and Israel and the
surprising.
ancient Hebrews with those who now lived in the Jewish state. In addition, in making the most of the alliance
This is the
between
Berea.
Ben-Hur...
Hold on, let's see. All right, let's take a look. So I think this might be the chat. Is this a Berea? Or is it not?
They can't see it. They can't see it. There we go.
Or is this just the tacos?
What is that?
Oh, this is the Berea. Okay, good. So this is just the extra tacos, like wet tacos, kind of.
That's
like,
the extras, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting hungry, guys. I'm getting hungry.
I just got myself.
I'm getting hungry.
Here's some
what are these?
Chips.
This is crazy. I can't believe I want to see. You know, this is the first time I've ever done streaming, by the way. Never streamed before in my life. This is crazy, man. I can't believe people do this. I don't know. Maybe I should start streaming. What do you guys think? Maybe I should start streaming. Be the Palestinian Hasan Piker. I feel like we can finish on something else.
we can finish on whatever you want to talk about.
Whatever I want to talk about.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about? We did everything. We did religion.
No. Hang on a sec. There's one thing.
Okay.
There's one thing that I really want to talk about.
All right.
And I don't know whether these people want to hear about it, but I think this is one. Hasan, is there like a special somebody in your life? Are you like in love? Have you ever been in love? Like talk to me here.
I have, yeah. I mean, I don't talk about my private life though on camera.
Oh, you don't talk about whether.
No.
I was going to say because I got married in Gaza.
Oh yeah, I heard about this story.
Yeah. I would say like you know, it's just crazy where you find love.
Yeah. How you want to tell people? I heard you were talking about it. She was holding it light. I don't want to ruin it. Go ahead. You do it. You explain it. It's beautiful.
Man, oh God, you know, look, I'll keep it brief, Frank, because I know you want me to leave, right? Yeah, I can see
No. I was supposed to play a game with a bunch of other content creators at 4, and they pushed it back to 5 so that we could continue talking.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys. Well, look, you know, when you go to Gaza and you're working at the hospitals there's a lot of the doctors have compassion fatigue, right? And it's because they see so many dead people coming in that, like, when there's a mass casualty event, they're not running like, you know, as me and you would be if we were to see all of this, because they're just so used to it. They're exhausted emotionally and mentally and physically. There was one doctor that I kept seeing that would just, no matter what would happen, she would always be going to these mass casualty events. She would always give 100% to every patient. And you know, it's difficult when there's no medicine. And I remember just thinking to myself, like, how does this person have this much level of compassion in a war zone like this? Like, to still, to this day, 2 years on, still have this level of compassion. And that blew me away. It blew me away. And I you know, I had to inquire about who she was.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we went down the whole traditional way. Like, I asked the head of the hospital, I was like, there's this girl. What do I do? And he went, oh, I know her father. So I ended up talking to her father. Then the father talked to her. And then she came with her father all the way from the north to the south, walking in the middle of a war zone to come meet me and see me. And we got down and we got chatting. And she's amazing, man. I am the luckiest guy in the world. And do you know what the crazy thing is about this story? I've not said this actually before to anyone right now. Obviously, you know, there's a lot to this story. I'm only giving you a brief thing, but my father, obviously, who was born in Gaza, but when he was a kid, he was hit with like a rock on his head and he fell into a coma.
Mm-hmm.
And the hospital that he was in a coma in, they had to do like a tracheostomy. They had to cut through his throat to put a breathing tube in. And that hospital was the Baptist hospital in Gaza. And that's where I met her, at the Baptist hospital. On the same wards where my father was treated.
Wow.
And I felt like it was just such a full circle moment that I was this refugee, never been to Gaza or anything like that. And the moment that I come back, it's the place where my dad's life was saved that I met this woman.
Wow.
And I just think it's such a Palestinian story of like this was the place that has so much despair, this hospital room, this ER, where so many people have died. And it was in that ER that I saw her and I met her, and that's where we had, you know, our moment. So, you know, subhanAllah, like, I just believe that, like, these are this is what it is to be Palestinian. You live in between hope and despair. You know, hope at hope at that particular moment, but despair at what's going on around you. And that's what I feel like the Palestinian story is. And, that was the story of me and her, like the hope and the despair, the place where my father was kept alive and it saved his life. That was the same place that I met my wife. And the despair at the death and the destruction going on in this place. But yet there was so much hope that came out of this hospital. Not only did it save my father's life, but it also where I met my wife. Yeah, it's just, man.
Wow,
I'm a
that's
lucky guy.
incredible. That's an amazing story. And she wasn't one of the Palestinians that came from outside of Palestinians diaspora. She's like from Gaza.
She's from Gaza, yeah.
Originally, what part of
Gaza
Palestine?
City.
Oh, so she's OG Gaza.
She is as OG Gaza as it gets.
Yeah.
She's amazing, man. She's amazing. She's such an amazing person. And I'm so lucky.
And she's still working right now?
She's still working right now, yeah.
Yeah.
We're trying to get her out, obviously, and it's really dangerous. But, man, it's just, it's hard, man, because sometimes we lose signal, when the tanks surround the area that she's in. And you just don't know if she's going to answer the phone again or not. So it's been tough, man. It's been a tough few months since I got out, but I'm the luckiest guy in the world, and she's amazing. And that's one thing that they'll never ever be able to break from us Palestinian people, is that no matter how much they betray us, we love deeply. So love will always win, love will conquer. So that's the message I want to leave everyone on. Thank you, everyone, for having me on the stream.
Thank you for
Hasan.
coming on. And where can people find you? And what do you want to promote before we let you go?
Follow me on Instagram, Beast from the _Middle East. Hopefully, we'll have some announcements soon to try and get this hospital, trying to get some big backers to start fundraising for the hospital.
Do a
and
fundraiser for that.
Yeah, man, it'd be amazing if we get this children's hospital in. But hopefully, we want to get a big organization behind it, so the Israelis don't ban it or, come up with a whole load of stuff. So that's why we're working really hard to get this set up properly and get government backings and stuff like that to make this as foolproof as possible so we can get this to work and we can get this hospital into Gaza. And once we get it into Gaza, hopefully we can start helping all of these kids and these orphan children, and we can have a system in place. We're working on all of this behind the scenes of a system of how to deal with the orphans, on the children with missing limbs, on the children with psychological problems. We are trying to do this all, you know what I mean? And, like I say, I'm just a doctor. I'm not I've never done anything like this before, but that's what the genocide does to you all.
Yeah.
You all become something that you're not.
Yeah.
And,
We'll link up with Miss Rachel too.
Yeah, man. I reached out to Miss Rachel. She follows me on Instagram. I reached out to Miss Rachel and I said to her, it'd be such an honor, when we open the hospital, she comes and she cuts the ribbon and, we have her there, when we open it. But it will happen. I reached out to the indigenous community in Australia as well. And I said, when we do it, we'll get some of the indigenous Australians to come and do a welcome to country, as they open up the hospital. So, listen, man, it's going to be beautiful. Our hospital is going to be a symbol of hope for all of Gaza and for all those children. It's going to be a symbol to the whole world. We're going to get all the indigenous people to come over there. We're going to get the Maoris to come and do the haka, the Aboriginal people to come do the welcome to country. We're going to get everybody there, and it's going to be a symbol of hope for the whole world. Of this is what indigenous people are. Is what we are. We are all better united and we're stronger united. And I think that's the message really, is that we're going to be united in this. And it's the humanity of the children. That's something that they can't deny, no matter how much they hate us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Hasan.
This was amazing. This was an amazing experience.
No, thank you, man.
Thank you for taking the time out after, traveling for so long.
You're all
to
good,
come
man.
here and
thanks for having me on.
And have me torment you.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
All right.
I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, bro.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible guest. How fortunate we are to be able to have Dr. Mohammed Mustafa in the building, in the flesh.